whatever you want to talk about. All right, here we go.
Welcome to the WSOU Sports NFL Draft Show. My name is Joe Matthews. I'm joined here with my A-list all-star co-host, Jonathan Height. Jonathan, how you doing tonight, man?
I am doing phenomenal, Joe. This is, almost like a mini Christmas at this point. And draft night, this is one of the most intriguing drafts that we've had in years, honestly. So much to go through. I'm so excited to do with you, man.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, after the season we just had, it was such an exciting year. So many great storylines to continue and watch heading into this draft. It's the first time we're going to have a actual draft where the draftees can go in person and be on stage in 2 years. That's going to be fun to watch out for. And we're going to be here all night giving you all the coverage we have and that you need. We're going to have a bunch of special guests coming on, some of our elite beat reporters and analysts from the WSOU Sports staff. And they're going to be helping get all the information out to you, our loyal fans and listeners. So to kick off, Jonathan, I want to just ask you a little question, get your thoughts on this. With everything that's going on in this draft, there's so many different things to follow. What are you most looking forward to tonight? What's your storyline to watch for?
Yeah, so Joe, I would say about 4 hours ago, it honestly changed once we've heard about the Aaron Rodgers news, because this is unprecedented territory, because, again, he could be moved tonight. He cannot be moved tonight. His name is going to pop up when every single team is on the clock tonight. We have no idea what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers and what's honestly going to go down with him and the Packers, because there's obviously sounds like there's some interesting ties going on with him and the organization. But coming into the draft, it's going to be the quarterbacks. Wherever the quarterbacks fall, the dominoes will kind of unravel. We kind of know what the first two picks are going to be. We've thought about it for a couple weeks now, but once we get to the 49ers pick at number 3, that's when I feel like the draft's going to start, and we're going to, get really excited once we get to there, because there could be a trade. They could, what quarterback are they going to take? Who are the Falcons going to take? Just a lot to break down. So just very excited.
Yeah, no, once you hit that 3-4 pick range, we pretty much know the 1-2.
Yeah.
But I mean, once you hit that 3 or 4, I think from there on, I think it could legitimately just be absolute chaos, because there's every team in that region, they have 5 or 6 guys that would fit their needs and that they could go to. And you never know. There's so many people that there's rumors about them trading up. The Eagles were rumored to trade up. The Washington football team, there's been rumblings that they're going to get into the top 10. The New Orleans Saints recently, I saw a thing on Twitter that they might go and make a big move up for a quarterback in the top 10. The Patriots have been forever this whole draft season talking about maybe they're going to go up and get a guy to be the next Bill Belichick, little Darth Vader to his Emperor Palpatine. So, that's going to be really, really fun to see. I'm so excited for all that, Once you hit that 5-6 pick range and it's all right, the draft's going.
Yeah, right around there.
Coming in, the teams start, the front offices start seeing how the board's going to fall out, and then people start, putting their chips on the table, making some moves. That's what I'm really excited for. I'm also excited to see these players and where they go and where their careers continue. And I want to ask you, who is your guy that you're looking to watch for in this draft, that you want to see where he goes, and maybe you're just a huge fan of him, you love him as a prospect? Who is your number one guy that you're looking for and watching for in this draft?
Yeah, I have a bunch, Joe, but there's actually a duo of players that I'm really just going to be interested to see where they fall, because there's been different mock drafts where they've been these two receivers, spoiler alert, will either be closer to the end of the top 10 or going into the middle teens. It's going to be Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith, because these are two amazing prospects. They had great collegiate careers, but there's still some question marks about both of them, which is kind of insane to me. Devontae Smith, they're calling the Slim Reaper, and he, again, is a Heisman Trophy winner. He put up monster stats with Mac Jones at Alabama. And Jalen Waddle, who they're comparing to a mini Tyreek Hill. These are two of the most explosive playmakers in the draft. And we're really going to see how their draft position kind of coincides with some of the offensive linemen, especially towards the end of the top 10. Because I know as we get on in time here, we're going to see if a Rashawn Slater or a Penei Sewell, if they drop a little bit, where they're going to kind of rank alongside of, Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. What teams are going to prioritize? Do you want the weapons? Do you want the offensive line protection? Even at the Bengals pick, do they take Jamar Chase, who played with Joe Burrow, or take Penei Sewell, who's going to protect Joe Burrow? So again, that duo of receivers, I'm going to be talking about the whole night until they get picked. But, one of them could be a Giant, a local team. One of them could easily be a Giant. One of them could be an Eagle, another local team. Again, it's a good year for the local teams. We're going to be talking about the Giants and Jets, the Eagles, Steelers. So just, again, there's so many players we're going to go through, but I'm really excited for those two in particular.
Yeah, no, that's going to be really interesting to watch, especially like you said, if, those two guys, Waddle and Smith, could wind up just being an Eagle and a Giant or vice versa. And I mean, that would be an awesome storyline to watch. I mean, putting my bias out there first, I'm a Washington football team fan.
Chase Young jersey.
Hate it to have both of them in the division and whatever. I think they're both elite, just like you said, and wherever they go, they're going to terrorize teams for years.
Oh, definitely.
The question marks with Devontae Smith, okay, he's slightly skinny. Who cares? He's the most electric receiver in college football. But I mean, that would be an awesome storyline to watch. If you got two guys who were college teammates, both national champions at Alabama, and then they get separated and put on division rivals, and they might be going toe to toe in that division for years and years to come. That would be awesome to see. As much as a Washington fan, as an NFL, you got to root for that to happen. A guy I'm actually kind of interested in that I want to bring up, who, I want to talk about him now because maybe we might not even get the chance to later at this point tonight. Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech.
Mm-hmm. Great player.
One of the most intriguing prospects in the entire draft, because looking at from a pure talent on-field perspective, you could easily make a case that he's the number one cornerback in this draft class. He has top 10 talent. He has everything there to be a superstar lockdown, shutdown number one corner for a team. The issue is that he's suffered from a little bit of an injury history, and there's some question marks whether that's going to hamper him into his career and linger a little bit. And so it's kind of made his draft stock very volatile, where there's been reports that he might be a top 10 pick tonight, and he might go ahead of someone like Patrick Surtain, who people are billing as the number one cornerback with Farley. There's other reports and beat reporters saying that Caleb Farley might fall to the end of the second round. So, I mean, someone like him, it's going to be really, really interesting to see, because just like how you said, it's going to be interesting to see how teams, weigh, do they go and get an elite weapon like wide receiver, prioritize a less flashy pick like an offensive lineman. Same thing with Caleb Farley. Will they go all in and just roll the dice and say, you know what, we think this dude can stay healthy and maximize on that talent he has, or will they say, you know what, it's a bit of a risk and we're not willing to take that in the first round?
Yeah, and again, I really like Caleb Farley too, but another theme that we're definitely going to break down the whole night is the amount of players who've opted out in 2020, and he's one of them. Because in 2019, this guy was first team All ACC. He led the ACC in like a bunch of stats. He led the team in a bunch of stats: interceptions, touchdowns. Defensive touchdowns, interceptions. And again, he tore his ACL. I think, if I correctly, for draft night tonight, he tested positive. I think twice, or he tested negative or something. So he's not there, and he can't even celebrate with his family. I think either Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport reported that today. But he's another player that we're going to definitely talk about our entire show. I like J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. I think they're two still phenomenal prospects. But just players, Penei Sewell didn't play last year. Jamar Chase didn't play last year. Micah Parsons didn't play last year. This has never happened before. This is uncharted territory for us as, collegiate beat reporters, and for an Adam Schefter and other people on ESPN and NFL Network. We're scouting players that a lot of them did not play last year, which is, again, is a good telling of how they are going to be in the NFL, especially their last year in college. Because, as a junior, they can either overperform or underperform. And again, like we saw with Mac Jones, his stock skyrocketed because he had a phenomenal year. He won the national championship. He put up unreal numbers, but he had that extra season to kind of show off. And again, it's not hurt some players like Sewell and Chase, who are still going top 5, top 6, if we're staying correctly. But it's going to be interesting to see where some of these players, it's either good or bad for players who opted out.
Yeah, no doubt. And another guy who did that too is Trey Lance. I mean, he played a single game this past season and then just said, forget it for the rest of the season. I think he's who he got hurt by it, I think, because, heading after last year's draft, when, people start putting out the way too early mock drafts and a look ahead to next year, he was a guy who was up there with Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields as like top tier. He's going in the top five, and obviously he still can go in the top five. But I feel like he's taken a lot of a hit because he only had that one game for North Dakota State this year, and he didn't play very spectacularly in it. So it kind of bumped him down a lot of people's draft boards. And like you said, Mac Jones comes out and has a phenomenal season. Now he's skyrockets up the draft boards. Zach Wilson kind of came out of nowhere and he shot up the draft boards. It's going to be really interesting to just see, that the difference of players. There's the guys who are Jamar Chase and Micah Parsons, like you said, who they are proven. We know they're good, and they're still going to go high, even though they haven't played recently. But there's the guys too that just shot up out of nowhere, and it's just going to be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, this is like the most unprecedented draft that we've probably had in years, because it's a very top-heavy draft. We have a lot of, anytime there's a bunch of quarterbacks that are good, that are, high title prospects, who knows how many of them are going to be franchise quarterbacks. I think the only one we can say for sure is Trevor Lawrence. And then even then, Jacksonville, we're going to talk about it, in a couple minutes once they're on the clock. Again, this is Urban Meyer's first time coaching in the pros. And obviously, he's a college coach. He's a lot of college buddies. So I'm sure he's got the cream of the crop prospect list for their pick later in the first round, I think 25 or so. But it's just going to be interesting to see where these quarterbacks dictate the rest of it. And there's just so many dominoes that could fall. I think there's like 400 different, honestly, routes that tonight can go. And honestly, in the next hour can go. Because, right now they're showing Commissioner Goodell, do his little opening preamble and everything. And we'll have Michael Stam come right when Trevor Lawrence, or again, obviously we think it's Trevor Lawrence, but who knows when the Jaguars pick. But just a lot to unpack throughout each pick, because there's going to be a bunch of trades. I know you talked about that earlier too.
Yeah, no doubt. And, another thing I kind of want to touch on real quick, as like you said, he's given his opening remarks and the clock is about to begin. So we are officially at draft time. It is officially draft season, everybody.
So it's like, it's so exciting. I mean, just to have fans there, because last year, Goodell doing it from his living room. Now he's on the stage. There's, people are there. A lot of people are vaccinated. There's just so much more anticipation and excitement. I feel like this year, he's got Joe Thomas, future Hall of Famers behind him. If you're watching at home, I mean, it's just going to be
up there.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Jarvis Landry's up there. Yeah, I mean, look how many people are there. Everyone's masked. This is honestly, we heard today New York's going to be opened up, July, I believe, at 100% for the most part. I mean, things are getting back to normal. This is probably the most exciting time in football, I think, since honestly the pandemic began.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. It feels like kind of that, turn the page bookmark, that weird season and those weird college seasons.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's all behind us. New season, new guys are coming in, fresh. Woo. I'm so excited I can't even talk. Fresh is coming into the NFL, and it's just going to be awesome to watch. Now, real quick before the draft really kicks off and guys start getting on the clock, I want to hear your thoughts about the running back position, Jonathan, because running back is kind of a weird position when it comes to the draft. Right? I mean, there's guys like Ezekiel Elliott, Saquon Barkley, Leonard Fournette, who have gotten top 5 picks, absolute, superstar level running backs, as we've seen, and they were that high for good reason. But then there's always a lot of guys who, don't go until much later. And historically, there's usually teams that they just choose to wait, and like the first running backs come off the board late round, the 20s, and like even the last couple of picks. I mean, last year the first running back off the board was Clyde Edwards-Helaire with the very last pick of the first round by the Chiefs,
number 32.
This year, I think it's a really, really great running back class. Najee Harris is an absolute monster. I love him. Travis Etienne, guys like Javonte Williams, Michael Carter. There's a lot of talent, and I don't know. Do you think that there's going to be a little surprise jump, and maybe some team really loves Harris and reaches on him and takes him, in like the teens or something like that? Or do you think it's going to be a more traditional teams are going to say, you know what, running back's not very valuable. Let's just wait and get guys as they fall on the board.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Joe. And before I give like a full answer, I'm going to give the team on my my jersey answer. a team like the Steelers and those teams in that low 20s area who are kind of hovering around them. And I've seen several mock drafts where we had like maybe the Steelers have a lot of them been taking him. There's even one I saw the Jets were taking him with that pick, which who knows that that's going to happen. But I think again, it's going to really be dictated by the tween or the teen area, by how many linemen I think are picked, because there's a bunch of teams in that kind of realm that are either going either running back in these mock drafts or offensive tackle. And it is a deep class for offensive tackles. Like a Tevin Jenkins around that area from Oklahoma State, just players like that. But like a Travis Etienne, I've seen reports of like the Bills jumping down a couple of spots to maybe snag him to like really get like another, I'm not gonna say Christian McCaffrey-esque, but like he's a very, he's a receiver heavy back. Najee Harris is more of like a workhorse. Reminds me a little bit of Le'Veon Bell with the patience aspect, but bigger. That he, like for me, for the Steelers, he'd be a perfect fit. And once we get to the Steelers pick, I'm gonna be praying the Steelers draft him, and hopefully he's there. But I think he could easily go in that teen area. That for a team, that has already a good offensive line. But I think more like the high teen area realistically. But I just think realistically, I think those two, I think will definitely go in the first round at some point. There's a slight chance only one, but I have a really good gut feeling it could be two. And again, like Javonte Williams, again, he could be towards the latter half of the first round if he snuck in, if it wasn't just those two guys. But there's going to be a lot of moments tonight, I feel like. And there's been previous years where there hasn't been any, but they're just giving so many new reports about, teams, are they going to trade up? Are they going to trade up? But again, like you said before, it's usually really odd with the running backs. It's either really good or really bad. And this year, I think we're kind of in the middle, but more towards the good side, just because there are people projected to go in the first round. Because, there's years like you said, Leonard Fournette, who actually, little tidbit, he changed his number to number 7, which is kind of funny. We'll talk about that a little later, like the jersey rule. But, players like Saquon will go really, really, like early on or lottery picks. But again, I think they're going to get drafted around that area like we were talking about before. But again, anything is possible. It's just so hard to forecast this draft.
Yeah. I mean, we've said it so many times, but the reason we're saying it is because it's true. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wild. It's going to be an awesome draft to watch. And kind of rolling off of that, playing into sort of the wild side of what we think is going to happen in this draft, do you think that there's almost an element of that because of how funky and weird this past, year has been, that maybe teams are going to say, all right, well, we didn't have the best, scouting thing this year. We didn't have a lot of opportunity to get a lot of tape on guys. So are they going to just say, you know what, let's just gamble and let's just go for real risky pick, high upside guys, because, this draft's kind of just going to be a, shot in the dark anyway, because nobody really knows exactly how everything's going to shake out.
I 100% think that could happen. I think honestly anything's possible with this draft, and there's going to be teams that I think will take shots in the teen part of the draft, where I think the Patriots could trade up. We're talking about the Eagles could trade up. Again, when there's good quarterbacks that are available, it's not every year that you're going to have 5, highly touted quarterbacks like there is this year. And I know next year they're already talking about it's already a weaker class than this year by a long shot from like the early, scouting reports, because, these analysts are already a year ahead. So they're already looking at next year's, class of 2022. But I 100% think teams could move up and try to take shots because, the NFL's it's kind of in that, the right word for it, like the transition period where we're seeing the older quarterbacks. We saw Phillip Rivers retire, Ben Roethlisberger, my team, on his way out, players like that. Tom Brady's only got a couple of years left. I mean, he's playing out of his mind at the age he is. Someday he has to retire. It's going to be a couple of years. Aaron Rodgers, which we're going to, break down. It's going to be, and just we have no idea what's going to happen with him. But we're seeing all the young quarterbacks come in. The most important thing is for each quarterback is to have each team has to have a franchise quarterback, a young guy like a Josh Allen. Could Trey Lance, who they're comparing to Josh Allen coming out of college a little bit, be like that? So I 100% think people are going to try to take shots, at least for the quarterbacks. So definitely.
I definitely agree. I think you're going to see I think there's going to be a lot of picks this year that people are going to look at and go, that's kind of interesting. A little bit of head scratchers, but I think, teams are just going to roll the dice and gamble and say, you know what, if we hit on a pick, if we shoot for the moon, so be it. If not, oh well, this was it's going to be hard for I think GMs to get fired because of if they take this draft, because it's an easy defense. You say, well, it was a tough year scouting. We didn't really have a lot of tape on this guy. He opted out of the last season, blah blah blah. So, I mean, I think you're going to see GMs be a lot more bullish than they normally would be when it comes to the draft. And you were just talking about the quarterbacks, as there are currently 5 minutes left on the Jaguars clock. They went
Wow.
a couple minutes ago. They must be milking it for the TV time because
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everybody in the nation knows what this pick's going to be.
I'm sure they're really struggling with their decision here.
I know.
But
But on the topic of quarterbacks, obviously we know sort of the top guys, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, who are pretty much shoo-ins to be first rounders. But as you get into the later rounds of the draft, there's always a couple of guys who, might be a fourth rounder, might be a fifth rounder, but they get thrown in and they play a little bit and they become starting quarterbacks. Some of them even become franchise guys. Guys like Kirk Cousins were taken in the fourth, Dak Prescott. I mean, he's not really a franchise QB, but Gardner Minshew was a real late round selection. And he
starter
came to meaningful football. Yeah, he became a starter. So is there anybody who you think they're not going to get drafted tonight and you won't have the opportunity to cover them, but you want to kind of highlight them as someone that might be a third, fourth round pick that your team, if they take him, you should be excited about because he could turn into a diamond in the rough?
Yeah, so one really pops to mind, and I know he's going to come on a little bit later, but Jimmy Bliss is going to talk him up too. He's a big Florida guy, but I like Kyle Trask. I've watched some footage of some of his gameplay. I don't know, looking through his stats, looking through the scouting report, and especially if like a Kadarius Toney tonight gets picked, you're going to see him put into the spotlight. But I think he could be, if this year wasn't so loaded with quarterbacks, like he could have slipped into the first round if, let's say, if it was next year or something like that. He's one guy I definitely have my eye on, especially maybe like early second round, mid-second, even like third round, just depending on how the dominoes fall. But I really like him out of Florida. There's like Davis Mills, Kellen Mond. I mean, it's just so hard to tell with some of those guys. Just like it was so hard to tell, like like you mentioned, like a Dak Prescott, a Gardner Minshew. At that point in the draft, like you said, the GMs this year are going to be a little bit more courageous. They're going to take shots with some of these guys. Some of them could go earlier than expected, especially with quarterbacks. And it's just going to be a matter of, like, I think some of the GMs who kind of do the conservative routes, like they're going to be the ones who are reprimanded for it. Like, for example, if the Giants, like, they're looking at Micah Parsons and Jalen Waddle, if they, obviously Rashawn Slater is an excellent offensive lineman, but I'm sure a lot of the Giants' faith will be even more excited if they got like the electrifying Micah Parsons and the electrifying Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. GMs are going to do what's best for their teams tonight. And if it means they take shots, they're going to take shots, and the fan base is going to have to deal with it at this point. But just again, the quarterbacks are really going to be interesting, both this round and next round.
Yeah, definitely. One guy I like is Davis Mills, who you brought up a little bit. I think he's sort of the quintessential guy that you want to take as sort of a project QB in the late round. I mean, he was a top recruit out of high school. He got nothing but praise from the coaching staff at Stanford, who said he's basically the best quarterback they've seen since Andrew Luck at Stanford. I think he's got all the talent there. It's just a matter of, can he put it together? But I mean, you're taking a guy that late in the round because there are little risks to him. And I think that's a guy who, for Washington, maybe if you want to take a project QB in the late round, that's the guy that you want to take, someone who's got a bunch of talent and you just need a coaching staff to get there and help him reach it. I think he could turn into something special, be a little bit of a diamond in the rough.
I mean, now, Joe, I have a question for you as a Washington fan.
Yes.
Do you think they should trade up for one of these quarterbacks? Because I've seen mock drafts where they have them maybe going after Justin Fields and Trey Lance. So I really want to hear your opinion on it before we get I forgot which analysts we have coming in during that point. But as the biggest, I keep saying Redskins, Washington football team fan, I know. I want to hear your input first.
Yeah, I think it depends based on the quarterback. I think if Justin Fields falls, my personal, in my mind, if I was the GM of Washington, if Justin Fields is available and the number 7 overall pick, that's my starting point where you go and you trade up and get him. Justin Fields is, in my opinion, the most underrated quarterback in this draft class. And that sounds weird because he's still kind of consensusly like a top 3. But I think people are still even sleeping on him a little too much. He didn't have a great year last year, and he slowed down people's boards a little bit, especially because Zach Wilson had a monster year.
He had a monster pro day. It wasn't even that like I agree. I just don't understand why Justin Fields is being this pushed down within some of these contracts.
And so I feel like if Justin Fields, if he's there and like past the top 5, I'm going up to get him. Someone like Trey Lance, there's been rumors that we trade up to get him. I'm not too eager on that unless, it's like maybe we go to like 14 and like once he's really sliding a little bit. But I'm not too keen on trading up in this year's draft. That's my strategy. I kind of want to just stand pat at 19. We kind of got a lot of holes plugged in the offseason free agency and, see what we can get, see what falls to us at 19. And with this, Roger Goodell is currently walking to the podium. The Jaguars pick is in. He's about to announce their selection, the first of the 2021 NFL draft. It's go time, people.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
And to nobody's surprise,
wow,
the
shocking.
Jaguars have selected Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback out of Clemson. And with that, we're going to bring in our first special guest of the night, our beat reporter, a star on the WSOU Sports staff, Michael Stam, here to help break down some of these early picks. Michael, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing great, Michael. I love we got the same background going. It's a nice background, man.
Well, Michael, I want to get your instant first thoughts, right, from this overall pick. We knew it was going to happen. It's Trevor Lawrence. We knew he was going to be the number one overall pick since he first got to Clemson. I mean, he's the best quarterback prospects of the past generation. But I want to know, what do you think he can do for the Jaguars? I mean, obviously you got to be excited about this pick, but I mean, you think he's going to be a star with Urban Meyer? You think he can really turn the Jaguars around real quick?
Like you said, we've been talking about this kid since he was in high school. I mean, this kid knows football. He's just a pure football player. He's built like a pure NFL quarterback, and he's a once-in-a-decade type player. I mean, I don't think anybody has talked about a player, especially even a quarterback like this, since Andrew Luck. And then before that, Peyton Manning, players like that. So there's not many things in his game that you can pick at. He's got all the talents, good consistency, good accuracy. He has good speed to run out of the pocket, but he also could stay in the pocket and make those lead his receivers to places. So definitely I think he could step in right away and take the Jaguars to the playoffs, to somewhere. I mean, if we compare this to Andrew Luck took that 4-12, or was it 2-14, whatever it was back in 2012, took him right to the playoffs. So I don't see why Trevor Lawrence can't do the same. Jacksonville, obviously, they don't have that great of a surrounding cast yet, but they put some pieces around him that Trevor Lawrence is going to be what everyone expects him to be. He has a lot of pressure on, especially not just being a number one pick, but being touted as the number one pick since you're in high school. I mean, so he has a lot of pressure, but I think he'll be able to handle it because he's just a pure football player.
Excellent analysis, Michael. I mean, there's so much to talk about with Trevor Lawrence. We could do a whole hour just talking about his skill set and what he brings to the table. But my question to you is, so this is Coach Urban Meyer's first year in Jacksonville. This team went 1-15 last year. So in your opinion, based off like the tape you've seen, just sort of like the rundowns you've kind of went through, do you think he's going to kind of take them into a winning direction, right away, or do you think it's going to take a full year for him to get fully acclimated? Because they do have a pick at number 25. So do you think it's going to take a little bit more time, or do you think it's going to hit the ground floor running and already start delivering some wins?
I wouldn't, if I'm a Jacksonville fan, I'm not expecting my team to go to the Super Bowl, even the playoffs this year. You have to obviously take it slow. But like you said, they won one game last year. So unless you win nothing, which I don't expect to happen, you can only go up. So Trevor Lawrence, yeah, he's going to come in. He's going to make plays. Like I said before, you're going to need to put a little more weapons around him. The guys aren't going to be wide open like they were at Clemson. But let's not take that away from Trevor Lawrence. Guys weren't just wide open. He made guys wide open. So put some players around him, build a team. You got your guy now. If you're Jacksonville, you have your guy. The hardest position to find in football is the quarterback. There's not that many great ones out there, and you found a great one. Build around him, and this team will be a contender for a lot of years, I believe.
No doubt. I mean, there's no emotion to feel as if you're a Jacksonville fan other than excited. And even as just a pure football fan, you got to root for that man to succeed because if he brings to the NFL the talent and the way he played in college, that's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I mean, I'm going to come out and say it. I mean, he's got that potential. He's ridiculously good. He's going to be so fun to watch. And I mean, they've got a good young core in Jacksonville. You got a really solid running back in James Robinson. They got DJ Chark and Laviska Shenault as young wide receivers to have him to throw to. They signed Marvin Jones this offseason, as a sort of a more reliable target, the guy who can be sort of a safety blanket for Trevor Lawrence. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch, especially seeing Urban Meyer, who's been such a great college head coach. I mean, you can't even put words to it. And, he's finally come to the NFL, and let's see what he can do. They're going to be a fun team to watch. We're moving on from Jacksonville. Currently on the clock with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left is the New York Jets. And this is another one. Everyone kind of knows what this pick is going to be. It might not be as much of a certainty as we knew that Trevor Lawrence was going number one. But Michael, what do you think is going to happen here? How do you think this is about to play out?
Oh, yeah, I think everyone kind of figures it's going to be Zach Wilson out of BYU. I think Jets fans are sitting right now. They're going to be happy with Zach Wilson. They're probably a little hurt right now seeing Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars. They're like, oh, we're so close to getting that guy. But, Zach Wilson, while I think the difference between Trevor Lawrence and all the other quarterbacks in this draft is pretty major, Zach Wilson's a great quarterback. He's a lean guy, good mobility, good arm strength. He still has some things they're going to have to work on in New York. But he's a good talent, and he has a lot of good – he has great traits, which is what you look for when you're looking for a quarterback. You look for the great traits. I would rather a guy with 2 great traits than a bunch of just average good traits. So that's what Zach Wilson has.
Yeah, Michael, just a quick question before the pick is in. So I know a lot of fans in general and Jets fans, like early on, they were always sold on Justin Fields or, a Trey Lance. And all of a sudden, Zach Wilson comes out of nowhere and they kind of have to deal with it. They're like, all right, this is going to be our guy. Do you think that he is a definitive number 2 pick? Or in your opinion, do you think there was another quarterback that the Jets should have kind of went down, assuming it holds up and they pick Zach Wilson in the next 2 minutes?
No, I think I agree with the pick. I think I agree that it goes Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and I think you can talk 3 through 5. You can mix all those up. But Zach Wilson, I feel, is definitely the number 2 guy. He's the right guy for New York. I just have a feel I couldn't see, Justin Fields in New York. I couldn't see a Mac Jones in New York. I feel I could see the Zach Wilson. Maybe that's just because he's been talked about so much. But I just feel like Zach Wilson's the right choice. He's got a lot of great talents. Like I feel if Robert Saleh up in New York can work with him, they build a defense, they build a good offense around him. Like I said, like in Jacksonville, same thing in New York. You build a team around him. I think you found the right guy.
And with that, as you were talking right just there,
yeah, here we go.
Selected by the New York Jets. It's going to be fun. I mean, New York sports. This is going a little bit beyond football, but I mean, New York sports are going to be exciting to watch in the coming years. The Yankees have been good for years past. The Mets have Jacob deGrom. The Nets are elite. The Knicks are back. The Giants have a pretty talented young roster, and now the Jets have an electrifying young quarterback.
Got to throw the Rangers in there too, Joe.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about the Rangers. And I mean, they're the number 1 team in New York. I mean, come on, that young nucleus they got there. That we could talk about them for 3 hours, but this is an NFL draft show, so we'll keep it on there. We'll keep the Capo Caco and Lafreniere talk for a later
another time.
New York's looking up. New York's looking up.
They are. They definitely are. Yep. And now with that pick of Zach Wilson going to the Jets, you said it earlier, Jonathan. The draft
starts now.
Yeah. This is when it's gonna get exciting. This is the first pick where there's literally I have no idea who's gonna go here. There's 3 quarterbacks who you assume the Niners are gonna take a quarterback to trade that much up from 12 to 3. If they get anybody but a quarterback, it's kind of a head scratching pick in my eyes. So I mean, you really have no idea what the heck they're gonna do there in terms of quarterback position. So 1, Michael, I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think this pick's going to be? And 2, who would you pick if you were John Lynch and the 49ers GM right now?
I think the pick will be Mac Jones from Alabama. I don't agree with the pick. I would rather Trey Lance preferably, or I would still take Justin Fields over Mac Jones. The thing with Mac Jones and maybe I'm just seeing something that the Niners aren't, and obviously the pick isn't in yet, but from all the mock drafts, from what people are hearing, I don't see any great abilities in Mac Jones. I said this earlier. I just see a bunch of average good abilities. He's a good quarterback, but do you really want a good quarterback, or do you want a guy that has a potential to be a great quarterback? And that's the thing. I don't know if Mac Jones has the potential. I think he could just be an average guy who will never break records or never be in the MVP race, but he might take your team to the playoffs every 3 years, So I would rather a guy like Trey Lance, who maybe isn't as NFL ready, but definitely has the ability to go and become better than Mac Jones. So if the Niners think they're Super Bowl ready now, if they're trying to win now, if they just think they need that quarterback, I guess go with Mac Jones. But my question is Mac Jones that much of an upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't know if he is. That's a question that needs to be answered, and we'll see what they go with.
Yeah, Michael, I 100% agree, and especially when you give up that many assets for the number 3 overall pick, because I feel like with their past draft spot, like no one was dying to take Mac Jones, and if you're going to give up that much of your future, I feel like you got to pick a player that has a much higher ceiling, honestly, than what Mac Jones brings to the table. But again, it could be either him or Trey Lance. I've been hearing a lot of reports today, but what did you see from Mac Jones, like at Alabama? Like, put yourself in the 49ers perspective. Why are you choosing Mac Jones number 3? If you're the 49ers right now.
I'm choosing Mac Jones number 3. He won the Heisman Trophy. He led Alabama, but he also had guys he had some of the best guys in all of college football. Guys that were open every time they stepped on the field. They were wide open deep. And there were still times where I saw Mac Jones underthrowing guys or throwing to one guy, not looking at the other side of the field where maybe Devonta Smith was wide open, but he tried to force it into Jalen Waddle. So that's what I'm seeing from Mac Jones. There's positives to him too. He's got a good arm. He doesn't have really the speed like any other quarterback does, but he's a good pocket passer. Maybe the Niners are looking for pocket passers. I don't feel like pocket passers are really the thing in the NFL anymore. But
Really
that's what the Niners, they're not. So if that's what the Niners want, then go get them. I don't see it in Mac Jones. I really like someone more like a Trey Lance.
Now, Michael, somewhat related to this pick, but shifting gears a tiny bit, I'm going to ask you what's going to basically become our burning question of the night for all of our guests. Obviously, right before, a couple hours ago, before, all the draft coverage started kicking off, there was the bombshell news report from Adam Schefter that Adam Rodgers is disgruntled in Green Bay and he wants out. And there were reports today that the Niners actually tried to make a deal for him, including this 3 pick. At this point, 2 minutes left on the clock. I highly doubt it's going to all of a sudden blockbuster. This pick goes to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. But on the topic of Aaron Rodgers, we want to know, where do you think he's going to go, if anywhere? Like, what is the situation? What is up with Aaron Rodgers?
When I first saw this, I really hoped it was just kind of like media blowing things out of the water. And maybe it still is. It's really hard for me to see Aaron Rodgers on any other team besides the Packers. Even though they drafted Jordan Love, even though the Packers seem to be preparing for the future, it's hard for me to find Aaron Rodgers on a different team, especially this year. But if I'm any team besides maybe the Chiefs, maybe a team, really just the Chiefs, I'm calling the Packers right now. If I'm any team in the top 15, I'm calling the Packers right now. What do we have to take to get Aaron Rodgers? And the Niners did the right thing. They called Aaron Rodgers because Aaron Rodgers is better than any quarterback in this draft, easily. He's already proven himself. So it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna predict Aaron Rodgers. It's just maybe this is an agent thing, trying to get that contract extension that came out, that they're working on that. I think he'll get that contract extension. I think he'll be on the team for the next couple of years until Jordan Love is maybe ready, and then he maybe moves on like Tom Brady did or like Brett Favre did back in the day. But right now, I think Aaron Rodgers will still be a Packer.
Yeah, like I've read a bunch of tweets today, and they were saying there were 3 untouchables with the Chiefs. The only other 2 would be the Jaguars, who just picked Trevor Lawrence, and the Bills with Josh Allen. But again, I think any team in the top 10, top 15, even top 20, they at least had a call and just say like, what's going on with Aaron, something like that. And they were reporting on it, say that the Packers really have no idea what they're going to do right now with Aaron Rodgers. Like, he's a huge amount of money on the cap, no matter where he goes. Again, with the Packers, we're going to have to retain some of it. But again, the pick is in for the 49ers right now, and they're showing all the fans on TV ecstatic. I mean, what do you think the atmosphere is going to be like here on Twitter, back on campus? What's the atmosphere going to be if they take Mac Jones?
I feel like most people agree that Mac Jones isn't the guy. I have a feeling, though, that I can't see Mac Jones in Kyle Shanahan's system. Even though I predict Mac Jones to go in, I would not be surprised if they take Trey Lance just because of Kyle Shanahan's system where he likes to mess with guys and move things around. I just can't see Mac Jones in that thing. We'll see how it goes, but I feel like Trey Lance is the better pick. I'm actually excited. This is the first pick I'm really excited to see just because it's a toss-up.
Let's call you Nostradamus, Michael, because the 49ers just took Trey Lance with
Look at that.
There we go.
Good for you, Michael.
Quarterback out of North Dakota State. Props to our man, Michael.
Woo!
Man, he is on fire right now. I'm tell you what, I was reserving this take until after the pick came out. I think no matter who they took here, it's a good pick for the reason, like you kind of touched on, it's Kyle Shanahan. His offensive system is one of the best in football. Honestly, you could argue it's one of the better ones of all time. He took the Falcons to the Super Bowl. With Washington, my fan bias is coming out, he made RG3 a star in his rookie year. Whoever they took here at quarterback, I think Kyle Shanahan is just an absolute QB whisperer. He's going to make it work. That offense is going to click. And I tell you what, I love Trey Lance as a prospect, right? He's got a little bit of a high risk. We haven't seen a lot of him in the past year. He only played a game. He's much more raw of a prospect than, other guys that are out there like Mac Jones. But I tell you what, Trey Lance, his ceiling, you could argue it's the highest in the entire draft, even higher than Trevor Lawrence. He's got absolute ridiculous skills, ridiculous athleticism. In his last full season, in my opinion, one of the most mind-boggling stats. They're showing it up on the TV right now. He threw 28 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Who does that? I mean, you can say, okay, yeah, maybe he's, had a little bit of luck and a couple of those interceptions, could have been caught. There were a couple of drop ones. But I mean, the talent this dude has, just raw, absolute potential. It's unreal. Putting him in a system with Kyle Shanahan to help bring that out. And you add in the fact that they still have Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't see that as a negative because now you can start Jimmy Garoppolo for this year and you can leave Trey Lance on the bench. Let him sit there, learn for a year, get adjusted, get up to NFL game speed. And then next year you get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance comes in and takes over. We've seen guys like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, who are superstar quarterbacks right now, who are all sort of guys who are like, kind of raw prospects. People didn't know if they were going to really pan out, high risk, high reward. And they followed that formula, went to good offenses, sat behind veteran guys, and just took a year to learn the game. And it worked out for them. I see absolutely no reason why it can't work for Trey Lance. I love this pick for them. I do.
Yeah, if I'm Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, I'm very happy right now because I feel like you have all the leverage. You got Trey Lance, who I think is the perfect guy for the Niners. And then you have, like you brought up, Jimmy Garoppolo, where you could use him as maybe trade bait. You try to get back into the first round late if you trade him to a team that maybe just wants another quarterback. Or, like you said, you start Jimmy Garoppolo, you let Trey Lance develop a little, let him work with Kyle Shanahan, and then you throw in Trey Lance. I think that's a perfect spot for the Niners. I would be ecstatic if I'm a San Francisco fan.
Yeah, I just want to read a tweet that Adam Schefter just put out about Trey Lance. He said, new San Francisco quarterback Trey Lance's psychological tests for the 49ers were off the charts per his source. The 49ers considered him the smartest quarterback in this draft class. This guy had a 42-0 touchdown to interception ratio in 2019. I got to agree with both of you guys. I think this was a better pick than Mac Jones. Again, we've seen time and time again with a young, raw quarterback, with a good arm, learn behind a veteran, or even like Jimmy Garoppolo for a year. We saw with Patrick Mahomes. He sat out his first year, and look where he is now. I'm not comparing Trey Lance to Patrick Mahomes, but I'm just saying, he's an overthrower a little bit. Trey Lance, has a couple of things where he only faced one second half deficit in his whole collegiate career. Again, the competition was not big in his, North Dakota State. But I think overall, great pick for the 49ers. The future's bright once again. I mean, they have a bunch of young receivers. I think they're going to take a couple more receivers, in the second and third rounds. But now we have number 4. We already got proven wrong with number 3. Everyone thought Mac Jones was going to the Niners. Everyone's saying Kyle Pitts to the Falcons. There's also been some quarterback talks because about Matt Ryan, how many years does he have left? So, Michael, what do you think about number 4? Because you're already 1 for 1, so you got to shoot for it now.
Yeah, I feel like Kyle Pitts is the pick here. I can't see them plucking Matt Ryan's successor just yet. I feel like Matt Ryan still has a lot of good years left. And then you match up Kyle Pitts. You put Kyle Pitts in that offense. You keep him with Julio Jones. You still have a bunch of weapons there. Now you add Kyle Pitts. That's a great ad. And he's the best tight end I've seen come out of college probably in ever. I mean, like George Kittle, obviously, and those guys, they weren't seen as top prospects. They were developed, and they became some of the best tight ends in the league. Kyle Pitts is just – everybody knows I think he'll be good. I think behind Trevor Lawrence, he's the second best player in this draft. So if the Falcons' biggest holes are on defense, but I really don't think they can pass up on Kyle Pitts here. We'll see if they go quarterback. Maybe they go, a guy like – I don't think they'll go Mac Jones. Maybe they go I think it's pretty much Kyle Pitts. I don't think they would take Justin Fields here.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think Kyle Pitts is probably the pick for Atlanta.
Yeah.
The pick is in right now. It was actually rather quickly.
That was the fastest one so far, right?
It was. So I mean, that to us as the viewers, I mean, that makes it seem like they know who they're taking. They got their guy. I don't know. This is an interesting pick because I said we said that number 3 pick. I said it was one of the more interesting ones because you didn't really know where it's going to go. I think this one's even more a little confusing because we knew the Niners were going to go with quarterback. It was just a matter of which one of the 3. Here, there's a variety of positions the Falcons could go to. They could take Kyle Pitts, like you said. They could take one of those quarterbacks like Mac Jones or Justin Fields, sit them behind Matt Ryan. They could go address the defense and, go big home run swing, take Micah Parsons early, I really don't know what's going to happen here. I'm very excited to see this because, this is, like we said, it's getting really into it now. It's going to get wild. And, it happened with the last pick. We talked about it a little bit before, Jonathan, that teams are going to be willing to take gambles here in this, sort of weird draft. The people went for Trey Lance, who was the more high risk prospect. We might see just a real out of left field almost looking pick. Goodell's walking to the podium now, so I mean, let's
find out
what happens.
I will say Arthur Smith, the new head coach for the Falcons, he is a former tight ends coach. I would be very surprised if they don't take Kyle Pitts.
I agree. Yeah.
That boy Michael Stam is on fire.
2 for 2.
Kyle Pitts was the pick by the Atlanta Falcons, tight end out of Florida. And that key word there at the end, Florida University, the Gators.
Yep. Because
of that, Kyle Pitts is from there. We're going to bring in our next guest alongside Michael Stam, our resident Florida Gators expert, the legend himself, Jimmy Bliss. Jimmy, you got to be doing a backflip right now. How's it feel?
Oh, Kyle Pitts, perfect fit for this offense, Joe. We'll get into that in a moment. But, yeah, I'm really excited to see a Florida Gator go in the top 4 for the first time in a while.
Yeah, Jimmy, I mean, people have been saying that Kyle Pitts, a lot of the analysts are saying maybe a future Hall of Famer someday. They're saying a floor is like a Darren Waller, who's already one of the best tight ends in the NFL. What are you seeing? What did you see from him at Florida?
Yeah, so I think he's definitely going to come into the league and be a top 10 tight end this year. He's just a complete matchup nightmare. I mean, a guy who's 6'6", 240, runs a 4.40. I mean, he's just built in the lab. That's that's all you can say about him is he's just completely built different. You don't see any other tight ends in the league run like him, run routes like him, catch like him. I mean, last year, over 90% of his catches were either for a first down or for a touchdown. You don't ever see that in college football, especially in the SEC. So he's definitely a special project, not a project. He's a very, very good prospect. And I do think that he's going to have a very long career in the NFL, especially under Arthur Smith and this Falcons offense.
Now, Jimmy, we were actually a week or two or so back. We were on WSOU Sports' excellent podcast, X's and Opinions. You should go check that out wherever you can stream podcasts if you got the time after this. But we were actually talking a little bit about the Falcons, and we were talking about head coaching hires. And I was saying how I love the Arthur Smith coaching hire. And because of that, the Falcons are a team that I'm putting on notice this year. I think they can be a real dark horse and come right back and make the playoffs. With the addition of Kyle Pitts, I think that just makes him that much better. I mean, the talent you have on that offense now of Kyle Pitts, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Mike Davis, Matt Ryan with an Arthur Smith offense, oh my goodness, that's going to be disgusting. There's no way that can fail. Do you think there is? Do you think that the Falcons are going to be able to get back and be back, or do you think they still got some things to work out and they're going to be in a little bit of a developmental phase for a year or two?
Yeah, so I've always been high on the Falcons. I've always thought that they're just that one player away from getting back to where they were in 2016 when they got to the Super Bowl. I do think that they took a very good next step in taking Kyle Pitts, although I don't know if that's necessarily their biggest need. He is arguably the best prospect in this draft. So if you see him at 4, might as well take a chance on him and see what he turns out to be. I do think that they'll be back in contention within the next few seasons, especially because the NFC South has a lot of aging quarterbacks and a lot of unknowns. I mean, Drew Brees just retired. Tom Brady, I know he's been playing for forever, but at some point he's going to retire. And then we'll see what happens with Sam Darnold in Carolina. So you do have Matt Ryan, who is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And especially with Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, and Kyle Pitts to throw the ball to, I do think that it's going to be a very, very successful season for the Falcons offense.
Yeah, just one more quick question for you, Jimmy, before you head out for this Kyle Pitts selection. So again, he's going to be with Matt Ryan. The Falcons already have weapons. We've seen Calvin Ridley, like Joe was mentioning, all the bunch of weapons across the board. Talking about rumors of a Julio Jones trade. Do you think now with Kyle Pitts in this offense, are there going to be any more rumblings of potentially Julio Jones leaving Atlanta? And follow-up question: do you think that he's going to mesh with Matt Ryan, Kyle Pitts?
I definitely do think that there's going to be more rumblings now that they did select Julio Jones, because you're not just going to select anyone if you're going to get rid of Julio Jones. I mean, you're going to try to get someone that can kind of replace the production that Julio Jones is going to be leaving behind. So I could definitely see Kyle Pitts being the last piece of the puzzle that sends Julio out of Atlanta. As for how he's going to do with Matt Ryan, I think he's going to do really well. Matt Ryan's had a history of using his tight ends a lot, especially in the red zone. I mean, Hayden Hurst, all due respect to him, he's no Kyle Pitts. He got a lot of receptions last year in the red zone. And over the past few seasons, I mean, we saw Tony Gonzalez with a young Matt Ryan too, just get all of these catches. So it's definitely, a tight end is always a young quarterback or any quarterback's best friend. So I definitely do see Kyle Pitts having a really good year this year. And I think that he'll have a very, very good career no matter how long he is in Atlanta. I think it's going to be a very productive tight end. And he'll probably be a top 5 tight end in just a few seasons in the NFL.
Well, Jimmy, we'll let you go for now. Thank you for your killer analysis on that Kyle Pitts pick. And we will hopefully, fingers crossed, see you back at least 1 or 2 more times in this first round. I mean, Darius Toney might go in the first round. He's actually a guy I got my eyes on for the Washington football team at 19. So, I mean, I want to see Kadarius Toney go in the first round. I need you here back to hype up that pick. And you never know, Kyle Trask might sneak into the end of the first. Some team might take him. So, hopefully see you later tonight, Jimmy. And if not, we'll maybe just bring you back on anyway. So,
awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys.
I will say this, this Falcons offense should be the best offense when it comes to jump balls. I mean, you just throw up the ball to Julio Jones, he should be able to catch it. You throw the ball up to Kyle Pitts to be able to catch it. This is a red zone. You let the Falcons get into the red zone, it's going to be pretty hard to stop them. You throw up a fade to any of these 2 players. So it's going to be hard to come down.
On paper, obviously, things are different than they are on paper, but how are you going to guard this team, man? You've got Julio Jones, Well, you got to double because he's Julio Jones. He's one of the best wide receivers of all time. And then because he's getting so much attention, you got Calvin Ridley, who's one of the young emerging superstar receivers in the league, and he's going to feast underneath. And now you've just thrown in arguably the best tight end prospect of the past decade in Kyle Pitts. It's just the firepower on that offense. It's going to be so much fun to watch. And I cannot wait to watch the Falcons this year. I think they have a chance to make some real fireworks. But coming up next, the pick is currently in. It's the Cincinnati Bengals with the number 5 overall pick. And this is another, it's not as much of a question mark pick, at least in my eyes. I think there's sort of two guys that can go here. It's either Sewell or Jamar Chase. I want to know, you guys, who do you think this is going to be?
If I'm the Bengals, Jamar Chase is the flashy guy. He's the guy that you look at first and you can't get your eyes off. But Sewell is the guy you have to go with, especially after Joe Burrow goes down with the injury this year. Joe Burrow is a talent that you cannot allow him to get into an injury type phase. You can't allow him to take 40, 50 sacks a year. We saw what happened with Andrew Luck. I feel like I'm bringing up Andrew Luck a lot tonight, but this is a different part of Andrew Luck that Colts didn't build an offensive line around him. He retired, never really got the extent to what his career was. Joe Burrow, he has the talents. You put Sewell around him, that boosts your offensive line already a huge amount. He's one of the best O-line prospects I've seen in a while. He excels as a zone blocker, and he has just so much power that it's so hard to get past him. I think he's the right pick. We'll see if they go Jamar Chase just because he's the flashy guy. They need wide receivers, but I think you have to go Sewell.
I just wonder, for both of you guys, if Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow weren't college teammates, would we even be still having the same discussion? Because a lot of this has been boosted, all right, this is a go-to weapon that Joe Burrow's going to have because, they played college ball together. But he got beat up last year, Joe Burrow. That injury against Washington, jailed back in week 11, it was terrible. He got beat up with the offensive line, and I think the Bengals they have a decent receiving core. T. Higgins was decent last year in his rookie season. I think Tyler Boyd is one of the best slot receivers in the NFL. But I think they already have some weapons, but I think they still can't go wrong with either pick. We're going to find out right now, so let's see before we speak any further.
Who will be the guy to help your team win championships? He might not be the flashy guy, but he's the right guy. See if they go wide receiver, though.
Bengals have made their selection.
Yeah.
It is Jamar Chase out of LSU. And now I got to say, yes, Joe Burrow got beat up last year, and they need to address the offensive line. But I don't think you can pass up Jamar Chase here. Jamar Chase, in my opinion, outside of Trevor Lawrence, is the best prospect in this entire draft class. This man, in my opinion, is the best wide receiver prospect to come out of college in arguably the last decade since Julio Jones, like we just talked about. He is just so good at catching the football and running with the football and being a wide receiver. He's going to be a superstar. A thing that I pointed out, again, on our X's and Opinions latest podcast, in college, Jamar Chase played with a guy named Justin Jefferson, who, if you're an NFL fan, you know the name Justin Jefferson because that man is a budding superstar, set the NFL rookie receiving yard record this past year in his rookie season. Jamar Chase was the wide receiver one over Justin Jefferson, outplayed him, and made Justin Jefferson just look like, a number 2 guy on offense who was just feasting on lesser coverage. Now, we know that wasn't the case with Justin Jefferson because he's an absolute monster wide receiver. And if Jamar Chase is even better than that, that's ridiculous. And I think you made a great point there, Jonathan, which, maybe this isn't even the pick if Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow didn't play together at LSU. But I think that's a big factor in why they took him because, they've already got the chemistry. They already played together. They won a national championship together. There's not really probably going to be any worries of, 2 superstar high draft pick rookies coming in and having to mesh together and gel together and grow together as teammates. They already know each other. They're already buds. They already have a history together. So, to add him onto that offensive firepower, like you said, they've already got great receivers like T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd's going to be the number 3 receiver now. Tyler Boyd as the number 3 receiver, probably the best number 3 receiver in the entire league now. So, I mean, you've got everything there for Joe Burrow to succeed, except for the offensive line. The thing is, I don't think you needed to address it here because they signed Riley Reef in the offseason. They got a piece of the offensive line. This is a fairly good offensive line class. They could trade back up into the late first round if, Elijah Vera Tucker, Christian Darrisaw, someone really takes a slide or takes a slip. And if not, there's guys that could be available in the second round, whether it be someone like Walker Little out of Stanford. I think there's a lot of talent for them to go and get the offensive line. I do agree that the offensive line now, like if they don't pick an offensive lineman in the second round, that's a mistake because that's got to be the absolute A1 priority. But I mean, I think there's enough talent in this draft at that position to do it. And I don't think it'll really hurt them that much by prioritizing this sort of flashier pick over Sewell here.
I mean, I 100% agree with your Jamar Chase take. He is by far the best receivers in this draft. One of the best receivers to come out in the last couple of years. He has a great, so strong and physical off the line of scrimmage, and he's got that top end speed. But my question is, when's the last time? I mean, wide receivers might win games in college. When's the last time a wide receiver has won games in the NFL? I mean, who's the best receiver in there right now? I would argue DeAndre Hopkins, Julio Jones, obviously. The Cardinals didn't make, they were a mediocre team. Obviously, the Falcons didn't make the playoffs. I don't know if this is really the right pick to build your team, while I think Sewell is the right pick just because your team is Joe Burrow. And if you don't have Joe Burrow on the field, you're not winning. No Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase is not getting his catches. So I think this was a good pick because Jamar Chase is a great wide receiver. I think in the long run, I do think they'll regret not taking Sewell.
Yeah, I got to kind of be in the middle here because I like Jamar Chase. I'm not as high as on him as you were, Joe, but kind of with you, Michael. I mean, this is a very tackle-heavy draft, and I think that still at the same time the Bengals could still snab like a really good offensive lineman in the early second round or trade up like you guys mentioned. But you want to get Joe Burrow going in year number 2, especially coming off a big injury. I just feel like getting him more comfortable with a receiver that he knows like the back of his hand from his college days is certainly going to help. Overall, and I mean, they lost AJ Green, they lost John Ross. Obviously the receiving core is still there. But, on the TV for the ESPN broadcast, they were comparing him to an A.J. Brown coming out of college, which I think that'd be, they would love to have an A.J. Brown type of player. But now we're moving on to the Dolphins, who in a lot of mock drafts were taking Jamar Chase because it was almost flip-flopped. So, Michael, do you think they're going to go with Penei Sewell or someone else here?
No, at this point, I think Sewell will fall a little. I think he'll still go top 10. I would think Jalen Waddle, this is going to be the spot for him. He'll go off the board here. He's definitely looks like it seemed to me the Dolphins wanted to take a wide receiver, and I think Waddle is the next best. So I think that's going to be Brian Flores' pick. I don't expect Sewell to go here. Sewell at this point might fall a little. Maybe he'll go next to the Lions, but he might drift a little.
Yeah, the Dolphins, they got a bright future. I mean, Tua, he had a bit of a rough rookie season, but I mean, he's going to take some time to adjust in the NFL. They've got a good young core. Brian Flores really turned that team around, and Roger Goodell's walking to the podium right now to deliver the pick. Let's just see what happens. I mean, will it be Sewell? Will it be Jalen Waddle? Maybe they go real big, flashy, take a big risk, take a big.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah, Joe. If he slides, I think opting out last season hurt him. If he doesn't get picked.
That's true. Michael Stam is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen Waddle is the pick at number 6 for the Dolphins. Man, you gotta give me some of that power. Man.
Sidekick.
You're tapping into the minds of all the GMs out there. Man. But hey, Jalen Waddle, another absolutely electric receiver. Something a little interesting now that Devontae Smith's going to be the number 3 receiver off the board. I mean, that might be a little later discussion when he eventually goes, but What do you guys think of this Jalen Waddle pick? I mean, I know you just talked about big time, Michael, but I mean, how you guys like this fit on the Dolphins?
Oh, I think Jalen Waddle's a great pick. He's a little of an undersized slot receiver, but as a route runner, he's just so good of exploding off the line, getting in and out of breaks, tracks the deep ball extremely well. Obviously, having a guy like Mac Jones there throwing him deep every time, especially even playing in Alabama, having Devontae Smith across the line, it definitely helps you. You definitely get a little more open than you will in the NFL, but I think he will be a great receiver for Tua. I think this is going to really help Tua. And the Dolphins got a little good receiving core going on over there. So I'm excited for this pick for Miami. I think it's the right one, and it makes sense that the wide receivers going Chase, Waddle, and then Smith will probably go next. But yeah, I think this is definitely the right pick for Miami.
Yeah,
I want to just jump in here real quick. Actually, I'm sorry, Jonathan.
no worries.
They're doing a little thing on Jalen Waddle right now on NFL Network, and his player comp was Santana Moss, who was one of my favorite wide receivers growing up as a young Washington fan. So that just struck a little bit of a chord in my heart right there. So I had to get that out there. I love Santana Moss, and Jalen Waddle's gonna be fun to see. If he plays like Santana Moss is an underrated wide receiver, folks. You look up his stats, he was a monster. But Jonathan, you can go.
Yeah, I mean Santana Moss. They're saying Tyreek Hill.
That's what I was gonna say. Everybody wants their new Tyreek Hill. I think
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle can be like that.
Nick Saban came out today and said he was one of the few players he's had ever that has a level that he can get kicked into with his speed, coming off the line of scrimmage. But guys, we got to realize here, in the past 10 minutes, we just saw two picks where collegiate receivers and quarterbacks just got reunited. Burrow and Chase, you got to realize Tua played Alabama. He's got someone comfortable where you're having these young quarterbacks trying to get more and more accustomed. Tua is just trying to get into the NFL still. He had half of last season, playing behind Fitzmagic, but now in year number 2, again, he's going to try to take the next step. He's got Devontae Parker. They signed Will Fuller. Having someone, from Alabama, from his school, I think is definitely going to help his improvements going into this season. The AFC East, besides the Bills, it's open. We'll see what the Patriots do later in the draft. But I really like Jalen Waddle. There were a bunch of mock drafts that had him maybe falling to the Giants. So I'm sure Giants fans are a little bit on pins and needles now because I'm sure Giants fans want him. I guess a couple weaknesses. Not a big player. He's small target. But again, neither is like a Tyreek Hill. These really good slot receivers. He's just, he's a versatile receiver. He's going to be a good return man in special teams. I think Jalen Waddle's definitely going to be he's definitely a fantasy receiver if we're talking about fantasy sports. A player who could, go on for like an 80-yard touchdown, who could break it on like a slant. Tua likes to throw his slant passes, giving him that extra option. But now, Michael, we got the Lions on the clock. What do you think's going to happen here? And their picks already in, just as quick as the Falcons.
Yeah, I think the Lions. I think their choice has to be Sewell at this point. If it's not Sewell, I'll be very surprised. But with Sewell on the board here is a surprise to me already. So on the Lions, I grab him, get a guy to block for Jared Goff, the new quarterback there in Detroit.
Well, we will see if Michael Stamps stays hot. For now, Michael, we're gonna let you go. Enjoy this draft a little bit on your own. Keep making those. Keep sending us those picks.
Text us.
Definitely. We will get them to you, the listeners, because this man is on fire tonight. He's probably going to predict the whole rest of the first round right. But we thank you so much for being here tonight, Michael.
Thank you guys for having me.
Of course. Thank you, Michael.
Stay hot. Stay hot.
You guys have a great night.
You too.
And with Michael leaving, we're now going to go to our next special guest. He's an absolute superstar from the WSOU Sports squad. It is the one, the only, Mr. Jory Mickens. Jory, how you doing tonight, man?
Oh, I'm doing great, Joe. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is gonna be a fun round of picks. I'm excited. I see that the Lions pick is already in, I think. So it's gonna be I don't know. I mean, I think wide receiver is a move here, but we'll see.
Yeah. Hi, Jory. Nice to see you as always. We just had Michael Stam on, and he went like 4 for 5 with his picks for his little bunch. So no pressure here. He thinks Penny Sewell is going to finally get picked up by the Lions because he slid a little bit. We kind of talked about how maybe him opting out last season hurt his chances. Do you think they could potentially go Sewell too if it's not like a Devontae Smith? So what's kind of your thought process?
I'm thinking. I think you need a piece for Jared Goff. You know, you're just bringing him in, and I feel like you can see. I think you can get a lineman in the second on day 2 or later, even in the first round. I think this is a really deep offensive line class, but I think they go Devontae Smith here, get that number 1 receiver because they did just lose Kenny Galladay, and
Big loss.
gotta replace him somehow. So I think Devontae Smith, which is crazy to say that as the Heisman winner, he's the third. He'll be the third or potentially the third wide receiver off the board.
Yeah, it really is ridiculous to see someone who had such a, Heisman wide receiver, like you said, third off the board. You don't see that every day. But Goodell is currently walking to the podium. We're going to see what this pick is. Will it be Devontae Smith? Will it be Penny Sewell? Let's find out. And the man, Michael Stan, stays on fire. Sorry, Jory. I mean, you got a lot to live up to, but he got this
for 1.
again.
No, for one. It's all right.
Denver's
coming up soon.
You got time to go up. You got time to go up from there. But I mean, hey, Michael Stan, man. Oh my goodness, is this
Michael Stan.
But hey, you can't go wrong with this pick. I mean,
You can't.
he's the best tackle offensive line prospect in the draft, one of the best ones in recent years. He's gonna be there as the anchor of the offensive line for a decade. I mean, such a great pick. Like you said, Joe. I mean, you do need to get someone for Jared Goff as sort of a weapon, especially because you're getting Kenny Galladay. But I feel like you can almost be just as important to have someone there to really anchor the line and give him protection, make sure he doesn't get beat up too quickly as he's starting to get into the prime of his career. So, I mean, I love the pick. Sewell, I really honestly think he should have gone way higher than 7, which I mean to say you should go way higher than 7. That's high praise for the man. But can't go wrong there. You can't go wrong with that at all.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. This is by no means that I think this is a bad pick just because I said Devontae should have gone here.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
I mean, you're getting a generational talent on your offensive line that's probably going to be there for as long as they want him. And I mean, again, I think this is a great pick. The fact that he fell to where he did to the Lions is pretty nuts. I thought he was going to go number 5 to Cincinnati. They took a swing on Jamar Chase. We'll see how that ends up. See if Joe Burrow and him can find that connection again. But I think this is a great pick for Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, Penny Sewell, again, it's like the 4th time saying it. It did hurt, I think, him opting out last season. He had a couple injuries in the past. The only weakness was like he lacks like some elite length that some other tackles will have, but people are comparing him to like a potential Jonathan Ogden someday, some really good Hall of Fame tackles at that caliber. So I think the Lions got a great player. They needed help across the board. They really couldn't go wrong with any pick. But Jory, we got the Carolina Panthers number 8. And I have seen so many mock drafts where I see them taking a quarterback and throwing poor Sam Darnold into the dirt again, not giving him any chance, not building a team around like we've seen all these other quarterbacks, Joe Burrow, Tua. They're getting weapons. Is he going to get like another competitor now for quarterback, or do you think they're going to maybe find a position player that can help him out?
I think for my sake, as a Denver Broncos fan, I had to rep the Denver Broncos. I hope they don't go quarterback because I think if they do go quarterback, it'll be Justin Fields. And I think it makes sense to bring in competition for Sam Darnold, especially since they just traded Teddy Bridgewater. I think they're probably looking for some competition in that quarterback room. But at the same time, I don't think you can go wrong going offensive lineman either. I mean, there's plenty of offensive linemen still left available. So, I mean, I don't think Devontae Smith will go here. I think they have way too many pieces on that offense already that Sam Darnold has to work with. So, I don't know. I think Justin Fields is potentially the pick here, but at the same time, I could also see them going somewhere on the offensive line.
Yeah, wait, Joe, real quick, I just want to ask Troy one more quick follow-up. So one of my biggest needs that I had for the Panthers was actually cornerback, and this is a loaded cornerback class. We've seen, Pat Surtain, J.C. Horn. Do you think that could be a possibility here if they don't go with Justin Fields? And I know you're praying it's cornerback, but do you think that's a possibility?
Anything but QB. I think it's definitely a possibility. They definitely need to beef up that defense. I mean, I like what they have in Brian Burns as a linebacker. But outside of him, I can't even tell you who's on that defense.
Just like AJ Boye, they signed him a free agency. It's like Troy Pride Jr. Knowing that special, I mean, a good cornerback could really turn the whole defense around. And some of these cornerbacks coming out in the top 3 are pretty special.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I don't know if they want to spend a top 10 pick on one of these corners because I feel like you could get some value later in the draft. You could probably pick up someone like J.C. Horn in the second round. So who knows? They might go corner here, but I feel like that would kind of be a reach.
Yeah, wait and see.
Another thing that, doesn't look like it's going to happen here because the pick is in for the Panthers. But, this is where you think you start seeing a little bit of trade-up action happening. I told you, Jonathan, before the show that, my sort of thing to watch for as a Washington fan is that if Justin Fields was there at 7, I'm trading up for him there. And so I'm kind of starting to get a little bit of an itch, like, okay,
make it happen.
8 now. I kind of wish we traded up and gotten him a little bit. But I don't know. Do you think any other team is going to we're going to see them start trading up? If someone like Fields maybe makes it past this pick, if Mac Jones continues to slide, do you think we're going to start seeing our first trade soon?
Yeah, hear Joey first.
I think one team that could make a move right here is New England. I think they could make that push for Justin Fields. Obviously, I think Mac Jones could fall to them at this point. I don't think any of those teams before them really right now are in the market for Mac Jones. But I think if they like Justin Fields and they think that's their guy, I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots traded up with Carolina here.
Yeah, I think it could 100% happen. Usually when there's a trade that happens, we kind of there's usually a lot of tweets that kind of really hovering around it. I haven't really heard much around it since. I just think the Panthers might I have such a bad feeling, Joy, they're going to pick Justin Fields. And just real quick, I'm looking through some of our YouTube comments. We actually have a pretty good viewing for our friend Brandon Vaccaro. Lions, good pick. Penny Sewell's a good pick. So let's see what Roger Goodell does here. Did I just call that?
Wow. Okay, I'm
Michael Stan.
I'm just taking L's today, I guess. I literally just said J.C. Horn is a second-round pick. Yeah. Wow.
But, Joy, this works out perfectly. Justin Fields is right there.
Yeah,
just
Denver,
take him.
Please. It would just make my day. It would literally make my day if they got Justin Fields here. I know we should probably spend some more time on the Panthers pick, but I'm sorry. This could potentially be the best day of my life.
No doubt. This is the first sort of, like we said, there's going to be a couple of big gamble picks, I think, that are going to be a little head scratching to viewers. And I think this is the first one. J.C. Horn, I think he's a pretty great cornerback. I didn't think he was number 1 cornerback off the board material. I thought he was kind of like the third best behind
2 or 3.
So this is kind of a shock to me here. You hit the nail right on the head, though, Jonathan, with the fact that, they need a little bit more power on that defense. They need a good lockdown man corner. But, it's an interesting pick, and it opens up a lot of possibilities, like Jory said. Now, Justin Fields is right there for the Broncos. This is one of the first picks that really sort of shakes the board up a little bit, and now some guys are going to start falling.
I'll say this though about J.C. Horn really quick. I have been, of all the defensive players in this draft, I know everyone's enamored with all the offensive players, all the quarterbacks, the linemen, the receivers. J.C. Horn, I feel like, has the potential to be an all-pro corner. I think, I did just say he might go in the second round. That's just because of, team fits and things like that. But from what I've seen and what I've heard, he's one of just the most aggressive, just in-your-face corners in this class, and people are saying he's like a Jalen Ramsey, Aqib Talib type that's just going to press you all game long. He's relentless. So if they get exactly that out of him, this will be a solid pick for the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, one of the weaknesses I had for him was that he was, I guess, over aggressive because he was flagged like 10 times in like one or during his college career, which that isn't a bad thing. I mean, he's one of the most aggressive corners in the draft. You know, he opted out of the season after like 7 games. I mean, Aqib Talib, I think, is a great comparison. But I'm going to go back to my little needs list here for the Broncos. And so, Jory, just in case they do not take Justin Fields, some other positions I had for them to kind of look for was cornerback. I had offensive tackle and inside linebacker, which like with Micah Parsons would fit. So if they don't go with Justin Fields, who's another player you think they could potentially break your heart with and pick?
I mean, I'll say I'll love whatever they do. Honestly, at this pick, I obviously want Justin Fields. I think that's as a fan more than anything, that's probably who I would like to see go here, just because of the quarterback turmoil that this franchise has had this so many years. But at the same time, I mean, like you said, Micah Parsons, that's a great pick at linebacker. I think he could fit well with this team. And then at corner, they've really struggled at corner. They had AJ Boye last year, who didn't really pan out. Now he's gone. They took Michael Ojemudia. Wow, I'm sorry. In the draft
Hard
last
name.
year, he hasn't really been as good as I thought that he was going to be. So I wouldn't be mad if they took a corner here either, really, to shore up that secondary.
Patrick Surtain, I mean, he was projected to be before Jace Horn. So that name's kind of circling around my head right now out of Alabama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a good pick. They did get Bryce Callahan, I think, from the Bears, I believe. So pairing him back up with Vic Fangio, the defensive-minded head coach there in Denver. So, I mean, I really don't think Denver can go wrong here, especially now that they have Teddy Bridgewater in town. I think that's a good like transitional quarterback for them, and good competition for Drew Lock. I think that'll motivate him to play even better. So, again, I really won't be upset with anything, but I would love to see Justin Fields in a Broncos uniform next season.
Yeah, Joe, you stole the words literally right out of my mouth, because I was about to say, I mean, I don't think the Broncos can go wrong here. No matter who they take, there's so many good players on the board, and they can fill any one of the holes they have. One thing I want to ask you, though, is that obviously the recent news that the Broncos traded for Teddy Bridgewater. What are your sort of thoughts on that? You know, obviously you want Justin Fields to come in and be your guy, but I mean, how do you feel about Teddy Bridgewater if it turns out that they take Micah Parsons and Teddy Bridgewater is the guy to be that quarterback in this upcoming season?
I mean, you hear so much the phrase like low risk, high reward. I don't know if it's high reward. I would say like medium, intermediate reward as a quarterback for Teddy Bridgewater. But I mean, they gave up a 6th-round pick, and they're paying him less than what the Panthers are paying him. I mean, you're really just taking a shot on a guy that is coming off injury. Last year was really his first season back, and now you get to see like, oh, maybe he can find himself like what he was with the Vikings not too long ago. He's still only 28 years old, so I don't know if he's really the future quarterback in Denver, but he's certainly a good placeholder for either someone like either Drew Lock as he continues to develop, or whoever they take right here.
Yeah, I mean, Jory, just turn on my head, like this now a potential 3 quarterback carousel. What have been your thoughts about Drew Lock and like his performances so far in the league? Do you think if they draft Justin Fields, do you just roll with him and Bridgewater eventually, and just having Bridgewater as a respectable backup, or do you kind of still give Drew Lock a chance to get even more competition?
I think I like what I've seen from Drew Lock in some games. and other games, it's just really head scratching plays. I'm just like, why did Denver even draft this guy? But I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised if they even traded Drew Lock. To be honest, if they take Fields here, I wouldn't be surprised if they move on from Drew Lock, just because he's already been there for so many years and he hasn't really shown much. But I think bringing in Bridgewater is certainly going to motivate him, because he really hasn't had any competition there for as long as he's been there. He's kind of just gifted
virtual
that.
nothing.
Yeah, he was just gifted that starting job pretty much during his rookie season, and then he hasn't really done much with it. So he has had some injuries, and then his receiving core last year obviously was just completely decimated by injuries. So he hasn't necessarily gotten the fairest of shots, but at the same time, I think this could be a prove it year for him. And if he can't put it together, you got to move on.
Definitely. And
Yeah, for sure.
in for the Broncos at the moment. Goodell nowhere to be seen on the stage right now, so it looks like we still have a little time. So we're going to ask real quick right now, Drew, or actually, wait, I believe Goodell is coming out. So I'm going to hold off on my next question for just a second as Goodell walks out to the podium. We'll see who the Broncos go with. Will they take Justin Fields like Jory wants? Will they fulfill his dream? Will they go and address another whole Micah Parsons? Maybe. Let's see. Let's stay tuned.
John Elway loves his quarterback, so
He does. He does. There's no doubt in that.
oh my.
Okay,
And the
I can't even be mad.
I had that gut feeling.
Again, I think I'm over 4 now or over 3 now. Hey, it is what it is. I'm not a draft analyst, but like I said, I'm not upset. I'm not upset at all. I think corner was a good position to go after. So I think that's a good pick. I do think that's a good pick. I'm happy. I would have loved to see Justin Fields, but I can't even complain. That's a corner that played in one of the best, in conferences in college football. He's been matched up against some of the best receivers in college football the past couple of years. So I can't even complain as a Broncos fan.
No, I love that pick. I mean, I think Surtain is an absolute stud. I think there's really you can't get much more complete as a cornerback prospect than he is. Like you said, I mean, the competition he played against and the way he was able to shut those people in the SEC down, he's just a ridiculous talent. And like you mentioned earlier, of course, they've got Vic Fangio, the Broncos, who's a great defensive coach, and putting him in that system, lining him up alongside Bryce Callahan, that's a really, really solid cornerback duo to sort of have holding down the secondary. So, I mean, like you said, the Broncos couldn't go wrong with this pick, and they didn't. I mean, the only way they could have gone wrong is if they like took Davis Mills here or something. But I mean, Surtain, I mean, great player. You got to be excited for the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Surtain, this guy was SEC Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, like you guys mentioned, this is an Alabama quarterback. He's playing against the top of the top competition. Naturally instinctive, very physical. He's not as physical as J.C. Horn, but he's very smooth. It just seems like the game is slow to him. Like, some of the game's best in any sport. The game looks slow to him. That's what it appears like. And I think that Pro Bowl potential maybe someday, would be a big upside. But now we're looking at the Cowboys, and I've seen in every mock draft they were taking one of those two corners. So Jerry Jones, he's got to be probably beside himself right now. My early pick for that, just looking at my list, I think it's going to be a Christian Barrymore defensive tackle because they still need defense, or Micah Parsons. That's just my prediction. But, Joy, what do you think?
I honestly don't know where Dallas goes here, but I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I think this is a blessing in disguise for the Giants who pick at 11 after the Cowboys because I think they're getting Devontae Smith. I know I said that probably twice now, but I think that's where he'll actually go.
That one. 100%.
But for Dallas, I mean, they can, like you said, defense is probably the biggest concern. I think their offense is set. I mean, you got Dak coming back, obviously Zeke, CeeDee Lamb, who they just drafted last year, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup. Their offense is fine. Offensive line, I think maybe you could go offensive line here even. I know Dallas is known for having a good offensive line the past couple of years, but I think it's kind of been depleted. A little bit over the past couple of years. So maybe offensive line, maybe defense. We'll see.
Well, with the Cowboys coming up, we're going to bring in another one of our guests for tonight. He is an all-star, all-American, our resident Dallas Cowboys analyst, Christian Gardner. How you doing tonight, man?
Thank you so much for that intro, Joe. I'm too flattered right now. I'm here in the TV studio as we're doing some of our coverage here on Pirate TV on Instagram. But Jory, I am absolutely upset with y'all taking Patrick Surtain. I am absolutely hurt right now.
Hey, man.
I'm in here with Wilner Lewis. He's producing this show right now, and he heard me yell because everybody in the world knows that the Dallas Cowboys need a corner, and the Denver Jories just took him.
I will interrupt real quick. A trade has been made. The Eagles have traded up to number 10, and Dallas has moved to number 12. So,
wow,
Christian, no.
Really interesting. Christian, what are your thoughts there?
I am hurt that we're going in the division to make a trade, but we'll see what happens. I might have to dip out really quickly and talk to Ryan Henry over on Instagram because this is absolutely insane right now. This is not going the way that I thought this night was gonna go, personally. As the past month, I've been debating if it's gonna be J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain, and now it's neither, and now we're giving picks to the Eagles. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, guys, did the Giants just lose Devontae Smith? Because maybe the Eagles just traded
to a division rival.
to a division rival.
Things, dude.
That after losing out on a corner and giving Devontae Smith, that might be the end for me, man. That might be it.
Christian, they still got to go defense, right? I was thinking Christian Darrisaw and Micah Parsons with now that they're at 12.
I thought they were gonna sit and pick and take Slater here. I mean, Tyron Smith, he's getting older. He's always been injured. They might even go Micah Parsons. We'll see what the draft capital is, but they're showing the war room for me right now. It's completely empty for the Dallas Cowboys. So who knows what's happening.
Hey, to be fair, maybe this is a little bit of repayment because the Eagles kind of just let the Cowboys go and take CeeDee Lamb last year. The Eagles didn't make a move. So, I mean,
that's true.
Buyer's remorse and trying to go and get their guy right here.
We'll see what happens. Hey, I'm still happy that CeeDee Lamb pick that made my year. So
great player.
It's not going our way so far, but we'll see what happens.
So the official return, just real quick on the trade, Dallas sent number 10, which was their first rounder for Philly's first rounder, and Philly also sent their third round pick, which is number 84 overall. So got an extra third rounder for moving back 2 spots.
There's some good value in this draft. There's a lot of good safeties, a lot of good corners, so you can still get some DBs after you got washed out with missing on J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. But for the price of giving a division rival maybe a star player, I don't know if that's worth it.
Yeah, no doubt. It's like I said, I mean, I'm a Washington fan, and it's going to be terrifying if Devontae Smith is in the division, whether it be on the Eagles or the Giants. I was crossing my fingers, praying so hard that he would go before this 10-11 sort of range where they both are. Because, I mean, he's just going to be a stud. So
it's certainly for the best that maybe not being on the Giants, if he's going to be in the division, that wide receiver core would be absolutely lethal.
That's true. That is true.
See what happens.
But with the Eagles moving up now, I mean, I want to hear you guys' thoughts, Jonathan, Jory. Do you think this is going to be Devontae Smith? Do you think they go really just absolutely wild? Howie Roseman is on another one tonight and takes Justin Fields, continues that QB factory that there's rumors about. I've heard rumors from Eagles fans saying that Justin Fields might be the pick there. And I will laugh, and I will laugh very hard at the Eagles. I don't think they're that dumb to do that. Well, who do you guys think is going to be here?
I think they just the trade. I think it's going to be Devontae Smith because the only really big need I felt for the Eagles within that realm was going to be a cornerback, and the 2 best cornerbacks are gone. And I feel like with a move this big, I think they're going for someone big. I think it's going to be Devontae Smith. But Jory, what do you think? Do you think it could be a quarterback? I mean, I don't know about that one.
Maybe they go.
It's Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, maybe they did just take Jalen Reagor last year in the first round. So I don't know if they go back-to-back years and with first round receivers. But then again, why else would you trade up to right now especially ahead of the Giants?
Giants fans got to be beside
man.
themselves right now. I wish we had a Giants fan on here.
But
Apologies to all you out there, guys.
maybe they go hometown kid and pick Micah Parsons, Penn State guy.
That's
keep
true.
him in Philly. So who knows? They could go defense here, but I don't know. I feel like if I were to put money on it, I think Devontae Smith is probably the selection.
That's the safe money. I mean, you can throw in Micah Parsons as well, but I think we've all talked about the years and years of the Eagles passing on DK Metcalf and Justin Jefferson in the past 2 drafts. They don't want to make the same mistake 3 years in a row, and they're going up to go get their guy.
Definitely agree with you there. I think anything but Devontae Smith would be very, very shocking here. And I mean, if you're Howie Roseman and that Eagles front office, you don't want to mess this pick up because there's already some hot water boiling over there in that Eagles front office. But Roger Goodell is currently walking to the stage, and we will find out what perhaps might be the most interesting and out of left field pick of the night is going to be.
And this fan is milking it a little bit. One in the chair. Yeah.
And the Eagles went up. They're tired of passing on superstar wide receivers. They got their guy. They have their bona fide number 1 stud Heisman winning wide receiver. Devontae Smith out of Alabama is the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Great pick, I think. As much as I hate to see it, it is a really great pick because that man is filthy at football.
Absolutely lethal. The Slim Reaper, the Heisman Trophy winner. I don't know how he gets all the way here. I thought he was going to Detroit for the most of this, but now with Penei Sewell sliding, now Devontae Smith is the star of Philly. Guys, I'm going to have to dip out really quickly. I'll be back for the Cowboys pick later on. But, man, Eagles, you are putting something together right now.
We'll see you back in a little bit, Christian.
Thank you, Christian. Wow.
No, I mean,
All right.
having that 3-pick stretch of Eagles, Giants, Cowboys, all division rivals, that's wild. I mean, it's going to make some things like this happen where trades happen, and it just
guys, I think bet with house money here. I think the Giants are going to take Micah Parsons. Jory, I want to hear what you think. I just think I've heard so many mock drafts of him going there, and the Giants. I mean, are they going to take Rashawn Slater over Micah Parsons? Like, it's going to be so hard. I mean, Jory, what do you think?
Yeah, they did just take Andrew Thomas, I believe, last year in
Yeah.
the first round. So I don't know. Again, do they double down on offensive linemen in back-to-back years in the first round? Who knows? But I think I like New York's defense though a lot. I think their secondary especially is very, very solid. I think very underrated actually. So
Wait, guys, real quick. I think the Giants just traded it.
Chicago.
wow,
Chicago just traded up with the Giants. All right,
that's
Jory,
Justin
continue now.
Fields. That's Justin Fields.
All right,
That's
yeah.
for Justin Fields.
Jory, continue now. That's fine. I'm before you said it.
That's for Justin Fields. That's definitely for Justin Fields. I don't think Chicago trades up here with, a quarterback on this, like a quarterback of that tier still on the board. I think that's the pick.
Oh, the Giants fans got to be like,
Oh, man.
oh my goodness. We got to maybe get a Giants fan here too. Wow.
That's
Isn't
really crazy.
this the first time Gettleman's traded down in the first?
Ever. And they said it probably wasn't going to happen again. But then, Joe, like we talked about at the start of our show, the trades were going to happen. We knew it was going to happen in this area. We're mind readers.
I tell you what, I am a little upset the fact that the Bears are the ones that traded up because, like I said,
Yeah.
Justin Fields at 7 was my cutoff where Washington's got to go up and get that man, and he made it to 11. And we didn't go up and get him. I'm not losing sleep over it. I would have liked to see him. I think the Bears are definitely the Bears have to take him here. If the Bears traded up and didn't pay Justin Fields after their track record of taking quarterbacks like Mitchell Trubisky, even though I love the man, no disrespect to him, Ryan Pace is going to hear it a lot from Chicago fans. So, I mean, I agree. Justin Fields is definitely going to be who goes here. But as we wait for the official pick to come in, I want to ask Jory what has become our burning question of the night for all our guests. With, trades are starting to kick off, things are getting a little chaotic. Speaking of chaos, there's a really chaotic piece of news that came out this afternoon that Aaron Rodgers is disgruntled and wants out of Green Bay. So we want to know, Jory, what are your thoughts on it? What the heck is going on with Aaron Rodgers? What's going to happen?
I mean, I think it was almost inevitable. I feel like it's, especially now, it's so easy for quarterbacks to become disgruntled. We saw Russell Wilson was a little bit unhappy with his situation earlier in the year, but it seems like he'll be in Seattle for moving forward. But it's concerning. They clearly showed that they didn't want to prioritize him by taking Jordan Love last year. They were looking for his replacement. So I don't know what's going to happen with them. I don't know where he would end up. I think some of his destinations were the Niners, Denver, in Oakland or Las Vegas.
But the Raiders.
But I mean, the Niners just took Trey Lance, and I don't know if Denver's really willing to send the house for Aaron Rodgers. So it'll be interesting to see where he ends up.
Yeah, just real quick, guys. I got the deal from Mr. Adam Schefter. Him and Rappaport always fight for Twitter time of breaking these news. So it says the Giants return from Chicago for pick number 11. They get pick number 20, next year's first, a 5th round this year, and a 4th round next year. So they get another first, too, from this. Wow, the Bears really want Justin Fields. I can't imagine it's for Mac Jones. We've been talking about it throughout the show. I mean, it sounds like they really believe in Justin Fields here.
Well, that's a pretty solid haul. I mean, you obviously have to pay up a little bit, especially moving up 9 picks like that. But I mean, that I do see why the Giants entertained that deal, why they took it, because I mean, getting that extra pick next year. I know I think it was Schefter or Rapport said today that they're really holding those future 2022 first in high regard because that's going to be a draft where it's not going to be coming off some sort of weird season where there's going to be not a lot of scouting and tape on much of the college prospects. I mean, to get an extra first for next year, load up on that draft capital. I mean, the Giants are still kind of in that rebuild stage. Got to respect the move. And I mean, the Bears, you got to do what you got to do to go get your guy. And Justin Fields is most likely going to be their guy. And I mean, there's no price on a franchise QB. And if Justin Fields turns out to who's going to be looking back on this deal, nobody's going to say, oh, they overpaid, because if you're taking Justin Fields, you're taking him here to be the guy and be a Pro Bowl, all-pro quarterback.
Can you imagine if they traded up for Mac Jones?
Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine if they take Mac Jones here?
You've just completely piqued my interest now, Jordan, because
Me too.
It happened just to see the fallout. Because I mean, now
Andy Dalton, right? In Chicago. I mean,
that's true. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
That was out on the podium now, so we're gonna see what the pick is.
He's stalling.
Keeping everyone on the edge of our seats here. Woof. Chicago fans gotta be, freaking out right now.
Yeah, Goodell's currently announcing right now that the NFL is actually launching a draft-a-thon for pandemic recovery efforts, which is a great thing to see.
Really cool. They had a bunch of players that were going to be a part of that too. It's a great cause.
All right, now here we go. Pick is coming up. Let's see where Ryan Pace and the Bears go.
I had to pique your interest by throwing in Mac Jones. I figured that was the pick. I don't think they would have traded up and gave away, like you said, a first round pick next year for Mac Jones. I don't think that would have just been foolish. But
Yeah.
this is a nice pick. I mean, he's definitely going to have a chip on his shoulder. I mean, think about it. For the past 3 years, really, he was considered the second best quarterback prospect behind Trevor Lawrence, who everyone considers as a generational talent. And then Zach Wilson comes out of nowhere, becomes the second overall pick. And then Trey Lance, who didn't even play last season, is drafted ahead of him as well. I think Justin Fields is going to have something to prove in Chicago. And I think this is definitely a good pick that Chicago's making up for, that Mitch Trubisky over Mahomes, certainly, I think, with this one.
The lead mistake here, in my opinion. Justin Fields should not have been there at 11. He's too talented. He's just everything you need in a quarterback prospect to be a franchise guy. He's mobile. He's got arm strength. That game against Clemson in the college football playoff, he dropped, 6 touchdowns on them. Who else can do that other than guys who are superstar quarterbacks and have that potential? And like you said, that he's going to have a chip on his shoulder now. Even more motivation for him to really go out and prove those people wrong. I don't get why he slid down the board. I mean, like you said, Trey Lance didn't even play last year, and he still went ahead of Justin Fields. I mean, I feel like his slide down the draft board was really unwarranted. And I mean, to get him at 11, that's one of the best value picks in the draft, I think. And I think Bears fans are going to be happy because I think they are finally going to get some really, really great quarterback play, superstar caliber, all pro quarterback play from Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Bears go all in for Russell Wilson and couldn't do it. So you know they were going to really gun for a quarterback. I didn't think they would give up this much. But Justin Fields, I mean, got Big Ten, quarterback of the year. In 3 years, he had like a 67 to 9 touchdown, 6-7 to 9 touchdown interception ratio. Excuse me. The only problems that people were really saying why he was sliding was like, the field vision. Sometimes he kind of stares down his targets, and getting hit a lot. Not a great off balance thrower like a Trey Lance, so to say. But I think the Bears, I just see like a perfect fit as for some reason. I like the vibe in Buffalo. Not Buffalo, excuse me, Chicago. I like Matt Nagy as the head coach. 8-8 last year. He's only got a couple of weapons. Allen Robinson, we don't know how long he's going to stay. I think he's got like 1 more year left on his contract. Darryl Mooney. But, Anthony Miller's kind of fallen off a little bit. So I think they're going to maybe draft some weapons for him in the next couple of rounds. But, again, I think the boldest move of the draft so far. But now we got the Cowboys. So I think Christian will probably come back soon. But just real quick, Jory, what did the Cowboys do here? They lost their corners. They're not going to take Mac Jones, obviously, because they have Dak Prescott. They're not going to take a Justin Fields because he's gone. I mean, I'm kind of hovering around Micah Parsons still just because they need just some sort of defensive relief. But I'm just curious what you think.
Yeah, I mean, defense certainly seems like to be the pick, but like at the same time, I think linebackers more than anything on that defense. I mean, they have Jalen Smith, who I feel like another inside linebacker that is really solid for Dallas. I don't know if Micah Parsons necessarily makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys. Maybe they trade back. I think that would probably be a smart move. I feel like right now get some value out of this pick and then, select a player kind of at their average draft position for Dallas. I think that would probably make more sense.
Yeah, the only thing is, I mean, like, I think Sean Lee retired on the Cowboys. I know some of their linebacker depth was a little bit it's been a little bit dry lately, and I think Micah Parsons could still. I think even though it's not like the best fit you said strategically, I just think like a best available at this point because I mean, you really can't think of anyone on offense because they chose CeeDee Lamb last year, maybe Christian Barmore, defensive tackle. I mean, if you're going corners still, I mean Joe, I don't think it's Caleb Farley territory yet. Maybe Greg Newsome out of Northwestern, but I think it's just gonna be someone on defense because I think offense they're kind of set right now.
All right, gentlemen. I think this is my time. Gotta introduce the next analyst, but this was a pleasure. As always, I really enjoyed talking about the draft with y'all. But until next time, enjoy the rest of the show, everyone. This is fun. Thank you for having me on.
Hey, thank you, Joy, for some top tier analysis. We'll catch you around, man. Have a good night.
Thank you, George, so much.
And so the Cowboys pick is coming in now. Goodell's walking to the podium. And with that, we are going to bring back in our resident Cowboys expert, Christian Gardner, the man, the myth, the legend, and our next special guest analyst, Mr. Joe Walls, the absolute legend himself.
Christian, what do we think right now? You're on the clock. What do you think? I'm thinking defense still.
It's still defense. I think at this point, Slater's still there. You can go with that, but I think they have been infatuated with Micah Parsons. You have the narrative with Sean Lee retiring. I don't think that super changes a lot of it, of needing to go with linebacker, but Micah Parsons has a lot of potential. That could be the pick here.
Yeah, we were both thinking, Micah Parsons. I mean, maybe like a Christian Barmore, like a defensive line, but I think Micah Parsons is the best fit here, especially with Sean Lee retiring 100%.
He's just super athletic, 4.4 speed.
And Joe Walls has now joined after a little bit of technical difficulties, but it's all good.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Right, man.
So, Joe, what do we think? We were thinking Micah Parsons right now. What do you think with this pick, especially since they lost those two corners?
I mean, I could see Micah Parsons. You still have Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the linebacker from Notre Dame, still on the board. And I'm a lifelong Notre Dame fan, so I've watched him from freshman year up until right now, and he's always been good, and I think he's a good fit there. But
I'm a big fan of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He has so much versatility of playing safety and down in the box as well. Just an elite talent from Notre Dame. I like him more than Micah Parsons personally, but we'll see what the Cowboys decide to go with.
Well, Christian, I hate to burst your bubble there then, because the Cowboys did go linebacker, but they did take Micah Parsons out of Penn State at number 12 pick. So, I mean, you're our Cowboys man. What do you think about this? What are your initial thoughts, feelings?
It's not the worst thing in the world. Micah Parsons, if he lives up to the potential, he can be an absolute Pro Bowl player year in and year out. And he wanted to go to the Cowboys this entire sequence. I think back in November, he tweeted about, man, if only I could continue to wear the blue and white and play in this stadium. It was a picture of him playing in the Cotton Bowl 2 years ago. Micah Parsons, this has been quite a journey for him, opting out in this last year and playing defensive end in all of high school. But this is just an all-around athlete, 5-star player. And when he gets to Penn State, what he's been able to do, he's an absolute man, athlete, whatever you want to say, superhero, because he can play sideline to sideline. I wonder about his ability to cover significantly. But I mean, if you just let him see ball, get the ball, just let him do what he does best.
Yeah, I mean, there was also some like maturity issues they were saying about him in the past. Do you think that's a problem? Like, he's got so much talent. I mean, he can outrun runners, like running backs. He's going to make tackles in the backfield. I mean, there's just so much talent there, right?
I think that's the reason why we're talking about him at 12. It's part of that is also not playing here in 2020, is him opting out. People want to see him still on the field. But it is those off the field issues. There's a lot of different stories of the way he's acted and interacting with teammates and different things like that and coaches and things. So it definitely needs to mature. And hopefully Sean Lee could still be a coach in there, because he's always been the leadership in that locker room. I don't know if that is going to continue to fly as he moves down into Dallas, but if they can maximize his potential, he can be an elite player. And when you're pairing him with Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch, and I think this is a big thing because Leighton Vander Esch, his fifth-year option still hasn't been picked up. So is that a sign of they're ready to move on from him? Or is this going to be some type of elite linebacking core with 3 first-round potential type players when we talk about Jalen Smith, Leighton Vander Esch, and now Micah Parsons has a Dallas Cowboy?
I mean, the talent is absolutely there for Micah Parsons. That he's a freak in nature. He's just so good. And, you know, like you said, maybe those character issues pushed him a little bit more down the board than he really should have gone. I mean, before this season, I mean, those way too early mock drafts, like he was being talked about as a top 5 caliber guy. And to add him to that linebacker core, like you said, that's scary because, I mean, that's got to be, if Micah Parsons lives up to like a fraction of his potential, that's going to be one of the better linebacker cores in the entire league. But Joe, you're our next analyst on here. We want to hear, what are your thoughts about this pick? What do you think about it?
I think the Parsons fit is basically perfect for the Cowboys. Obviously, I said Owusu Koramoah could have gone here too. I think everybody thought Parsons was going to go before Koramoah, even though I think a lot of analysts had him slightly higher. Like we've been saying, people have been kind of iffy about his character, but I think the culture in Dallas will change that pretty quickly. I don't think there should be really a concern with his character going into the NFL. And I think a lot of guys kind of pick up the slack in terms of maturity issues once they hit that NFL level and realize they're a first round draft pick. They kind of realize they need to change their tune a little bit. But just talent wise, like we've been saying, Micah Parsons is an absolute animal. Like we've said, he can play sideline to sideline. Just put him on the field with that linebacking core, and you're going to see phenomenal things out of Dallas's defense.
Yeah, I think this was
That's a rough defense as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this benefits them across the board. I mean, I think the Cowboys are in a good spot now, especially with Dak coming back. So just real quick, Christian, before you go, where do you see the Cowboys next year now with Dak coming off injury? The defense is now improved just by one draft pick. And what do you think they do for the remainder of the draft?
Well, the sky's the limit for the offense. I think that's already said there. All the dreams out there in Cowboys Nation was, hey, can Kyle Pitts get to number 10? Hey, CD Lamb got to 17. I was never rolling into that. But I think for the rest of this draft, you have to go all defense. You still have a huge hole at corner that you thought you were going to fix at 10, but you get back and get Micah Parsons, who can be an elite type of player. So it's not the worst thing in the world. And the linebacking core is not the best and got a major upgrade just now with that pick, but definitely see in round 2 if they want to address that back 4 as well. Maybe even take some edges. I am a big fan of Jalen Phillips out of Miami. If he's there in the second round, that'll be huge as well. And maybe there's a lot of late first round picks. Maybe you could make a move up in there, try to trade and say hi to the Baltimore Ravens there at 31 and say, hey, can we take a corner really quick? So we'll see what happens. I don't think they're done for the night, maybe, but definitely they still have a lot of work to do for the rest of the weekend.
Well, Christian, we'll let you get going for the night. Outstanding job, as always, with the absolute legend, man. And be sure, anybody out there watching, also tune in with that PTV coverage that Christian Gardner has got going on. The man produces killer content, and he's doing it over there, too. We thank you so much for joining us here, Christian. Have a good night, and not really good luck to your Cowboys because I'm a Washington fan, but good luck.
Joe, Jonathan, it's been amazing to be on here. You guys are having a phenomenal show right now. And Joe, see, I grew up in the DC area. I'm very familiar to our very close connection. So, hey, I'll see what you're doing at 19, buddy. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you so much, Christian. Keep it up.
All right. Now, the Los Angeles Chargers are currently on the clock at pick 13, and the pick is in. But before we kind of talk about the Chargers pick, Joe, I want to get your thoughts on something that's kind of happened so far in this draft where we've had our first guy who slid down the board, Jones. I mean, he had a lot of buzz that he was going to maybe be the number 3 overall pick, that he was going to go top, and teams were going to trade up to get him. And he's still available, waiting for a team to come get him. What do you think about that? Do you think that there was just too much smoke and not enough fire with all those reports in the offseason? Do you think that it's a mistake that he's still there and that a team should go up and get him? What are your thoughts right
now? I don't think it's a mistake that he's still there, because I think even though he is a national champion, obviously, and he led that phenomenal Alabama team to that national championship, I still think, Justin Fields has a little bit more talent because we've maybe seen a little bit more of Justin Fields than Mac Jones. I think even the quarterbacks before him, Trey Lance at 3, like you said, people were saying he might go at 3. I think that might have been the point of contention because we haven't seen as much of Trey Lance as we've seen of Mac Jones, where it seems like an out-of-the-box pick by the 49ers there, but I think Trey Lance fits more in that scheme. And then obviously Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence, there's no question. I think this is about where I saw Mac Jones going, honestly. I see him going to the Patriots because, like we've said, the Patriots need a quarterback. I didn't think Justin Fields was still going to be on the board, even at 11. So I'm incredibly surprised that the Chicago was able to get a steal there, basically at 11, jumping up and grabbing Justin Fields. But, I mean, Mac Jones slipping isn't surprising, but I don't see him slipping much further than 15.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Joe. I was about to say, I think the Patriots are definitely going to go for Mac Jones at this point. You knew they were going to take a quarterback. Were they going to move up? The Bears beat them to it. But now with the LA Chargers, the name that's kind of swirling in my head is Rashawn Slater, because this is a team that needs to protect their young, star quarterback in Justin Herbert. They need a left tackle like a blindside protector. So I just want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think they're going to roll with here?
I mean, again, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I've been sitting on Rashawn Slater this entire time, thinking about it while we've been talking about the Cowboys pick. I've been saying either Rashawn Slater or Christian Drysdale, but I think there's just such a gap in the tackles in this draft where I think it would be a no-brainer to take Rashawn Slater here. You need to protect Justin Herbert. I mean, possibly I could throw like a corner out there. Maybe this is where we see Caleb Farley or Greg Newsome go. But, I mean, you want to protect your young quarterback who's your cornerstone to your franchise for the next decade or more. It's Rashawn Slater. It's a no-brainer, I think.
And Goodell is about to announce that pick as we speak. And Joe Walls is off to a flaming start, ladies and gentlemen, because it is
for one.
There at that pick. Jonathan, of course, got it too. But I mean,
I assisted.
yes. But I mean, Rashawn Slater, that to me, that was the pick, and anything other than that pick would be wrong. I mean, he's a beast. I honestly think that the gap between him and Sewell is not as big as it may seem, and Sewell's a great prospect. That's not like bringing Sewell down. I think Slater's even better than I think some people are rating him. I think he's a very underrated tackle. Another guy who he's going to anchor that Chargers offensive line for years to come. He's going to be protecting that blind side for Justin Herbert. Just an absolute dream match of a pick. They get that protection for Herbert, strengthen up the line. That was probably the biggest need heading into the offseason. Got one of the best prospects out there to do it. Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000%, Joe. I mean, something we got to talk about right now is that, again, with Penei Sewell, I just remember Rashawn Slater also opted out last year. So we've seen every player except for really Jamar Chase who opted out has slid a little bit, with, the exception of obviously Jamar Chase going to Cincinnati with Joe Burrow. But, I mean, I think this is a great pick overall. Just down, I think Rashawn Slater is one of the best players in this draft. He doesn't have like the exact body type as compared to like a Penei Sewell, but he could play guard. He's very well versatile. He's guard, center, tackle. He could do all that. I think he's definitely an excellent pick. I think he's going to fit right in over there. But now we got like the Minnesota Vikings. I also in my needs list had offensive line, thinking maybe Christian Darrisaw, but I also had maybe edge rusher or corner. So I mean, Joe, I want to ask you real quick. I think my prediction, I'm kind of feeling Greg Newsome here. I don't know. What do you think, Joe?
Honestly, I could see Newsome here or Caleb Farley, again, because they're the two best corners available. But looking at it, I mean, they need a guard, they need a defensive end, they need the best linebacker is still available. The best player right now still available is Koromoa, in my opinion. They could take a linebacker here and then worry about the line later on in the draft, even though the class isn't as deep this year, or even just the defense in general later on in the draft because the corner class is so deep. Our most likely pick here, though, is probably Caleb Farley or Greg Newsome.
Yeah, and Joe, I know Caleb Farley's your guy, and I just like – there's also a part of me because they keep showing his name up on the screen. They also need like an edge rusher because I mean they need kind of like a bookend for like Danielle Hunter on like that other side. So like I was thinking was it Jalen Phillips? I think was like, is his knee the best available right now? It's either Kwity Paye and him were like going back and forth. I know with that top spot. So okay. Vikings trade with the Jets. So,
that is a huge.
Let's rephrase that now.
I think I'm going to say I think I know who this is going to be, and the reason I actually was going to be my prediction for the Vikings here anyway. I think you're going to see a double dip at O-line. I think the guy that's going to be here is Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC, because I think he is the most versatile lineman available right now. Because he's a guy who right now he's billed as an offensive guard. But there's been a lot of talk of teams they think that they can move him to tackle. He can sort of play every position on the line. He's the kind of guy I think you want to be that like early first round lineman pick because you can slot him in anywhere. He's got great potential, really good blocker. I think I don't know. The Jets trading up here is really, really very interesting because they already had that late first round pick, which is 9 picks ago. So, I mean, you felt that maybe they were just going to, we'll just see who falls to us. But they clearly have a guy here that they're going up to get. My gut's telling me Elijah Vera Tucker because I really thought he was going to be on. And I think that, the Jets addressing that offensive line, getting more protection for their new guy, Zach Wilson now, building that strong core, pairing Elijah Vera Tucker with Mekhi Becton. Oh, my goodness, that's going to be really nice if that happens. But you never know. We'll see. I don't know. What do you guys think good pick's going to be here if they're going to trade up for someone else?
I mean, I'm looking through my needs list. Obviously, quarterback taken care of. I had offensive line, specifically offensive guard. So I think Elijah Vera Tucker, that name was kind of strolling around the back of my head. Also, maybe like an edge rusher. But if you're jumping up that much to number 14, and so many teams are high on Elijah Vera Tucker. I think I was listening to Mel Kiper and a couple of the ESPN guys. They had him going even a little bit earlier in some mock drafts. And he's just I think his ceiling, I mean, he could be a Pro Bowl guard each and every year. He could be this backbone of this Jets offensive line. I think he could fit well within the Jets offensive line. The culture, I think, has shifted. I mean, the Jets, for so many years, I mean, for those Jets fans out there, it's been tough. But I think if they go with Elijah Vera Tucker would be pretty excellent. But, Joe, what do you think?
I mean, I think we're all in agreement here that it's probably going to be Elijah Vera Tucker. Like we've said, pairing him with the rest of that offensive line is going to be nasty for the Jets. Putting him in front of Zach Wilson to give him protection and protecting your quarterback. I could throw a curveball in here, and I could possibly see Kwity Paye going here, which is listed as my best edge rusher in this draft, or even Jalen Phillips here. But like we've said, if you're trading up this high, you're probably getting somebody to protect your quarterback.
And I've got the official return in the trade. The Jets traded number 23, their other first rounder, number 66, and number 86 for number 14. And they also got the 143rd pick back. That's a pretty decent haul for the Vikings to get. I mean, I think that really, really signals that Jets are paying up big time. They have someone here that they thought was not going to make it to them at 23, and they want him bad, and they're going to get him.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a no-brainer here with Elijah Vera Tucker. And, I mean, I'm looking at the pick after still New England's there. I still think Mac Jones, I think we're going to probably agree, he could potentially be going there. I mean, the Jets are I think they're in a good spot right now. I think by taking him would be pretty excellent, but we haven't really seen an edge rusher. Usually in previous years, we see an edge rusher go up pretty high with some of them. So I think once you get past these 2 picks, we get to like in Arizona and stuff like that. I think the edge rusher could still be coming off the board. I'm looking for my Steelers. I mean, obviously if Najee Harris is there, I'm praying that they take Najee Harris. But I saw one where they were taking Kwity Paye if he fell that far. But I mean, Joe, what do you have to say about Kwity Paye and his? I mean, he's the top of your board. He was number 2 on mine. What did you see from him in Michigan?
I mean, there's something about Kwity Paye that I think a lot of these other, edge rushers don't really have. I think he's got the speed, and I think he's got the explosiveness to come off that edge and get to the quarterback very quickly. I think he's got the block shed ability that I think a lot of these teams are going to be looking for this year to try to get to now, especially with, guys like Justin Fields and Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence coming into the league who have these snappy arms and these big arms, trying to get to them faster than normal and get them down before they can throw some sort of explosive pass. I mean, he's got it there if they want it.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously Elijah Vera Tucker feels like the pick, but like I saw a bunch of mock drafts originally when the Giants, before they made all these leapfrogs, that they were going to maybe take Kwity Paye. And I mean, I feel like definitely Kwity Paye could definitely be the curveball here if they don't take Elijah Vera Tucker. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, he's no doubt in the conversation. I think I'm really just taking my gut. I'm really, really confident this is going to be Elijah Vera Tucker. He's a guy who's been linked to the Jets a lot in the pre-draft process, that they really liked him. So I'm going full Michael Stamp, putting all my chips on that, hoping it turns out to be right. But Goodell is walking to the podium right now. We're going to get the official announcement and see who's going to be. Will it be Kwity Paye? Will it be Elijah Vera Tucker? Will it be a curveball like Najee Harris?
There you go.
Sam remains in the Zoom call. Elijah Vera Tucker was the pick here at 14. I love the pick. I absolutely love the pick for the Jets. For Jets fans, you guys got an absolute stud of an offensive lineman. I was really hoping he was going to make it to 19 for Washington in draft. He's one of the guys who, was like top tier on my list that I really wanted to go get. I mean, he's just so good. He's the big thing for him is that he's versatile, right? Is that he can play guard. He can get moved to tackle if there's an issue there. If they feel like they want to put him on the other side with Mekhi Becton, just have the two tackles anchored. If they want to stick him in guard on the left side and just have him and Becton just absolutely demolish guys on Zach Wilson's blind side, that's the absolute best pick you can get. You got your franchise quarterback at number 2. Now you just went up and got a premium offensive lineman to really just bolster your line even more, protect him. I absolutely love the pick.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. This is definitely a great pickup for the Jets. I mean, if you're a Jets fan, you got to be really happy right now. The offensive line, you said, is bolstered. I always liked Elijah Vera Tucker. I saw some of his film. I mean, he had a bunch of accolades too at USC, which, be playing against the top competition. Honorable mention All-American, first team All-Pac-12, the Morris Trophy winner, just so much across the board. I mean, before I ask you, Joe, what your thoughts are, did you guys see on the TV right before they cut to his highlight reel? They showed Mac Jones getting a phone call and smiling.
The Patriots pick,
Well, there it is.
Like that.
I think they just they tried to cut it, and I was like, they just.
I think Bill just dialed up Mac Jones, and the camera just caught him at the right time. I mean,
yeah, I think it just happened there.
I think that's it. But Joe,
what do you think?
Your thoughts on the pick?
I mean, I'm in agreement. I love this pick for the Jets. Getting a guy who can come in and protect now your franchise quarterback, hopefully your franchise quarterback. The ability to move him around from guard and tackle and, that inner and outer line, pairing him with Mekhi Becton. It's a big, strong guy. Really, I could see him staying at left guard and staying on Wilson's blind side with Becton and just absolutely demolishing guys on that left side. But this is a perfect pick. And if I'm a Jets fan, I'm, jumping for joy right now with this first round.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, you're showing the Jets fans here. They're pretty ecstatic. I know a lot of Jets fans in my family and some close friends. And I think this is just, they've had a great draft. I mean, it's really, I thought the Jets and the Giants would be around the same playing field with their successes tonight, but the Jets have really taken off so far. But the Patriots, their pick is in. Mac Jones is smiling. I think we know what's going to happen, but who knows? Let's see what Mr. Goodell has to say.
I just want to say actually real quick about the Jets. They're back.
They're back.
Douglas, absolute genius GM.
Robert Saleh, great coach.
They're going to be really good. But Patriots about to the pick announced by Goodell.
Could be the next hated New England quarterback.
Well, no matter if they take a quarterback, he's going to turn into
Uh,
kind of Super Bowl winning quarterback because it's Bill Belichick.
Because like from Alabama, the loaded college.
Gosh, it's
It all lines up perfectly, it seems.
Nick,
It really does.
Nick Saban and Bill Belichick definitely had lunch yesterday or something.
Belichick's going to find a way. He's going to slip Saban a little check and say,
Thank you, brother.
and the pick, as we all predicted, as was kind of spoiled for ESPN, it's Mac.
ESPN.
There is, I'm going to say this, there's no better landing spot for a quarterback, no matter who you are, than the New England Patriots, because you have, in my opinion, the greatest coach of all time in NFL history in Bill Belichick, man who took a 6th-round guy out of Michigan named Tom Brady. I don't know who that is really, but he turned him into
Never heard of him.
the best quarterback to ever play the game. If anybody can take Mac Jones to that absolute superstar level, it's Bill Belichick. And I mean, Mac Jones has been kind of like a wishy-washy, sort of prospect from people. Some people love him and think he's going to be an absolute superstar. Some people think he's a bit overrated. I think where he went right now is perfectly fine for him. I mean, 15 pick, I think he's a solid, really good quarterback. Does he have a ridiculous ceiling like Trey Lance, Trevor Lawrence? I don't know if it's that high, but I mean, he does everything right as a quarterback. He's led that Alabama team to a national championship. He was a Heisman finalist. I mean, it's the Patriots, and that whatever the Patriots do is going to work out for them, and their player is going to turn into an absolute superstar, especially the quarterback position. So, I mean, having Mac Jones there, think about it too. He might be able to get the treatment to sit for a year if they roll with Cam Newton because he's still on the contract. All props to Bill Belichick.
Like you knew that Cam Newton wasn't gonna fit in that Bill Belichick's offense. Like Mac Jones, he's a pocket passer. I mean, Tom Brady Tom Brady's flying around the field like I'm sure Justin Fields and Trey Lance are gonna do. I mean, there's no better system out of these 32 teams that he fit better in. I think they're gonna go out and maybe even get some more weapons later on in the draft. I mean, this guy set the new NCAA single season record for pass percentage with a complete completion percentage. It's like 77% through 41 touchdowns and 4 picks. I don't care how many weapons you have, you still have to deliver the ball to them. You still have to deliver the ball to Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. And, you're playing against the best of the best. He doesn't have the mobility. He doesn't have the arm strength, but he makes his passes. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a better arm strength than Tom Brady. Tom Brady just makes every single consistent pass. Again, I'm not really comparing Tom Brady and Mac Jones, but Mac Jones, if he can just make these consistent passes, hitting people in stride and building an offense around him, this pick's like sad. I mean, for the rest of the NFL, I mean, especially in the AFC East, the Jets it's got to sting a little bit. I mean, they had this great pick with Elijah Vera-Tucker, and now you're seeing the Patriots, who's finally out of contention. The Dolphins are rebuilding, the Bills are the leaders right now, but now the Patriots are like, see how Mac Jones does now. It's gonna be kind of scary. Joe, what do you think?
I really don't. Thinking about it, I don't think enough people have put enough respect on Mac Jones coming into this. I think a lot of people, like we've said, he's been kind of wishy-washy, and maybe people think he doesn't have as high of a ceiling as the other quarterbacks in this draft. But I mean, this, like we've said, he's a Heisman finalist. He led his team to a national championship. Put some respect on Mac Jones. He 100%. Has the potential to be a phenomenal pocket passer in this Patriots offense.
Yeah, I mean, like throwing a little bit, everything about the NFL right now is can you run and sling the ball? And I mean, just getting back to just a pocket passer. Those are the ones who put up the best numbers. Those are the guys that win Super Bowls. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even he's a pretty good pocket passer, but I mean, not to discount, he does have a little bit of mobility.
A little bit.
Ran a 4.7 40. That's not slow. I mean, like that's like he got some. That's for a quarterback. That's some wheels. So I mean, but absolutely, like you said, he's primarily a pocket passer, but he's the kind of pocket passer who fits the modern day NFL, where like he can still scramble. He can still
a little bit
make plays if he needs it. He's not going to be Lamar Jackson, running all over the field, Josh Allen going crazy, 500 yards a year. But like look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady, a big underrated thing about him is that there's a difference between mobility and speed. Where Tom Brady's not fast, we kind of know that, but Tom Brady's mobile. He's shifty in the pocket. He knows when to scramble, and when he scrambles, he can get yards and get first downs. Those are the most crucial plays in football when you're like a 3rd and 5 and your quarterback rolls out of the pocket and he just runs and slides for 5 yards, picks up the first. So Mac Jones, like Joe said it the best. Put some respect on the man's name. He's a very good quarterback, and actually, I'm getting cut off here because the Cardinals put their pick in really, really quick, and Goodell's actually announcing it right now. So
I'm thinking corner here. I had that circle. I think it's gonna be one of the corners.
I think so too.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Oh no.
Here.
Okay.
Who'd they take?
So they have taken linebacker off the board.
Ooh, they took a linebacker.
Zaven Collins.
Wow.
Linebacker off the board. I'm sorry. But Zaven Collins out of Tulsa.
It's good.
Pick. I really, really,
like Zaven Collins.
really like the pick. Zaven Collins, that man is good. The biggest thing about him is that he is so versatile. He can play in almost any scheme. You can have him line up as an inside linebacker and just be a guy who knocks guys over the middle and gets tackles. He can drop back in coverage. He can edge rush and pass rush. He can do it all. Putting him on that defense, kind of filthy. Linebacker, admittedly, it was a bit of a shock to me because I personally didn't have linebackers a big need for the Cardinals.
Neither did I.
Like you said before, Jonathan, I had their primary need as cornerback, and I honestly thought I was going to say it, but that they put their pick in really quick, so we didn't get to discuss it beforehand. But I was going to get ready to put all my chips in the Caleb Farley basket here. I thought they were going to go cornerback, but Zaven Collins, I feel like that's almost just like a best player available type pick. The raw talent that man has, like I already said, the versatility, no matter what scheme they run, he's going to be able to fit into it. He's just going to be a guy there who can get tackles, get sacks, cover tight ends, cover running backs. He's a beast. You can't go wrong with that.
He does everything. He's got a perfect build too. He's like 6'4", 260. He's got like the explosiveness. Yeah, he's like, honestly, like you said, Joe, freak of nature. He led the team in tackles for loss, sacks, picks, pick sixes. He had 2 pick sixes last season, a linebacker. That's pretty impressive. There's a lot of the corners we talk about that have any pick sixes at all last season. He's going to be maybe an inside-outside linebacker in like a 3-4, 4-3 kind of set on defense. He's just got like a unique kind of skill set. The size, the skill. Again, but I agree. I think it's best player available. I personally think they should have went with corner. Especially, they signed Malcolm Butler, they re-signed Robert Alford, but Patrick Peterson leaving, that's a big void they have to fill. Maybe they'll do that with their 2nd-round pick. But Joe, what do you think? Because I think we're kind of really gunning for cornerback here. It's a little bum we got the pick wrong.
Yeah, I was gunning for corner too, because I was even going to say, you have to find something to kind of fill in that big hole that Patrick Peterson leaves, even if you're signing free agents and trading for guys in the offseason. Patrick Peterson is that huge hole that you're going to have to fill. So maybe they look to do that 2nd round. Zach Collins, pairing him up with Isaiah Simmons on that defense, that's going to be nasty. I honestly hadn't scouted much of Collins coming into this, but assuming he's the best outside linebacker available right now, if you're looking to bolster that linebacking core, I think you did a phenomenal job there. And just getting Isaiah Simmons a partner.
Yeah, like Joe, I was really focused on the top 2 guys. I ended up preparing for Zaven Collins, but I thought he was gonna be maybe late 1st round. I think he would be 16th. I was thinking maybe high 20s, maybe one of those contender teams that just needed like an extra depth linebacker, or could still make a difference with them. But now we got the Las Vegas Raiders. They always do something. John, Mike Mayock. I don't even know what to expect. Just someone yell a name.
My eyes are peeled because in the time for John Gruden and Mike Mayock being the guys running the showdown day, they have drafted very unorthodoxly. So this might be one of the real, we thought a little bit earlier with that J.C. Horn pick at 8 was our first one where we kind of turned our heads and we're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Maybe a reach, maybe not. I think this is going to be another one based on that, we might be turning our heads and, okay, this is something special. In terms of needs, What do you have for them, Jonathan? What do you have?
I'm like dying to say it. I just like they should take Christian Darrisaw, the tackle, out of Virginia Tech because they need a new starter. They did trade Trent Brown away, and their player right now is like Brendan Parker, who's like a former third-round pick, and you don't really want to rely on your team on Brendan Parker. Like I had other some needs. I had free safety down. I think it's too early to take a safety unless they really like him, but. I think Christian Darrisaw is the guy, but I'm probably 95% going to be wrong because they always pick someone right. They picked Farrell last year. Like it's just, I mean, Joe, what do you think? I mean, we can honestly just go through our list and just pick a random player, and that's what it seems like with them. I mean, I don't know how they do it. Wish we could be inside the draft room with them.
I mean, like you said, I could see Christian Darrisaw going here. Trent Brown leaves a huge hole on that line, and trying to get some protection for whoever you have behind center, whether that be Derek Carr or somehow Marcus Mariota. If you want me to go into left field, this is where I could see Trevin Morig going, the TCU free safety.
Agree.
I mean, that's completely out of left field because, like we've been saying, it's a little early for a safety to go off the board here. It's unorthodoxly early for something like that to happen because you normally don't see safeties till much later in the first round or in the second round. But Trevin Morig could go here. Hopefully the pick's straight though.
I kind of actually think the opposite of you, Joe. I don't think that would be that out of left field. I would actually not be surprised, and I think I would actually support the pick of Trayvon Morig here because I mean I think the Raiders, one of the needs I had for them was that free safety position. And I think Morig is undoubtedly the best safety out there right now. I think he's worth taking around him. Dude's an absolute ball hawk. I don't know. Well, like you said, I mean, the Raiders, if there's any team that you could put money on to be unpredictable, it's going to be them. We'll see what happens. I have no prediction for this pick. I'm just going to let it happen. Sit back.
Well, let's just
walk into the podium.
Let's let Commissioner Goodell do his magic here. I wish we could tell you right now.
Yeah, it happened. Alex Leatherwood from Alabama, left tackle. I mean, we got the position right.
I got the yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's still a good pick. I was just thinking Darrisaw just because he was higher up on a lot of the boards. I really liked what I saw from out of Virginia Tech, but another Alabama lineman, you can't go wrong.
Oh yeah. I mean, they addressed the right position, which is first and foremost fine because at the end of the day, it comes down to Leatherwood. Maybe they just know that Leatherwood's the guy, and Leatherwood would have been a steal later in the draft, and he was their guy, and they went up and got him. I like the pick. I think it's a little early for Leatherwood. I feel like he was a guy who could have probably been there around in the second round. I probably would have taken Darrisaw over Leatherwood if I was going tackle. But again, he's Alabama O-lineman. He was a monster in the SEC. He was actually originally slated to be more of like a first round pick in sort of the early mock drafts before this year, and he kind of slid down a little bit. But I mean, unpredictable. Like you said, we didn't see it coming, but I have no complaints. If I'm a Raiders fan, I'm fine with it. With Alex Leatherwood, you trust your front office that they know which tackle is going to be better. Joe, what do you think about this? I mean, we need your hard-hitting analysis right here to decipher this Raiders pick.
This again, so out of left field from the Raiders. Honestly, really, at this point, is it even out of left field anymore with the Raiders doing something like this?
Normal.
Taking Alex Leatherwood here, obviously we've been saying the higher rated Drysdale would have gone here, but I mean, you can move Leatherwood around. Again, he did phenomenal last season protecting Mac Jones and kind of working on that Alabama offensive lineman. And I mean, it's an Alabama offensive lineman. Can you really go wrong with an Alabama offensive lineman? They have to have some talent hidden in there somewhere.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Joe, we have one final question to ask you as we're going to move on to our next guest in just a second. But first, we have to ask you what we're asking everybody, all of our guests tonight. It's our burning question of the night. you may have heard the news. You definitely heard the news before the draft about Aaron Rodgers. What the heck is going on with Aaron Rodgers? What is your take on the whole Aaron Rodgers situation?
I don't see Aaron Rodgers moving out of Green Bay. I think it's one of those situations where, you have your quarterback and Rodgers kind of is the face of Green Bay. It would be strange to see him move out. Like I've heard even on this broadcast, people probably around those top 15 picks made those calls to Green Bay saying, hey, we heard the Aaron Rodgers news. What are we thinking? Are you thinking maybe you move on and let Jordan Love start next season and we get him and we give you our pick here? But at this point, I really don't see him moving on. I think it's more of a agent move.
No doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
I honestly don't really see them moving on from you either. Like, you can't trade Aaron Rodgers, but I mean, you never know. It might be just a relationship that's too far gone. The Dolphins pick is in, and he does actually walk into the podium right now. But we thank you so much for your work here tonight, Joe. Absolute killer analysis as always. Have a good night, man. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, Joe.
Absolute best, man.
Thank you all.
All right, so get Justin in here. Now let's see what Miami's going to do for Tua.
And Miami has taken, I believe, the first edge rusher of the draft.
I was thinking that. I was actually about to guess that.
Miami. The
Yep.
Miami guy stays in Miami. He went to Miami University. And with that, we are bringing in our next analyst, the man, Justin Nicosia. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm happy with the way that my Jets have been drafting today.
Oh, glad to hear. I mean, we were dying for a Jets fan to come in here to give some initial feedback. So just what are your initial thoughts from Zach Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker?
I'm so ecstatic with it. Zach Wilson was the guy that I had wanted for quite a few months now. I mean, he's going to be able to have a good deep ball that the Jets just haven't had for so long. He's going to be able to open up the offense in the way the Jets haven't been able to do so vertically down the field for a long time. And trading up for Elijah Vera Tucker, I mean, I was going to be happy with the Jets being able to get a cornerback at 23, depending on who is available. Then I saw them trade, and I realized that Elijah Vera Tucker was still on the board. And, I mean, it's just going to be a great left side of the line to help protect Zach Wilson when he's going to be taking the field starting in September.
Yeah, I think that Elijah Vera Tucker pick, I mean, people might look at it and say the Jets traded up to get a lineman who wasn't even Sewell or Slater. Like, why the heck to do that? But, I mean, I absolutely support it because I love Elijah Vera Tucker as a prospect. I think he's going to be an absolute monster on that line next to Mekhi Becton. I mean, those two are going to protect Wilson for years to come. And, I mean, the Jets have, I think, probably been one of the biggest winners of the draft so far. And, you know, continuing into day 2 and day 3, you know, we'll see how much more they bolster their roster. But next up on the clock, I'm starting to feel a little bit because it is the Washington football team, and I'm going to embrace my bias a little bit because very, very nervous, very, very antsy about this pick. I love this team. And there's a couple of directions that we can go here, but I mean, I want to hear your guys' thoughts first. What do you think we should do?
I mean, it's just so hard to decipher. I mean, I had quarterback at the very top of my list for them. Obviously, that's unless they want to really reach on one of those guys we talked about at the top of our show, like Kyle Trask or, you know, someone on those lines. I had linebacker circled as well, you know, so, like maybe someone who can be like athletic, versatile. Maybe the linebacker from Notre Dame that Joe Walls from before was so high on, like Owusu, I think could definitely be an option. Maybe just the best available at this point. I mean, I would like Jalen Phillips for Miami. So, Justin, first of all, before we get to Washington, what do you think of Jalen Phillips going to a Jets rival?
You know, that wasn't the pick I was expecting to see the Miami Dolphins take. I kind of thought they were going to maybe go along the lines of Christian Darrisaw. They made it clear that they're going to be staying with Tua Tagovailoa for at least the next year, maybe the next couple of years. So I figured they could solidify that offensive line, give him a bit of protection. But I'm a little bit scared to see Phillips go back to Miami or stay in Miami where he went to school. I'm really happy now that we were able to get Vera Tucker and they have the left side of the line to try and protect Zach Wilson against Jalen Phillips. But I think it's going to be a good pick. It solidifies a defense that was already really good going into last year. And I thought they were going to go with a offensive tackle to help Tagovailoa just be protected throughout his critical sophomore year. But I can't complain about, or can't not complain, but I can't criticize him for taking the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Jets fan, but if you see Jalen Phillips coming at Zach Wilson at full speed, if one of those linemen can't get a hold of him, that'd be kind of scary. I mean, watch that on TV. But I mean, now with the Washington pick, I mean, Joe, you look really nervous, so I'm just gonna talk to Justin. I mean, it's just I'm just leaning linebacker right now. But what do you think?
I mean, it's going to be an interesting decision that they make here. I think Owusu is going to be a good decision. Either way, it helps get another guy on the inside of front seven to go along with Chase Young that they got last year. But you also can't go wrong with, I guess, Christian Darrisaw earlier. They're going to have to probably go with a quarterback on day 2, potentially day 3 if they really want to. But they're in desperate need of a quarterback in the later rounds, and they're in a situation where their defense wasn't too much of a struggle. So where I see Owusu being a decent fit, I think it's got to be better on the offensive line because their defense wasn't much of a problem last year. And if they're going to go with a quarterback that already is further back in development than some of the top guys that we've seen so far, you mentioned maybe a Kyle Trask, although I kind of like him in a place where he sits back and waits for a year or two. I think he just needs to develop a little bit more before you put him into the NFL. I feel like Christian Darrisaw is going to be the guy here that you need to protect your quarterback that's already at a disadvantage just because he's not as skilled as some of the other guys we've already seen go so far.
So, Joe, what do you think of Christian Darrisaw as your next offensive tackle of the future?
I'm a fan of it. For me, there's 3 players right here that are in consideration for me. 3 different routes that we can take. Number 1, what I would do right now. If I was Martin Mayhew, GM of the Washington football team, I'm sprinting to the podium and drafting Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think he's arguably the best linebacker prospect in this draft. I think linebacker is the biggest hole we have on this team. The way to beat our defense last year was with a mobile QB or a tight end because we had no one to cover those guys. If not, I do also like Darrisaw. I don't think it's that actually much of a need because, I mean, our offensive line is actually – I'm comfortable with where it's at now. We've got Cornelius Lucas playing like tackle, who I'm okay with. The third guy would be Trayvon Mowry because we need a safety badly to play alongside Cam Curl. But Goodell's out there now, and let's see what it is. Okay, so the Washington took Jamin Davis. And I will say this. We addressed linebacker, which I love. That was my number 1 hole. And I do love Jamin Davis. This is not just me after I, saw the pick. I'm talking myself into drinking the Kool-Aid, putting on the rose-colored glasses. I didn't get a chance to talk about Jamin Davis, but he was another guy who I really liked here. I mean, it's going to seem like a bit of a reach, right? I mean, there was talk that he might be a second rounder, but he is just an absolute monster of a linebacker. He's a physical freak. He is going to be great for us. I mean, we needed a linebacker, and we went out and addressed it. Is he Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? No. But we need someone there who can, play alongside Cole Holcomb, who's our other linebacker we have. We need someone who can play in coverage, who can guard a tight end, who can get a running back coming out of the field, someone who can keep up with it. Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones are mobile guys who are quarterbacks in a division, Dak Prescott. And Jamin Davis has the ability to do that. He is just an all-around great, solid linebacker. I trust Ron Rivera with the utmost confidence, and the defense that we've put together with him and Jack Del Rio, I think he's going to slot in perfectly. I think Jamin Davis is the absolute final piece for us, and I think the defense is just solid. It's good. I'm so incredibly stoked about this pick. I actually, outside of this, for a couple of weeks before, I actually made a bit of a bet with a friend where I said I think Jamin Davis could go first round, and I wouldn't be surprised or unhappy if Washington took him, and he told me I was being nuts and that Jamie Davis is the second rounder. What are you talking about? But we got him, and I love the pick. I'm happy with it. Let's go, man.
But like Joe, I just don't understand what they found wrong with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Like I feel like he's still the better prospect. I just like obviously with Koramoah, like I mean, like tweener size was maybe a drawback. His explosiveness could get him into some trouble sometimes, but I don't see that as a problem. I mean, he was so dynamic in Notre Dame. I don't fully understand. I really like the pick. I mean, again, you need a linebacker, you got a linebacker. I just am not fully sold on passing on Koramoah. But Justin, what did you think about this whole situation?
It's interesting because I'm an Auburn fan for college football, so I saw Davis playing in our week 1 matchup against them, and I mean we weren't able to move the ball on Kentucky, and he was a large part of it. He only finished the game with like 5 tackles, but he was all over the place, and I feel like the whole rationale behind picking him over Owusu is the fact that he's kind of got a higher ceiling. And when you have a team that's already so defensively minded and has so many key pieces on the defense that will be able to help him develop and keep the weight off of him, it's going to be good for him to develop a bit more. Owusu's already a bit more of a set in stone prospect. He's like got not as high of a ceiling. Obviously, he's got a lot higher of a floor, but you're kind of taking a risk when I know Washington made the playoffs this year, but I mean that's really just a testament to how weak the division was. They're still really, especially with what's been going on with their quarterback situation, they're still a couple of years away. I don't want to like throw any shade at you or anything, Joe, but like Washington's still a few years away. So if you're going for a guy that has a couple of years of development and can be an elite linebacker after a couple of years of development when you're ready to compete, I think that's a rationale behind this decision. And I mean, it's going to be a little bit riskier than the Owusu for sure, but if all goes well, it could be a great pick.
No, yeah, and I think to answer a bit of your question earlier, they obviously did pass on Owusu-Koramoah, who plays the same position, and I think you kind of mentioned a little bit earlier is the size, Jonathan, where Owusu-Koramoah is 6'1", 215. Jamin Davis is 6'4", 234. The man is a huge, huge man. And he's a physical freak. He ran at his pro day, which, obviously times aren't very official, but a 4.49 40-yard dash, which had he been in the combine last year would have ranked 3rd amongst all linebackers. He's an absolute physical specimen. He's got unbelievable raw talent. The biggest thing is his ball coverage skills, which I love, which is we've needed a linebacker who can play in coverage for a long, long time. Going back to a couple years ago where we had Montez Sweat as an edge rusher dropping back into coverage because we had nobody who could stick with a tight end or anything. So even if he's just a guy who's just there to just play the role of guarding opposing tight ends, I'm fine with it. I love the pick. But moving on from Washington, up next is a fellow NFC East division member, the Giants, who down from 11 earlier. Their pick is in. This is an interesting one. I kind of don't know where they're going to go here. If they go get an offensive lineman, if they is this where Caleb Farley goes? Maybe, I don't know. Justin, I'll throw it to you first. What do you think the Giants are going to do here?
There are a couple of ways that they could go and take their pick here. I think I can't ever count out Kwity Paye going here. I mean, he can build up on an already elite defensive front seven. But the more likely way that they could go, you have Christian Darrisaw that they could go for, but they could also go for Elijah Moore. I know that, Elijah Moore might not be the front guy in anyone's mind, and it might be a little bit of a reach, but he's going to be able to give them a lot of versatility on an offense that really lacks a true number 1 receiver. They've got a bunch of good depth guys, but they need someone that can step up, be a true number 1 receiver, and get open and just give Daniel Jones, who's now going to be in his 3rd year and hasn't shown crazy much. He hasn't shown all that much that he can be the guy, and Elijah Moore can help Daniel Jones develop a bit and show that he's going to be the real deal and that the Giants didn't mess up on a pick a few years back. But I could also see them going with the lineman to do the same thing I've said with a few of the other guys before and just give them some protection. And still, Darrisaw is still the top lineman, still available.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of supplementing Daniel Jones a little bit more offense, but for some reason, Quiddy Pay just keeps popping into my mind for that edge rusher because I mean they need some improvement on the outside. They put Leonard Williams more in the interior of that D line. But I think Elijah Moore would definitely be an interesting pick. But I'm gut feeling is Quiddy Pay, but O lineman definitely could be the option too.
Yeah, for me, it's between Pay or Darisaw.
Now this right here is a bit of a. I wasn't expecting.
Oh,
They went the weapon route.
wow! Where's Jimmy?
Wow.
They didn't
Darius
go
Tony was
Elijah
probably
Moore.
like third or fourth on the list of receivers I was expecting.
They took Kadarius Toney, who's out of Florida University,
Gotta
and
get Jimmy back.
coming in soon. We should have our resident Florida Gators expert back for the night. It is the one, the only Jimmy. Jimmy, how you feel about your man Kadarius going to the Giants here?
Darius Tony to the Giants. Man, I did not expect this one bit. I mean, the Giants just got themselves Kenny Golladay this offseason, so I thought they were out of the wide receiver market completely, especially with their first round pick. But Kadarius Toney's going to bring absolutely something that the Giants don't have to their offense, and he's going to bring explosivity to this team. I mean, his agility is absolutely second to none. It's really cliche to say that he is kind of like a Tyreek Hill because everyone that's agile, that's small, that can line up in different spots is always compared to Tyreek Hill. But he is absolutely phenomenal, and I wish him all the best in the Big Apple. I think that he's going to do really, really good things. And I mean, this is kind of like Daniel Jones's time to shine because they're giving him so many weapons, and adding Darius Toney to this arsenal is only going to make him even better.
Jimmy, just one question for me. Like, let's just put all the Florida, the Giants, all that stuff aside. Do you think they should have picked him? They should have picked a receiver when they obviously needed some more offensive line help. I thought they were going to pick Quiddy Pay out of Michigan for some edge rushing help. Do you think that they could have waited maybe for the second round and go receiver, or do you just think this was the best option just to keep giving Daniel Jones some more weapons that they still need?
Oh, absolutely. I do think that they should not have gone receiver here. Like I just mentioned, they got themselves a number one receiver in this offseason with Kenny Golladay. So I know Kadarius Toney brings something different to their offense, but they don't really need that much help on the offense, especially not at a receiver position where they just got Kenny Golladay. I would have gone like Gregory Rousseau or Quiddy Pay myself here if I was Dave Gettleman. But I mean, if you do have someone like Kadarius Toney in your team, you're just going to be locked and loaded in every single game because he's just a player that can take the ball the distance every single time he gets the ball. He can line up in running back, in slot receiver, outside receiver. And every time he gets the ball, it's going to be a first down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know at Florida, Kyle Trask, I like him. He's, for me, more of a gadget player. Just overall, I think he's very versatile. I think he's going to fit well with the Giants, but I just very questionable to go receiver here. But I mean, as a Florida guy, you got to be really happy right now. I mean, even before your quarterback's been taken, right?
Yeah, I mean, 2 top 20 picks. I was not expecting two top 20 picks for the Florida Gators coming into today. I knew that Pitts was going to be a pretty early pick, a top 5 pick, but to have Toney go to 20, and especially to a team like the Giants, a local team, although I'm not a Giants fan, I get to see him at MetLife if I ever wanted to this fall or to come. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to be doing in the Big Apple, especially with the rest of the weapons that he has around him, especially with Saquon Barkley coming back too. So he's going to get a lot of one-on-one opportunities to potentially show how good he really is. And honestly, I do think he does have a really long-term NFL future ahead of him. I think that he might be, apart from Jamar Chase, I think he could be the most successful wide receiver in this draft class. I'm really, really high on him. I mean, he's a really good deep threat. He just knows how to create space. And even when he is closed down by all these defenders, like he still finds ways to spin move out, to stiff arm, he just has great vision to realize where the open space is. And he takes advantage of it every time. I mean, we saw it against Florida State 2 years ago where he's surrounded by players and he just gets out of it. We saw it against Ole Miss and South Carolina this year. Same thing. He's surrounded by players absolutely everywhere, but he still gets through and scores a touchdown 20 yards down the field away from the end zone. I mean, the man is an absolute baller, and you just can't teach that. He's going to be an absolute stud in the Big Apple for the next decade.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubting it. That I mean, Giants, they're still in a bit of a rebuild year, and they may not win a whole ton of games, and they may not be a contender yet. But there's no doubting that offense got so much more electric this offseason. Adding Tony, who's such a fun player to watch. He's so lightning quick. You got Kenny Galladay, who's one of the best receivers in the league, and you're going to have Saquon Barkley coming back. It's going to be fun to watch the Giants next year. And just one more question on the Kadarius Toney topic that I'm going to throw to Justin real quick. So you were on target with the position. You said you thought they might go weapon and take Elijah Moore. Do you think it was a bit of a reach to go Toney over Moore? Did you think Moore would have been a better pick there if they were going to go to receiver?
Yeah, I feel like it's Toney wasn't a great pick for the position in the draft that they were picking at. They're picking at 20. They still have a pick tomorrow in the early part of the second round. I truly think that Toney could have been available there. So if he's your guy, I think that if he was your guy, he would have been available tomorrow, and you could have gone with someone that, even if you didn't want to go with the receiver now and you were still really high on Toney, you could have gone with someone like WSOU Sports, like Kwity Paye, like Christian Darrisaw. I think that he was probably fourth or fifth on my list of best receivers available at the time. And I don't really know how much he fits into the Giants offense, because they have a lot of guys that do really the same thing. I mean, Darius Slayton does very similar things. Sterling Shepard does similar things. I mean, I know they did get Kenny Galladay, but they could have used another guy that has a similar skill set as to Galladay instead of tripling up on another skill set.
Well, with the Giants pick over, the Colts got on the clock, and their pick is currently in at number 21. This is kind of an interesting one for me. I'm not really sure what the direction they're going to go in here is. Do you guys, Johnny or Justin, do you have any thoughts where you think this could be?
I mean, I'm kind of feeling Christian Darrisaw. I mean, they need some more offensive line help because, like Anthony Costanzo retired. He was such a figment on that offensive line for so many years. Obviously the guard, Quentin Nelson, RBC grad, he's a beast. But just some tackle help, giving Carson Wentz, some more just comfortable, support on that offensive side. I also had edge rusher, so maybe Kwity Paye, maybe Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia. I just feel like a good offensive line is something the Colts always prided themselves on, especially having Costanzo and now Quentin Nelson. So my gut is saying Christian Darrisaw, but interesting. We have to see, Justin.
I think that they've got to go defense here. Now, the loss of Costanzo is obviously pretty devastating for the line, but their line is still really, really good. It's still ranked in the top 10 of the league last year, and even losing Costanzo should still be up there regardless. I think Quentin Nelson is the best left guard in the NFL, and you have Ryan Kelly, Braden Smith on and the rest of the line. You still have three really solid guys on the line. I don't think you need necessarily to go with a lineman here. We're going to see the pick announced in a minute, but I think that Kwity Paye might see his name called now, especially with a front seven that didn't live up to expectations as much as they thought they would this year.
Yeah, 100%. Kwity Paye's really been dropping. I thought he was going to get picked in the middle of the tens. So let's see what they end up going with. Yep.
Hit that nail right on the head there, John.
Good pick.
Hey,
very good pick.
Edge rusher out of Michigan. This was like your guy, Jonathan. You wanted to see him go a couple of times.
Yeah, I thought he was going to pick so much earlier. I just thought with the offensive line, they would really probably some of that. But I'm so glad that they finally someone took him. Kwity Paye, he's I really liked what I saw from out of Michigan. In some places, I had him as one of the top two rushers in the whole draft. I mean, team captain, second team All Big Ten. He doesn't have a lot of tools in his arsenal, but, he's very explosive, and you can't teach explosiveness. You could always teach tools. You could teach some different stuff you could do out of the box and just plays to get around offensive linemen, but you can't teach explosiveness, and he certainly brings that to the table. Like you said, Justin, I think he'll bring a lot to this Colts defense that sort of underperformed last year, but, again, good overall pick.
And now he's going to be surrounded by a bunch of all-pros on that defense, with Forrest Buckner and Darius Leonard. And he's going to solidify the front seven, which it had a down year, but now you have three guys who could potentially be all-pros in that front seven. It could be back to the top front seven and one of the top front sevens in that division. And Kwity Paye was one of the few bright spots for a Michigan team that was just truly awful this year. I mean, they were kind of hurt from the conference only play, but he shined while playing against one of the best conferences in the nation. And, he didn't have much help around him. He was being double teamed a lot of the way, and he was still able to power through a lot of the double teams and just make the Wolverines defense look, although it still wasn't great, it made it look at least somewhat competent. So I think that this is a great pick.
Great pick.
Well, next up on the clock in the draft is the Tennessee Titans, who we're getting into sort of the portion of the draft where we've already been in there for a couple of picks, but now we're getting to teams that are really solid playoff teams and probably aren't going to be prioritizing young developmental guys. They might be looking for guys to come and play a little bit of a smaller role, have a quick impact. So, I mean, do you think that's the direction the Titans go here? Do you think they go for a little bit of something to go for a soft rebuild? I mean, there's been a little bit of shakeup with their whole team. They lost Arthur Smith. They lost Johnny Smith. What do you guys think the direction the Titans are going to go in here is?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we got the Titans, Vikings, my Steelers, and I'm really excited right now because Titans have Derrick Henry, Minnesota's Dalvin Cook, and Najee Harris just sitting on a silver platter for the Steelers right now, but we'll get to that. I think Titans have to go receiver here because, you lost Corey Davis to another name, on the Jets. I mean, the whole team is A.J. Brown right now, I feel like, on offense. And, maybe Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore. I think they need a receiver just to give, Ryan Tannehill some more options, take some of the pressure off Derrick Henry. Some other positions, I had cornerback. I mean, they could because they did lose Malcolm Butler and Adoree Jackson. They did add Janoris Jenkins from New Orleans. But I just think receiver here would be their best option, but I could be wrong. What do you think, Joe?
Personally, I think that cornerback might be the way to go. It's between two guys, Caleb Farley and Greg Newsome. Depends on how far Caleb Farley's injuries and surgeries are going to just make people have him fall. The Titans might scoop him up. I would see them getting Greg Newsome more so. It's a safer option. You mentioned how they lost two of their starting cornerbacks this year, which was a huge issue. I don't think a receiver's as big of a need as you're making it out to be because we've seen Derrick Henry has been able to carry the load regardless throughout his entire career and even when he was back in college. And this offense, it isn't predicated on the run game. On the pass game. Obviously, that is because of Derrick Henry, but they were third in the NFL in rush play percentage. They don't pass the ball all that often. And A.J. Brown might be double teamed a bit more with the loss of Corey Davis and Johnny Smith last year. So I could see where you're coming from, but wide receiver is so deep this year anyways, where I don't think that it's really all that necessary for them to get one now. After Elijah Moore, after all the guys that we have right now, there's still 4 or 5 guys that are still really, really talented. And even after that, the drop off from the top tier that we still have left to the next tier isn't that big. But in cornerback, once you get past Newsome and Farley, there's a big drop off. So I think they've got to go with one of those two.
I definitely agree with you there. I think cornerback would be a good place for them to go. I've said it on record multiple times throughout the show. I love Caleb Farley, and I really want to see him go in the first round. He's one of my favorite players in the draft right now. Putting him on that Titans squad, I think that would be a good fit for him. But the Titans, they're taking their time a little bit. They're still on the clock. They haven't put their pick in yet. There's a minute 16 remaining currently. So while we wait for them, Justin, I want to ask you our question of the night that we're asking all of our guests here, which pertains to the big news that broke this afternoon about Aaron Rodgers. And we want to know your take. What is the deal with Aaron Rodgers? What the heck is going to go on with that situation? Where do you think it's going to lead to?
Well, I would have expected to see him maybe get traded by now if he was going to get traded because most of the top picks in the draft have already been gone. The Packers aren't really in much room to say, no, we're not trading you because Aaron Rodgers has just been in the league for so long. And if he doesn't want to play, he's not going to have to play or anything. We see so often players holding out and teams just let it happen. And Aaron Rodgers is going to be no different. So they've got to trade him at some point. I don't know exactly what for. Before the whole Deshaun Watson stuff came out, if all those allegations didn't come out, maybe that could have been a possibility to swap disgruntled quarterbacks. But I don't entirely know. we all know that probably a large part of the reason why he was so mad is because they've struggled to really address the receiver situation. They haven't gotten anyone aside from Devontae Adams, and it's been a problem. And then obviously drafting a quarterback to him last year didn't sit really well with him. So we'll see what goes on. I would have expected a trade for him by now if he was going to be traded during the draft. So I don't think he's going to be traded during the draft now, but it'll be really interesting to see who they trade him away for when the draft is over, because one's inevitably going to happen. You don't have the former MVP just get extremely mad and want to leave the team and force him to stay on the team.
Yeah, no, that's definitely excellent analysis, Justin. Like, we've been saying that every team could call the Packers about Aaron Rodgers, but realistically, it'd only be maybe the top 15 that could really give him a good offer. And even like, I would even argue top like 6.
I mean, and then you saw the 49ers gave an offer that they
just, I don't think they're kind of holding, I guess you can say holding Rodgers hostage a little bit here, because he obviously just doesn't like the makeup anymore. We just don't know, but it's definitely not going to be tonight. But we'll see what the Titans do here. I'm really intrigued if they're really going to go wide receiver or corner. I really think they can't go wrong with either.
I don't think so either. Goodell is walking to the podium as we speak. And right as he's about to announce the pick, we're going to welcome back for the third time tonight, Mr. Jimmy Bliss, here to give some killer analysis, as he always does, and as he has been throughout tonight. Jimmy, where do you think the Titans are going to go here?
Titans, I definitely think that they do need some help with corner. I definitely think they addressed their pass rushing need with Bud Dupree here in the offseason. So I do think that they'll be okay, at least without a day one edge rusher. So I do see a Caleb Farley could be pretty good for the Titans here. Or if they want to get a linebacker or two, I could see WSOU Karamoa being a good pick here for them too.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I was saying wide receiver maybe too, because A.J. Brown has been kind of carrying the team now that Corey Davis and a bunch of them left, but about to find out right now. Oh, there you go.
And Caleb Farley has
gone.
been drafted.
Wow.
Happy.
Interesting
I'm so
to see.
happy. Caleb Farley, high risk, high reward. Yes, like the injury concerns are definitely real, and that's something that definitely played into his factor. But if he stays healthy, his talent that he has the potential to be an absolute lockdown, shut down man corner in this league. I think that's a steal. If he if he recovers well from that back surgery, and he just stays healthy, he's going to be a force on the defensive side of the ball for the Titans, and that's just what they need. I mean, they lost cornerbacks, like we said. Dory Jackson's gone. To replace him with a guy like Caleb Farley, the raw talent he has, I'm so happy, man. I love Caleb Farley. He's one of my favorite college players. He's just such a beast, and I'm happy to see him go in the first round.
Yeah, and if Caleb Farley didn't injure his back, he probably would have been the first corner taken in this draft. I mean, what he's been doing the past 2 years at Virginia Tech has been absolutely nothing short of phenomenal. He's been just absolutely all over the field, intercepting balls, tackling, just locking up all these really good receivers that he's been lining up alongside. But although he does have a back injury, and we all know how back injuries go in the NFL, that's the only reason why he slid. But we have had a history of players in all professional sports who have slid because of injuries in college, then develop into the next step in their game because they go to a better landing spot. And I do think that Caleb Farley in Tennessee, really, really good landing spot. I mean, you have Mike Vrabel, one of the best young minds in the NFL, with a defensive-minded head coach. He's going to be teaching this guy everything that he needs to know and more. I mean, he brought a Dory Jackson to the next level, and who's to say he can't do the same thing with Caleb Farley? So I do think that this is a really, really good pick for the Titans. I love this pick.
And just real quick, Justin, before you depart for the night, I would say besides Michael Stanford earlier, I think you had the second highest pick accuracy percentage. So before you head out, what do you think about them going corner and trying to replace, Malcolm Butler, Dory Jackson, and trying to rebuild the secondary?
I really do like this pick. Like Jimmy had said, I think that he was probably the most talented cornerback in this entire draft from pure talent perspective. Now, back injuries in the NFL aren't anything to exactly be taken lightly, but he had the surgery. It went successful. I mean, he'll have the whole offseason to prepare and get his body ready. and it's definitely a much riskier pick than to take Newsome, but it's a much higher upside pick. I mean, this is the guy that has the most talent in the entire draft. And to kind of bring it back to the Jets, last year they took Bryce Hall, who was a 5th-round pick, but he had a first-round talent. He had injury concerns as well. He hasn't appeared much for the Jets just yet, but I think that, the Jets had a similar mindset. Obviously, Farley didn't fall nearly as far, but it's a similar concept where he's a top talent and can make a huge difference on this team as long as he's healthy. And he's had that one injury, but prior to that, he hasn't had that many prior to that. So hopefully he can get past it, and hopefully he stays healthy. And if he does, he can be one of the best cornerbacks in the league in 5 years' time, and this pick will pay dividends.
Well, Justin, we're going to let you go for the night. You absolute killer job with the analysis, like Jonathan said. Other than Michael Stam, who was on an absolute another level tonight, you had the most accurate takes here. So thank you so much for everything you've done for us tonight, and we'll be wishing best of luck to your Jets. They're going to be a really, really fun team to watch. So enjoy this upcoming season, man.
Thank you guys for having me.
Wow.
Now the Vikings are on the clock at 23, and it's getting to that point in the draft where now you're going to start to see guys, start to slip up, and guys who maybe you didn't really hear much buzz about, thought they would maybe be second rounders, will start getting taken a little earlier. Teams who might not have picks until real late on day 2 might reach a little bit to make sure they get their guy. So, Jimmy, who do you think is going to go here for the Vikings? What do you think they're going to address?
Yes, the Vikings definitely do have a few needs that they 100% need to address. And so if I was them here, I don't understand why he's being ranked so low. I really do think that this guy I'm about to name is really, really good and is definitely a first-round top 10, top 15 talent. And that's Gregory Rousseau, the edge rusher from Miami. The last time we saw him on the field, he had 15 and a half sacks. He had more sacks than he had games played in the season. And you never really see that in college football at all. So, and he played for Miami, another big program. It's not like he's played a bunch of cupcake teams. I think he's a really, really good player. I would go there, but if I have to predict who I think the Vikings are going to pick, I think that they're going to go offensive line. I think they're going to go Wyatt Davis here, because as long as the Vikings have been a football team here, at least that I've been watching football for, their offensive line has been absolutely terrible. So their left tackle, they have it pretty much sorted out. Their right tackle is pretty much sorted out as well, but their interior, they drafted a guy, I believe 3 years ago, Pat Elflein, and they just released him, and he was a first-round pick. So you really need to address the offensive line here, I believe, before Kirk Cousins gets injured more, because you're spending a lot of money to keep Kirk Cousins as your starting quarterback. Last thing you want to do is have him on the ground too much and to get him injured.
Yeah, Jimmy, for me, I liked what you said about the edge rusher, because I still think they need to kind of complete that. I like Gregory Rousseau, even Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia. I feel like could be two definitely concrete options. I think offensive line help too. It's been pretty atrocious because they traded for Mason Cole at guard, re-signed Dakota Dozier, so they just need someone in the interior. But as we're about to find out who you're going to go with. I forgot he was still available, Christian Darrisaw. So he said his name 400 times earlier.
The Vikings do go and address that offensive line. They take tackle out of Virginia Tech, Christian Darrisaw. And it's very early, and the pick was made not even a minute ago. But I think for me, arguably the steal of the draft right now. Darrisaw, 100%. I legit thought could go up in the top 10. He was a guy who I was as a Washington fan, was looking at someone that, I thought we would be able to take with our pick to help our own line. And I honestly thought we were going to maybe have to trade up to go get him, because I thought he was going to go up in that 10, 11, 12 range. And to get him to slide all the way down to 23, that's really great value. And like you said, Jimmy, they kind of had to address that offensive line of Vikings. It's been synonymous with them for years, that, the Vikings and that offensive line play. And you get Darrisaw there, you get him to really help anchor down that line, bolster it up. I love the pick. Man.
Yeah, and how about back-to-back Hokies here in the first
Yeah.
round? I mean, who would have
That's
thought
true.
that you would
That's
have
true.
two
Virginia
back-to-back
Tech.
players? Yeah, Virginia Tech, the ACC showing out right now. But
They are.
yeah, I definitely do like this Christian Darrisaw move. I mean, I was researching him a lot earlier in the season, and he's a pretty athletic left tackle. He's good in polling situations. He's really good to contend with all these edge rushers that they have in the NFC North. I mean, you're going to be playing Khalil Mack twice a year. You're going to be playing all the Packers pass rushers twice a year. And so every time that they've been playing these teams, the Packers and the Bears, the defense has been eaten alive this Vikings offense and really messing around Kirk Cousins. So to be able to get your left tackle, to be able to get someone to actually protect the blind side of Kirk Cousins early in the draft with your first round pick after trading down, I don't think they didn't really take too much of a hit, honestly, with who they would have taken at 13 versus who they would have picked here at 23, because if they were to go with offensive line, maybe they would have gone Elijah Vera Tucker, who would have played either left tackle or guard, which is who the Jets picked with their pick. Either way, there's not too much of a drop off, and now you have more picks too. You picked up 2 third-round picks in exchange for that. Really, really good bit of business here for the Vikings.
Yeah, I definitely great choice by the Vikings. You know, Christian Darrisaw, I think he's easily going to be the sleeper of the steal of the draft, excuse me. But it's hard for me to not notice that my team's on the clock here. Their pick was in mighty quickly, and I hope it's not for alignment. I hope it's for Najee Harris. I mean, just because there's going to be tackles in the second round that they can get that can bolster the offensive line. I mean, what do you guys think? Like, as non-Steeler fans, I obviously Najee Harris for me is the best running back prospect. He'd fit better than Travis Etienne because he's more of a passing back. Najee Harris, he just, for me, watching his film reminded me of the patience of Le'Veon Bell a little bit. Obviously, just a workhorse, different run style, but just like the patience that he has behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, 26 touchdowns. He broke Derrick Henry's school record for rushing yards. It's just kind of a no-brainer here. And they picked it so quickly. That's why I thought. What do you guys think?
I think it's going to be Harris. I'm getting cut off, though, because Goodell's about to actually announce him right now.
Oh, it's quick. Oh, my goodness. He's smiling, too.
They knew who they wanted. Jonathan Haidt is a happy man.
Oh, now I can leave. No,
I've taken Najee Harris.
I'm so happy. That's such a good pick. Wow.
I honestly, like you said, like we're not Steeler fans, but I absolutely love that pick, and I think it's a match made in heaven because, I mean, I really like Najee Harris. I think he's a phenomenal talent. He can do it all. He can be a legitimate 3-down back. He runs the ball hard. He can pass catch. He's electric in open space. And, it's not like you've seen some running backs in years past who they go to teams where there's already a couple of guys there and, there's a bit of a committee approach. Najee Harris going into Pittsburgh, he's going to have the opportunity to just win the outright starting job and be the workhorse guy. I mean, Anthony McFarland and Benny Snell, they're no slouches, no doubt. But, I mean, Najee Harris is on another level. And, I mean, I think he's going to be one of the next, just guys and just a really, really, really elite level running back. And, don't discount it just because he's the 24th overall pick, because running backs go a lot later than other positions than in the draft typically. So, I mean, taking a running back in 24 is the equivalent of like taking a quarterback in number 3. So, I mean, that shows you that to take their first round selection on a guy, he's going to help that offense out even more. I mean, the run game did kind of struggle a little bit last year with James Conner. I'm sure you witnessed that firsthand.
Yeah, that's why I didn't wear his jersey tonight.
Adding Najee Harris to that core, he's so good. I can't say any more words than just he is so good, and he's going to absolutely put that run game on his back in Pittsburgh. Happy for you, man. You got your man. You want it. I think he's going to be a star.
Yeah. I mean, like you talked about, like the committee. He's going to come in and take the starting job, like in training camp. There's no denying it. I mean, next year with the offense, the offensive line isn't great. They still got to pick up the linemen, obviously, but this is it for Ben Roethlisberger. They re-signed Juju. The young receiver cores, and Najee Harris is going to be a good way to take the pressure off Ben if they need to just get That's what they always do with Le'Veon Bell back in his prime, where he was really they would ride him, catch passes, get you three down, four down back. I just really like this Najee Harris pick. Jimmy, what do you think?
Yeah, and just to get my thoughts in here, I mean, you guys pretty much hit the nail on the head here. I mean, Najee Harris's combination of his power and his speed is second to none. I mean, there was one play that keeps replaying in my head vividly where he was in college. I forget what team he was playing, but he caught a pass out of the backfield. And it was 2 years ago when Tua was the quarterback, and he threw a defender off of him. Another defender came up and tried to tackle him. He hurdles him and runs another 30 yards into the end zone. I mean, you could just see the sheer strength of him, just throwing some guy off him, hurdling another guy. Absolutely phenomenal player he is. And I just want to highlight that Pittsburgh really does a really good job with developing their skill position talent. I mean,
Oh yeah,
Le'Veon Bell was a second or third round pick, and he became the best running back in the league. James Conner, another late round pick, became a top 15, top 20 running back in the league when he really shouldn't have been. I mean, the skill position players, especially the wide receivers as well, becoming really, really good. So I really like this pick for for the Steelers going forward. I think that maybe they could have gotten him with their second round pick, but nonetheless, if they wanted their guy, they had him there, and I'm glad that they got him, and I'm glad that you're happy, Jonathan, with the pick.
oh yeah. But like, I have a quick question for both of you guys. I mean, because we've talked about it before, how running backs sometimes go really high. If this draft class wasn't so quarterback and wide receiver heavy, do you think he would have went earlier? Najee Harris potentially.
I think he would have gone a little bit earlier, but
Yeah,
not
right.
like he probably wouldn't have gone top 10. He might have gotten maybe in like the late teens.
Yeah, that's what I was
But
thinking. Maybe like 17, 18.
yeah, something like that. Because I don't think that he doesn't have like top 10 talent, I don't think. But he's still a very, very good running back that deserves the first round tag.
I definitely agree. It's like this year, it was such a almost kind of like it's both a deep class, but a really top heavy class. I feel like where like some of those guys in like the first 5 or 6, like you knew who they were going to be from months out, and like they're guys who all have legitimate superstar potential. I think this has the potential to be one of the better draft classes in NFL history. Looking back on it in a couple of years. But yeah, I mean, I think if you put him in some other drafts, I think he goes a lot higher. I mean, even last year, I think Harris is the number one running back in the entire class.
Oh yeah.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And I mean, it's just a good pick, man. I'm at a loss for words. Najee Harris. I'm so excited because it's very rare that you get to see guys like come in this age of football and like just be straight up workhorses. The approach has moved to more of a running back by committee style. You look at like the Niners where they have like 5 guys and they just switch them off every other play. The guys like Derrick Henry and Ezekiel Elliott and Saquon Barkley and Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook, they're rarities because they're almost a dying breed where the NFL is moving away from people who are, just absolute workhorses, can carry the ball 400 times a year and just pound the defense into the ground. And Najee Harris is a guy like that. And I mean, you can't compete with that talent that he has. And so nothing but good things are going to come for him in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about this pick all night. I'm fine with that. I mean, it's just because like this is the boomer. This is like the playoff window. I mean, I'm as a loyal fan. We're not going to win a Super Bowl in the next year or two, even with them. In my opinion, I think it's just too hard. The AFC is too difficult. But he gives the Steelers an edge. I feel like when you're going to be versing again. I mean, hopefully, if they make the playoffs, if they thankfully get that far, when they're playing like a team that will take away the pass game, you take away Chase Claypool and like Juju Smith-Schuster, he's going to be able to run on you and catch passes out of the backfield. So definitely a great pick. But sad is for me to say they've got to switch off the Steelers. I mean, the Jaguars have another pick after getting the greatest quarterback ever. According to I know Jimmy loves Trevor Lawrence. I mean, what do you guys think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do? How are they going to help Trevor here?
I think they need to protect him. I mean, the Jaguars' offensive line has been so bad for so long. And I just feel like if you get a quarterback, like the number 1 overall pick, and we saw it a few years ago how Andrew Luck was this highly coveted number 1 overall pick, and his career got derailed by injuries. And we don't want this to happen, the same thing to happen to Trevor Lawrence. So if I'm the Jaguars, I definitely go offensive line here because I feel like they have good enough wide receivers and they have good enough running back in James Robinson that they can afford to take Tevin Jenkins, the left tackle from Oklahoma State. I feel like he'd be a good fit for them, and he could be the blindside protector for Trevor Lawrence for the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I really like Tevin Jenkins. I know with the Steelers pick, I was like, if they didn't pick Najee Harris, I was really I talked about him in my family earlier today. I really thought they were going to pick him. I think he's a great option at Oklahoma State. I mean, we can make this argument for a lot of the teams we've seen so far. The Penny Sewell with Joe Burrow, could he have been like that guy to protect him for the next decade and a half? And I mean, you got to protect Trevor at all costs at this point. You know, Urban Meyer is going to make sure he protects this is his franchise quarterback. So we'll see what happens right now. Joe, what do you think right before Mr. Goodell gives another pick?
I think it's most likely going to be offensive lineman, whether it's, Tevin Jenkins, like you said, maybe Walker Little out of Stanford. Another thing, Goodell is doing this very interestingly.
Why is he sitting on a chair?
Oh, whoa. Okay, so
they ignored everything we just said.
yeah, my point got cut off there. I was going to actually say, but the pick came quicker than I expected. I was saying I wouldn't be surprised if they went weapon here to get another guy to sort of like be flashy around there with Trevor Lawrence. And I'm gonna be honest, this is probably the first pick in the night that I do not like. I don't like ETN here for the Jaguars. James Robinson last year, he was a stud. I mean, he was an undrafted running back and played as well as you want an undrafted running back to play. He had over 1,000 plus yards. He ran Leonard Fournette, the former 4 overall pick, who was like in pretty much in the prime of his career. He got him cut from the team because he outperformed him so well in camp and preseason. 1,070 yards and 7 touchdowns as an undrafted rookie. I guess there are concerns that they maybe think that, because of that, maybe he was a bit of a flash in the pan. Maybe he won't be able to carry a full, workload, and they want to go a little bit of committee approach, bring ETN there as sort of like a scat back, change of pace guy. But again, I mean, like you said, you got to find a way to protect him. I really honestly thought they were going to go with like Tevin Jenkins or Walker Little. I think if they were going to go get a weapon like that, I would have rather seen them go get like a tight end like Pat Freiermuth or Brevin Jordan or someone like that, someone to be a security blanket for Trevor. It feels like they kind of I don't feel like they really needed to improve that much at the running back position, and especially not in the first. I mean, if they wanted to take another guy at running back, I feel like they could have waited until the second, third, fourth round, taken a Michael Carter, a Trey Sermon, you know what I mean? So I'm personally not a fan of it, but what do you guys have to think?
Yeah, I'll jump in here first, Jonathan.
Jimmy, you go first.
I think this is one of the worst draft picks of the night, hands down. Like you said, Joe, excuse me. They just had James Robinson. He was in the running for Rookie of the Year for most of the season. I mean, what else do you want from a running back other than to rush for 1,100, 1,200 yards and be one of the best running backs in the league for the entire season? And then you go out, and I like ETN a lot. I'm a huge ETN guy. I thought that he was better than Najee Harris, but you can go either way with that. You could flip your coin for that. But if you get ETN, you're gonna at least want him to be your number one back, like convincingly, like a team like the Jets who don't have a number one back, like he'd be perfect there. But for a James Robinson led team, I don't really understand I understand you would want to get a Trevor Lawrence teammate, but you're not going to get it. ETN, especially in the first round, that is absolutely perplexing to me. It's a terrible move in my opinion.
Yeah, I actually just want to jump in really, really quick. I'm sorry, John.
Sure. No, sure. Go ahead.
Like we were saying about Najee Harris, how you were actually saying how, to take a running back like that in the first round, it's a good sign that, you want him to be the guy. And it's like, it's taking a running back in the first round is a sign that, you hold this guy in high regard. And that kind of signals that like maybe they don't believe in James Robinson. I just really don't get it. Taking a running back that high is such a interesting value pick that I don't really get it. But I want to hear your thoughts, Jonathan.
Like the only thing that first popped into my mind was like, okay, so Jacksonville's going to pick first in the second round. They're like 33rd overall, and I was like, okay, if they were to pick a position player okay, they could pick a good offensive lineman because there's so many good tackles this year, and you maybe add 33 to protect Trevor Lawrence. But I just don't understand what they're doing to James Robinson. I mean, there's a team and a player obviously that hate this pick the most. Obviously, James Robinson, I'm sure, is not happy right now. But I was looking at like the Buffalo Bills at like 30. We're gonna maybe steal him because they really need a consistent running back. You know, this Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, I don't think that really works, just the both of them together. I think if you got a clear-cut starter in Travis Etienne, would have been a home run for them. I think they're upset right now. I saw the Bills maybe trading up from in a lot of mock drafts, but I'm also confused, baffled, bamboozled by this pick too. I mean, I just don't understand. I also understand what the Browns are doing with this reveal. The guy's wearing a pumpkin head, but again, Browns first time not in the lottery in like the decade, so
That's
they
good. This is
do
a
whatever,
big move for Browns fans.
do whatever they want now. I mean, the Browns, real quick. I think. I mean, there's a couple of needs. You know, defensive end, cornerback, maybe Greg Newsome here. Defensive end and brawl, maybe Gregory Rousseau. But Jimmy, what do you think, real quick, before they?
I would say is use Ojolari.
Ojolari too.
I
Yeah,
think they do need a D end or edge rusher to go alongside Myles Garrett.
My gut right here is telling me it's going to be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Oh yeah, he's still. I can't believe he's fallen this far. Oh, okay. So we have like a minute. So. I think a dark horse potentially can maybe be a receiver too. I kind of have that gut feeling because if Odell leaves, in a year or so, I mean, I don't know. I just kind of have that gut feeling. There's still good receivers left, but I think it'll probably be some of the guys we mentioned before.
And they do have an offensive-minded head coach, so offensive-minded head coaches love picking weapons, especially in the first round. I definitely wouldn't.
Stefanski.
Yeah, Kevin Stefanski won Coach of the Year last year, so I could definitely see that being either this pick or the second round pick. I could definitely see them getting a wide receiver.
100%. Newsome, okay.
Jonathan got it. Greg.
All right, finally. 11:30 at night.
Northwestern.
Yeah, I mean, Denzel Ward, Greedy Williams missed all last season. Terrence Mitchell and Kevin Johnson, they're gone. I mean, pairing him with Denzel Ward, that's a good young secondary. I mean, obviously Denzel Ward, still, building momentum, especially into the sophomore season.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, as a Steelers fan, I don't like that pick. I was excited. I mean, Ben's going to be thrown to these good corners on the Browns now. Like, they needed any more help. Because, the Browns are a good team now. The AFC North is just really scary, especially with the Bengals now coming up. You're going to have a healthy Joe Burrow. You're going to have, Jamar Chase coming in. The Browns are good. The Ravens are good. They could be probably maybe the best division in football besides maybe like the NFC West. So, I mean.
Yeah, they're just kind of like stockpiling corners at this point. The Browns are. I mean, they're drafting one pretty much every year, every other year in the first round. And I know that some of them haven't panned out how they wanted to, but just throwing another corner in there, especially late in the first round, I don't know if that's necessarily going to solve your issues. I feel like the linebacker was a bigger hole here, and maybe an edge rusher too for the Cleveland Browns. I know that he is from Northwestern, so he's a Midwest kid, so maybe a little bit of location bias here, but it's still a little bit confusing to me why they would pick another corner for the third consecutive year in the first round or second round. It's a little perplexing to me.
I mean, he's a good. I think Greg Newsome could definitely, be something I think was some concern we were talking about earlier. That's why he slid. But before I ask you, Joe, real quick, I see the Ravens are up, and I have a really bad feeling as a Steelers fan that they might go for Owusu-Koramoah because they need an outside linebacker, someone explosive like that. If they don't go for maybe some more offensive line help. But Joe, what do you think about this pick before we get into that?
Yeah, I don't really have any problems with it for the Browns. I don't think, for me personally, that there are any real big glaring holes on the Browns roster that they needed to, go out. We have to address this thing first round. I think they're kind of in the position where, they've got a talented roster, and it's just they're at the point now where they're getting to be contenders, and it's just all about just getting depth and making sure you have a bunch of bodies because things get wild in the NFL season, and guys will go down to injury. Some guys will just have down years, and especially at the cornerback position, to just have another guy in there like Newsome, who I think he was the best cornerback left on the board at that point. I feel like it's almost just like a straight up best player available pick that he fell a little bit maybe in the draft boards. They thought that it was just great value for him, even though they may not really need a corner. I like the pick, and like you said, I mean, it's going to be scary for AFC North teams to be facing that secondary because the amount of corners they have, they can just switch guys in and out, in and out, in and out. Greedy Williams, Denzel Ward, Greg Newsome. They're going to be a very, very good team again. The sky's the limit for the Browns, which you love to see after the suffering that them and their fans went through. As for the Ravens, though, I think right here, they have to go with some sort of wide receiver, some sort of weapon to help out Lamar Jackson. Because, I mean, Hollywood Brown, I love the man, but he just has not been cutting it as their number one receiver. And they signed Sammy Watkins, but Sammy Watkins doesn't – to me, he's not a guy at this stage in his career who can be a number one target on an offense. And, I think they got to just go out and get someone who can step in day one, be that X receiver, number one on the depth chart. So maybe like Elijah Moore, like Justin had brought up earlier. But I think for me, the pick right here that has been in my mind, when I've been looking at the draft, there's this player and the Ravens have been kind of synonymous for me, is Terrace Marshall out of LSU. I think he's going to be the pick right here for the Ravens. He's a guy who can come in, be that number one target for Lamar, establish a connection with him, finally get Lamar some help so that people stop saying that he's only a running back and he can't throw the football, because Lamar Jackson can throw the football and he's so good at football and he's so much more than just a running back. He just hasn't had the talent on his offense to really give him that help. And go get a guy like Terrace Marshall, get a guy like Elijah Moore, pair them up with Lamar. I think that's the only really move you can make at this point if you're the Ravens front office.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Joe. I was going to suggest Terrence Marshall be the pick here too. I mean, he's pretty much perfect for this Ravens offense because a lot of the receivers left are like these short, quick guys or Elijah Moore. But I think Terrence Marshall's a better receiver than Elijah Moore right now. And I think that he's going to fit perfectly with this team. And I do think that he'll be the pick of one of their 2 first-round picks. I don't know if necessarily here at 27. I can see them getting Terrence Marshall at 31, potentially getting Ojolari here because they did lose some edge rushers here in free agency. So definitely need to address that. So I would say an edge and a wide receiver in the first round for the Ravens would definitely be the best move. I just think that when you're playing all these young quarterbacks and Big Ben as well, all these guys with this talent and good offensive talent, you need to get after the quarterback. So Ojolari, a little bit raw. I do think that the Ravens do develop talent well, though, and they'll be able to get him to be a very, very good and potentially dominant all-pro pass rusher in the first, 5 years of his career.
Yeah, for some reason, it completely floated my mind about, again, giving Lamar help. I agree with Jim. I think it's going to be a second-round issue because there's still a bunch of good defensive players left. And, again, like the edge rushers, the outside linebackers, they lost 3 out of their starting 5, I think, in free agency. So, I mean, they're showing like the big board now, and Christian Barrymore, defensive tackle, still there. I don't understand why Owusu Komarella still hasn't been taken yet. That's why his name's always popped up in my mind. But Ojolari, too. Early mock drafts or early scouting reports and rankings had him as the number 1 in his position at edge. And early on, obviously that's changed, and there's obviously been a bunch before him. But I mean, the Ravens really can't go wrong here. They have a couple of needs. Like we said, I think receivers probably gonna be in the second round, but watch us jinx it though. It'd be kind of funny.
Who's gonna go with the pick? Okay, so the Ravens did go weapon. They got a wide receiver.
Rashad Bateman. Yes, they did go
It's
wide.
not Terrace Marshall or Elijah Moore, who we talked about. It's Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota. I like Jimmy. You're shaking your head. No, but
Not look happy. He's mad, man.
I don't get this pick. I mean, yeah, he's a talented wide receiver, Rashad Bateman. Don't get me wrong, but they have 2 other receivers that do the exact same thing as Rashad Bateman. Marquise Brown is the literal same wide receivers, Rashad Bateman, Sammy Watkins, again, another speed deep threat like Rashad Bateman is. So you're gonna have three deep threats when you don't really push the ball down the field. That doesn't make any sense to me. You got to get someone that can run these short, precise routes like an Elijah Moore or Terrence Marshall, in my opinion, because I know that he has a lot of talent and he's someone that could potentially bloom into something great. But right now, if you're the Ravens and you're in kind of like a win now situation, I feel like you need to get a big body receiver and not one of these short, quick gadget guys.
Yeah, I mean, Rashad Bateman's only like 6'2", 210 pounds. Like you said, Jimmy, I mean, I didn't understand this pick at all. I think when you see people grade this, like each pick, I think this could be like a C or below. I mean, because obviously Lamar needs help. He needs receivers. But I just don't fully understand it. I think they could have gone one in the second round. So I mean, as a Steelers fan, I guess I'm kind of relieved, but at like the same time, I mean, he's still a great receiver. I just fitting into the Ravens. Maybe they'll part ways with one of the guys that kind of fit under that that umbrella. I mean, they signed Sammy Watkins too, another speed guy. Yeah, I don't fully get it, but Joe, what do you think?
To be honest, I kind of disagree with you guys because I do actually like the pick of Rashad Bateman. I think he's a good receiver, and I think he's got the potential to just take over and be a target monster for him. Because I think that's really what the Ravens need is that, like, yes, to have someone who's not as much of a deep threat and not much of a Hollywood Brown type might be a bit of a benefit. But I think it really just comes down to Lamar needs someone who he can trust, who can be reliable, who that he can look down the field and know that Rashad Bateman is going to be open most of, if not all the time. I can get the ball to him. I trust him to catch the ball. I think that's really all the Ravens needed like that. I think that they were just that desperate for a wide receiver that I think scheme fit just kind of goes out the window there. And you just got to get someone who can just step up and take over and demand targets and be that, safety blanket, number one option guy that Lamar Jackson trusts. And I think Rashad Bateman can do it. I think he's not any sort of, top tier talent that we've seen like Devonta Smith, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle. But I mean, he absolutely has the capability and potential to be a guy who's just a really steady, solid receiver who can really just build a rapport with Lamar Jackson and, cook with him in that AFC North division. But moving on to the next pick, it's the New Orleans Saints at 28. And I want to propose something a little bit, which, Jimmy, you might be a fan of. Do you think this is a Kyle Trask moment?
So you guys definitely are the first two to know that I'm the biggest Kyle Trask fan you'll ever meet. However, I don't see the Saints getting Kyle Trask here. I could see them getting him in the second round, potentially trading up in the second and getting him. But right now, the Saints, they had to cut a lot of players in free agency because they didn't have enough cap space to retain everyone. So there are bigger holes in their game than just getting a quarterback that can develop into their starting quarterback. Either they have him midway through the first season, or if he is the starter after, the first season or whatever the case may be. I love Kyle Trask. I think he'd fit wonderfully in New Orleans, but right now I think that they need to go corner here. I don't think that a quarterback is going to, especially one this late in the draft. If they were to trade up and get like a Justin Fields or something like that, then that would have been a completely different situation. But Kyle Trask isn't quite Justin Fields. No disrespect to Trask, but I don't think that Trask is gonna, make them a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, I think the Saints, if they're going to go for a quarterback, would be more, again, like a late round pick. Because, again, the whole Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill kind of carousel going on. I think corner, I'm the guy who's been at the top of my mind was going to be a late first, early second is Asante Samuel Jr. out of Florida State. I really like what he brings to the table. A little bit undersized, but the athleticism's there. I mean, we saw his dad, amazing career in the NFL. He was such a ball hawk. But I just feel like the Saints, Marshawn Lattimore needs some help in the secondary. And in a lot of mock drafts, I saw him at the top of the end of the first round, just a quality cornerback. I mean, who knows if he's going to be the same as his dad or like his dad. But I mean, at this point, I definitely think he'd be the best fit for the Saints here.
Another name I kind of want to throw out here and see what you guys think. The linebacker core for the Saints is kind of not anything to really look at with sort of like hope. Do you think this is where we see Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah stop sliding?
Well, they do have Demario Davis, who's been an All-Pro, but yeah, apart from him, like they have the guy Anzalone, who's like all right, and then I don't even know who their third linebacker would be. So I could definitely see this being a potential landing spot for Olosu Kamaroa. I would take a shot here if I was the Saints and try to pick him up, or potentially an edge rusher to try to like Ojolari, who hasn't been picked yet. Like I don't know why he hasn't been picked yet. I think that he's still really, really good. I would definitely try to go linebacker, edge rusher, or like Jonathan said, I feel like a corner is a safe pick here too.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Sean Payton's not afraid, of anything. So I think definitely taking a shot. And Joe, we talked about that at the beginning of our show, like with the COVID year, with a limited sample size, a lot of these players, anything's possible. So, I mean, at this point, they really can't make him like a full like fledged mistake like we saw with the Jaguars. I mean, you could see, I guess that's a mistake, but maybe we'll be proven wrong. But let's just see what the Jaguars do here. Excuse me, the Saints do here. Jaguars.
Well, you were right about Sean Payton's not afraid to go out and make a big pick, because this is a bit of a head turner. Peyton Turner, no pun intended. I didn't even mean to do that, actually. Defensive end out of Houston.
Wow.
My first glance, I guess this is their replacement for Trey Hendrickson. They just kind of want him to slot in the same role. I mean, they lost him in free agency to the Bengals. So, I mean, that's what, first glance, that's what I'm assuming the front office and Sean Payton's thought process is. But I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you guys think?
I think there's got to be a scheme fit kind of thing, because there are a lot better defensive players, especially defensive ends, left on the board. And we know the Saints, they're all high character guys, and they're trying to build their culture once again, like they always do in every draft. So if this guy is one of these culture building guys that maybe was like a 3-year starter for Houston and really is a good guy, I could understand this pick. But as a talent kind of pick, this is a reach, and that's kind of being a little bit nice about it. I honestly, like, I didn't even know that Peyton Turner even declared for the draft. So, and I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I feel like he's definitely not worth a first-round pick, especially for a Super Bowl contending team like the Saints.
Oof, Peyton Turner's got to watch out for Jimmy Bliss here. But I mean, yeah, like no, I gotta agree with you. There's so much. I feel like there's better pass rushers that are edge rushers that are available. I guess they obviously see something in him, and I mean, Sean Payton. I mean, it's hard to compete with the success he's had in the past. So I guess you got to trust in the process a little bit. But I thought I didn't really think they would go that way, to be honest. Like we talked about before. I mean, but now we got the villains of the day on the clock, the Packers. Oh wow, what?
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. Oh, now Adam Schefter. Oh, we're probably talking about Rodgers again. Yeah,
I mean, if the Packers really want to speed up this getting Rodgers out of town, they're going to completely ignore all the weapons and just draft like
a defender,
something, or maybe another backup quarterback.
I mean, yeah, I mean, they need. I guess they could use a corner, offensive line help a little bit, weapon. I think if they pick someone on defense, everyone's gonna be like, "Wow, they just really just want to not want Aaron Rodgers to be there anymore."
I think.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry, I think corner is definitely a real possibility. I could see like Asante Samuel Jr. going, especially because King had a really, really rough year, especially in the playoffs in that game against Tampa Bay. He's someone that they probably want to replace. But, I mean, if they don't take a wide receiver right here in the first round, especially with what came out today, how Rodgers is disgruntled with the front office and the team, from an optics standpoint,
prove you're all in. Like, right now,
anything but a wide receiver is an absolutely awful pick. So, I mean, for Aaron Rodgers' sake and for the Green Bay Packers, and their image and everything as an organization, you better go take like Terrace Marshall or Elijah Moore, somebody who can play on the offensive side of the football and catch balls from Aaron Rodgers. But I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. And I mean, on the topic of Aaron Rodgers, we kind of touched on it a little bit. But Jimmy, it's our question of the night here. What is up with Aaron Rodgers? What do you think is going to happen with this whole situation? How do you think it's going to shake out?
I think it's too late, honestly, for this to be like dealt with right now. I I feel like if Aaron Rodgers wanted out, he should have just tried to get out earlier, like when the whole like carousel was going on around the league, where like Carson Wentz got traded, Sam Darnold got traded. You have to get your trades in before the draft because now you're kind of screwed if you're the Packers because you're going to be trading him for future picks, and you don't know if Jordan Love's the answer right now. So I think that Aaron Rodgers is still going to stay this season. I think that he's just being a little bit like trying to flex his muscles and try to show that he has a lot of power. So I think he's kind of forcing them to get a receiver here. And I know you mentioned Terrence Marshall, maybe Elijah Moore. I think Rondell Moore fits better with the scheme just because he's a deep threat. He's a gadget guy. They have Devontae Adams, who's a good possession route runner. So I would say Rondell Moore would be a really good for like those deep posts and those deep routes that Aaron Rodgers loves throwing.
Well, by Aaron Rodgers, they just picked up Eric Stokes' corner. That's it. They're not. Oh, wow. They just ruined their whole franchise image in the matter of a day. I mean, this is the same team that traded up for a quarterback without telling Rodgers, and now they. Oh, that's just sad as a football fan, honestly.
In a vacuum, this is a great pick for the Packers. You know, they needed a cornerback.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
And Eric Stokes, fantastic product out of Georgia. But like we said, just with the circumstances and everything that's going on, it's just tough to see them, pass on another first-round talent wide receiver. And I mean, if they don't in the second round have someone like Rondell Moore or Terrace Marshall or Elijah Moore, one of them fall down there, and even if they do fall in, they don't take one. I just don't know what their thought process is. I mean, they should have taken wide receiver last year, and it's not going to help at all the whole media fire that's going to begin to go on about Aaron Rodgers. Because now, obviously, everyone's going to look and say, oh, well, they took a cornerback. They didn't want a wide receiver. They clearly hate Aaron Rodgers and they want him out of here. And then Aaron Rodgers is going to, force his way out, blah, 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 blah. I mean, like I said, from an optics standpoint, it's just going to create a nightmare. I feel like that pick right there. I mean, and Eric Stokes, that nothing to do with him because all the potential in the world, he could be an absolute shutdown corner for them. Great. I mean, they already have Jair Alexander, who's one of the best corners in the league. Pairing Eric Stokes with him, that's really, I think, going to be a big improvement over when they had Kevin King out there getting dusted by the Buccaneers all game in the playoffs. But just you can't pass on a wide receiver in the first another year in a row, especially after news broke that Rodgers is mad at the front office for it. So I mean, tough to watch.
Yeah, and these are two of the deepest wide receiver classes of my lifetime. I mean, last year, so many good receivers. I mean, even some that were undrafted were pretty good. And I mean, this year we've already seen a good amount of receivers taken as well in the first round. So I would be interested to see maybe the Packers could trade up in the second round to try to snag one of these receivers because there's a lot of receiver needy teams in the first half of the second round that might snag a receiver before the Packers. And if you don't get a receiver, you're going to be stuck with Devontae Adams and absolutely nothing. I mean, your next best receiver can be Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and we all know that Aaron Rodgers doesn't really like him. So, I mean, this is another slap in the face to Aaron Rodgers and to the Packers to completely ignore what he wants and to get another defensive player.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the definition of bittersweet if you're a Packers fan because you obviously really love that Eric Stokes is going to be on your defense out the opposite of Jair Alexander, but like you said, the receivers, it's going to be by their second round position is going to be difficult. But I mean, we'll see what happens. But now, like the Bills, I mean, I thought the Bills were going to trade up for Travis Etienne. Do you think they reach for like Javonte Williams because they really want to get like a consistent running back? I also was thinking pass rush as well because they were only their stats for the more the defensive end weren't excellent, especially like on the front part. And there's still some pretty good pass rushers left, like we saw, like the Saints leapfrogged over a couple. So what do you guys think about that one?
Yeah, this pick is interesting to me because I feel like they could go literally anywhere, and based off the fact that like they really have no holes in my opinion. Like there's nothing that needs addressing. They had really no big offseason losses. I mean, the biggest loss in free agency was probably John Brown, but they replaced him with Emmanuel Sanders, so that immediately just plugs that hole right away. So I feel like they could just go best player available, and maybe they take someone who's been sliding like a Lusu Koromoa. Maybe Asante Samuel, get another corner out there, help that secondary with guys like Mika Hyde and Trey White. But one thing I'm going to throw out there that I feel like I could see happening because like it's worth it for them at this point. I feel like to make maybe a little bit more of a reasonable pick because they're in their contending window and they don't have to worry about plugging any sort of hole, and they could just go out and get a guy a little earlier than other teams might take him just to make sure they have him because they want him on their squad to help them win a Super Bowl. And I think that could be at the tight end position because that's really the one thing where they have Dawson Knox, and Dawson Knox is absolutely no slouch. He's a great young tight end. But a lot of these teams that we see competing for Super Bowls have true bona fide elite tight ends. Travis Kelce on the Chiefs, Gronk on the Bucks, I think maybe they go out and they get Brevin Jordan and reach on him a little bit, Pat Freiermuth, and, get just one more weapon for Josh Allen, really get a mismatch nightmare at the tight end position. And, then you got to worry about guarding one of those tight ends in addition to Stephon Diggs and Emmanuel Sanders and Zay Jones. And, no, Zay Jones isn't even on the Bills anymore. I'm thinking I got him confused with Gabriel Davis. My apologies. But I don't know. This is a very interesting pick. I really don't have any sort of one guy to pin it on you.
I think just because Sean McDermott's a defensive-minded head coach, they're going to go defense here. And I'm going to say Owosu Karamoa is going to be the pick here. He loves his linebackers. And honestly, if you can get someone this good, this late in the first round, especially at number 30 overall, I think you got to pull the trigger and try to get him.
Jimmy, you hit the nail on the head about going defense. They took Gregory Rousseau, the edge rusher out of Miami. I'm best. He was the guy who slid down draft boards a little bit. Some people thought he would go higher.
As a Jet fan, I'm not too happy about this because I think Gregory Rousseau is going to be really good, and I don't want to play him twice a year for the next decade plus. But to get him at number 30, great pick for them. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, he had 15 and a half sacks the last time we saw him on the field. And I never understood why his draft value slid so much just because he sat out a year. I mean, like Jamar Chase sat out a year or two, and his draft stock pretty much stayed the same. But yeah, I do think that Gregory Rousseau is going to be good. He's going to be a good needed edge rusher for this Bills team. And he's going to be pretty intimidating for all these young quarterbacks in the AFC East. I mean, Zach Wilson just drafted tonight. Tua Tagovailoa, who, I mean, this is his second year, and we still don't know if he's the answer. Mac Jones just drafted tonight as well. So, I mean, to have a dominant edge rusher, which I think Gregory Rousseau will be, I mean, he's 6'7", so he's huge as well. He's just so phenomenally talented, and I think that this is a fantastic, absolutely fantastic move here for the Buffalo Bills.
I mean, Joe, to bring up the guy you're wearing on your shirt, I mean, this guy in 2019 was second in the nation in sacks behind Chase Young. I mean, like, again, he opted out of the season. I guess that did hurt his draft stock. It's been different for every player. We could go on and on about every single player that's had their impact, changed, their trajectory changed because of sitting out. But some people have been comparing him to like a Chandler Jones type of ceiling. He's got like the length in the frame. I've seen all different comparisons for Gregory Rousseau, but overall, I think that's a great pick for the Bills. Anyone a 6'7" defensive end, that's kind of scary. I mean, for any team, Miami always had great defenses. I think he's going to fit right in with the Bills, give another quality, pass rusher just to give like the defense any more help. And I going into it, I thought like maybe adding another pass rusher would help because there were still some not fully, like their sacks weren't 100% there compared to some of the other AFC, loaded defenses with like the pass rush. So I think this definitely helps out. But I was just a little bit kind of interested if they were going to maybe reach on a running back because they lost out on Travis Etienne. But this is definitely a much better pick.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you can never have enough edge rushers as an NFL team to get a guy like Gregory Rousseau, who the sky is the absolute limit for this man in terms of potential. That's the benefit of being a, Super Bowl contending team who can sit at the end of the draft with not a lot of holes. You can just sit there and just wait, and whoever falls down the draft board a little bit because teams maybe don't like him, you just scoop him up and just plug him right in and add him to your already elite squad. I mean, their defense just gets better. The Bills are going to be one of the teams to beat in the AFC. I mean, I think them and the Chiefs are going to be battling each other in the AFC Championship for years and years to come. Josh Allen and Mahomes. Two of the best, young quarterbacks in the league. And I think, they might be two of the next, Peyton, Brady, et cetera, Breeze sort of thing, with two of them and maybe Lamar Jackson. So exciting to see for the Bills. The next pick belongs to the Baltimore Ravens, which they acquired from the Kansas City Chiefs in the Orlando Brown trade during the offseason. And maybe this is where we finally see Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah go. We all kind of thought that maybe he'd be a target for their number 27 pick. He's still there at 31. Do we think that if he doesn't go here, it's kind of like a really, really big question mark in my mind? What do you guys think?
I'm crossing my fingers that he doesn't go here so we can go at number 34 to my Jets. But I definitely do think that Owusu-Koramoah would be a good pick here for the Ravens. I mean, they do develop their defensive players really, really well. And, I mean, we saw that last year with Patrick Queen, how he just became ridiculous pretty much overnight. And I still think Ojulari would be the better pick here, but I still do think that Owusu-Koramoah would be a really good pick too. I just think that they lost too many edge rushers and that Ojulari is very raw and he has all the potential in the world to be an all-pro pass rusher, especially in, like I said earlier, the AFC North, how they are playing all these pretty good quarterbacks and pretty good offenses. They need to get pressure on the quarterbacks to turn the ball over.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things for the Ravens that have always circling through my head. A bunch of things I don't want as a Steelers fan. The Orlando Brown trade maybe needs a replacement, maybe offensive line. The receiver, again, Lamar needs help. We've said this story, our whole show. I mean, do they finally give him a little bit more receiving help besides just, we said before. But again, I mean, I think, Jimmy, you're really hoping that he falls from Notre Dame. I mean, I just have a gut feeling if he doesn't get picked here, I feel like the Buccaneers for some reason, that 32nd pick, as of maybe just because he's the best available player, because he hasn't been picked yet. But I mean, the pick's already in for the Ravens. There's also maybe a safety because their safety core, I guess could use a little bit of work. But I think overall, they really can't go wrong here. I mean, from that trade, I mean, there's a lot of options here.
Yeah, I think, like you said, if Owusu-Koramoah doesn't go here, let's be honest, he's probably going to go to the Bucs because everything's gone right for the Bucs over the past year and a half. And I mean, it would only be fitting with how everything has gone for them lately and how the landscape of the NFL has been that the Tampa Bay Bucs, who are returning their entire Super Bowl winning squad, which is the first time that's ever happened in NFL history, just went out and added one of the best college linebackers we've seen in a long time. So, I mean, it's such an interesting, little thing with Koramoah going on. But like you actually said, Jimmy, I do think edge here might actually be a real possibility, especially because Rousseau just went off the board to the Bills. Maybe that spooks the Ravens a little bit. Maybe Rousseau was their guy that they were waiting for here. And, now he's gone, and now they sort of got to pivot and panic and say, okay, well, maybe there's not going to be another good edge rusher there for when our next pick comes up. So maybe they just go and grab the next guy that feels available, whether it is Ojulari. So, I mean, I think that's definitely a real possibility here. Other than that, maybe they with this being the Orlando Brown pick, maybe they find a replacement for him. A little bit of poetic symbolism there. You'll having take a guy like a Walker Little, Dylan Radins. I don't know. I feel like just like you said, Jonathan, this is another one of those picks where the Ravens are such a good team where they really can't go wrong here. Anything they take is going to help them out in some way, and there's no real bad pick that they can make that we're going to be saying, oh, they really should have gone and addressed this position, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a little bit of time yet, but one question that I kind of had for you guys, just thought of it. I mean, who do you think has won today so far? I guess I know Jimmy, like the Jets. I mean, either still the Jets without the personal.
Got to be the Jets. I mean, the Jets, they got their quarterback and they traded up to get a tackle / guard who can play anywhere on the offensive line for just 2 third-round picks. They still have their number 34 overall pick. So they got a top 10 talent. Well, they got 2 top 10 talents right there in the first round. I'm over the moon right now. I mean, we're doing exactly what we needed to do by getting a quarterback and be able to protect him, because that's absolutely what we didn't do with Sam Darnold. And that's why he's out of New York right now, is we didn't give him the protection. So you got to get your quarterback, you got to protect him, and that's why I think we're the winners tonight.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything you said, Jimmy, about the Jets. I mean, they had absolute perfect draft, in my opinion. Zach Wilson, stud. Elijah Vera Tucker, one of my favorite prospects. Actually, they came back really quick from commercial right to the Ravens pick.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. That's why I asked the question.
And they took Jason Owe from Penn State, edge rusher. So they did address the edge rusher position, like we thought. They didn't go with Ojulari, like you said, Jimmy, but Jason Owe is another really, really great talent. Just another guy to have there fill in as a replacement for some of those guys they lost, and can't go wrong with that pick, just like we said.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Jonathan. Sorry.
Oh no, the only thing I was going to say is that the second the Ravens made the pick, the Bucs pick's already in.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, Jimmy, you go now.
I just feel like there's so much talent in this year's draft that we're going to be looking here in a few minutes once the Bucs turn in their pick and say, how was this guy not a first round pick? How was this guy not a first round pick? There's probably another 10, 15 players that are on the board right now that easily could have been a first round pick. It's just been such a deep draft class this year. And honestly, I love seeing deep draft classes like this. I'm really excited to see how all these guys pan out and how the rest of the draft weekend pans out.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with you because, looking at it from my perspective as a Washington fan, there's 2 guys who I was hoping that we'd get at 19 who are still on the board, and at least one of them is going to go into round 2. So, there's going to be at least one guy who I thought we would get at 19 who I'm going to be rooting for. Hopefully he falls a bit in the second round. Trayvon Moehrig, safety at TCU. I mean, I thought he was the best safety. There hasn't even been a safety who's gone so far this year, and I think he's the best prospect by far. I mean, the fact that nobody's gone and addressed that position and taken him is kind of interesting to me. And, same thing, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. We heard for the past, couple of months that, he was the best linebacker in the draft, maybe even better than Micah Parsons, and he really, I think, is the biggest, slider of the day. But like you said, it's a benefit of a good thing is that there's so much talent in this draft class. And I think it's going to be so fun to see these guys in the league. There's so much good talent in this class, and it'll be fun to see how things shake out. To finish what I got interrupted by Goodell announcing the Ravens pick. My other winners of the draft and Goodell, never mind, because Goodell's going to do it again. So I'm apparently cursed, and I can't say who my winners are because the Bucs are about to pick real quick. So they took Joe Tryon, edge out of Washington.
Why didn't they take Owusu-Koramoah?
I know. I mean, the Owusu-Koramoah not being a first rounder is very, very intriguing to me because maybe there's something behind the scenes. Maybe he did
something happened, maybe
some medical test or something that he failed that he didn't know about. It's very interesting to me. As for Tryon, I mean, I feel like that's kind of a reach. He was a guy who, I was looking into, scouting prospects before this. He was a guy who I thought was going to be like a late second round, third round pick. But I mean, he's going to be a backup for the Bucks because the entire Bucks starting lineup from the Super Bowl last year came back. So I mean, you don't really need to worry about busting on a pick if you're the Bucks here because you're the absolute top cream of the crop of the NFL right now. But that does it for the first round of the draft. So now I can finally say who my winners are without Goodell coming on and announcing another pick. I was going to say, outside of the Jets, there are two teams that I think were big winners tonight. The first, I'm going to say really quickly because I hate the fact that I'm going to say this, but it's the Philadelphia Eagles because they traded with the division rival, went up, got a absolute superstar wide receiver, which everybody has made fun of them about because they passed on superstar wide receivers in the past. Devontae Smith is really good. He's going to terrorize the division for years to come. And I hate that I'm saying this because I really don't like the Eagles. But it is the straight up honest truth that, Devontae Smith is going to be a beast. And, there's no denying that. And I think being able to trade up to get him, plug that hole, is an absolute win for the Eagles. The other team that I think won big tonight was the Chicago Bears, because another team, kind of like how the Eagles have had, those woes about, they missed on wide receivers, and this year they finally got to go and address that. Same thing with the Bears. They traded up for Trubisky a couple of years ago, and it didn't pan out. He didn't play like the number 2 overall quarterback. And, it's been such a tough time in Chicago, and they've had such a carousel of QBs, and they're headed into this all season or throughout the free agency. They got the impression that Andy Dalton was going to be their starting quarterback, which is not always what you want to see if you're a Bears fan. For them to be able to trade up, get a guy like Justin Fields, who I think has some of, if not the most talent in this entire draft, you get him to be your franchise QB for the next decade plus. I think he really has the talent and skills to be that guy for them. And I think it just fixes everything that, has been wrong with the Bears for the past couple of years. They still have a pretty solid and talented defense. They've got some weapons on offense. Their offensive line is nothing too shabby. They've just been hampered by bad quarterback play. They made the playoffs last year, with Mitch Trubisky. So, I mean, if Justin Fields can play better than Mitch Trubisky and play like a Pro Bowl quarterback, they're going to be a really good team and a force to be reckoned with in that NFC North. So those are the two teams outside of the Jets that I think were the biggest winners tonight. And before we go to Jonathan real quick, Jimmy, you got to bounce, go cover some stuff for PTV. Be sure to check that out if you're watching because they put out some great content. Our boy Jimmy here and also Christian Gardner, who was on earlier, are fantastic members of that staff. So, Jimmy, thank you so much for being here tonight. You did an absolute killer job. Your Florida Gator beat reporting, absolutely killer. You're helping us break down these late round picks. We couldn't be more thankful for you, man. Did a great job. We'll see you around.
Appreciate you, Joe. Yeah, and thanks for letting me come on and share all my Gators insight. I was glad to show all you guys how much I know about the Gators. And too bad Kyle Trask wasn't taken either because I had a few little nuggets about that. But we'll see him probably pick tomorrow. But anyways, yeah, it was a blast being on with you guys, and I appreciated it.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. All right, so I guess I'll do my winners of the night real quick. I'll stick in the AFC East. I mean, obviously the Jets, Zach Wilson and Elijah Tucker. But I like what I saw from the Dolphins, getting Jalen Waddle, getting Tua a weapon. I really like that for them, especially if you really want to try to mold Tua into this quarterback in the second year, getting arguably the most explosive receiver or weapon in the draft. I really like that. And Jalen Phillips, another good, edge rusher. I really like that for them. But also in that division, I just can't stop thinking about it. The Patriots drafting Mac Jones. I mean, they got their quarterback. This isn't like just a Jarrett Stidham. Mac Jones is a proven winner. All he does is win. He won with Alabama. He won with Nick Saban, who's the best college coach of all time, arguably. Bill Belichick's arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time, just going from one gifted place to another. But I could see Bill Belichick building a team around him. I could see the Patriots still being, obviously not a contender next year, but they're still building around the team, and Mac Jones has got to get accustomed to everything. Who knows if he's going to start right away, if they're going to give it, if they're obviously going to keep Cam Newton, maybe still another year of him. But I feel like the Patriots offense, it's always been just a matter of not just running around with Cam Newton, so to say, but even with Brady, just, being a pocket passer, being a little bit mobile, which is Mac Jones. And it's going to be scary for them going forward. And got to shout out our teams too. I mean, the Steelers and the football team did pretty excellent tonight. Very happy with our results.
I'm feeling pretty good. We plugged that linebacker hole. Got that defense looking nice and solid heading into the year. It's going to be a fun season coming up. And before, real quick, one more question that I want to ask you, Jonathan.
Okay, sure.
After we had an awesome first round today with so many great players taken, there was a lot of interesting picks, things that we turned our heads at. We're like, it was a blast. But heading into days 2 and 3 now, with some of the things, how it panned out today, what are some of the things you're looking for, some storylines you're going to continue to follow?
I mean, I was the most obvious one because all I've been saying, I probably said this guy's name the most, is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Like, what is going on? Why isn't he a first-round pick? Why did all these other linebackers get picked over him who are obviously great talents, but is he going to land on the Jets? I mean, is Jimmy Bliss going to be ecstatic tomorrow? Even extra ecstatic after the amazing draft the Jets had? Just seeing where some of the receivers go, like some of these skilled players, how many they're going to go in the first half. Obviously, like Kyle Trask, where is he going to go? Davis Mills, some of these quarterbacks, we really don't know how far. We could say after this first round, it was unpredictable. So many things happened like predicted. Once we got to that end of the top 10, early, 10, 12, 10 to 12, we saw, the NFC East, that's going to be a shootout this year. You got Devontae Smith going to the Eagles. Cowboys still have CeeDee Lamb. The Giants, they traded back, they still did pretty well for themselves. But just overall, just looking at some of the skilled players, seeing where like a Kyle Trask is going to go, and then Mr. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, where is he going to end up, and how far is it going to take? So what do you think is going to happen tomorrow, Joe?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think that's one of the most exciting things for me, I think about like day 2, for example, when you get rounds 2 and 3, is that there's a lot higher percentage of skill position players that go there. You see a lot of running backs and wide receivers, and those are kind of the guys that are more like, they're more noticeable and like have bigger names in terms of when you're actually watching NFL games, because they're guys doing most of the action, or the guys who have fantasy football implications, So seeing some guys like that go, we might see Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, some running backs like Javonte Williams, Michael Carter, maybe even Jared Patterson. It's going to be fun to watch, see who gets drafted, who goes where, how the rest of the teams fill it out. But hey, we said this was going to be we thought this was going to be a pretty wild draft. And I tell you,
it was.
This round, it really set the tone, I think, for the rest of it. And it was so entertaining.
The NFL is like really shifted. There's so many. Obviously, every year there's all these young dynamic players, but some of the balances of power in some of these divisions. Let's go to your NFC East real quick. Let's say Jalen Hurts plays better, to his potential. He's got Devontae Smith with him now, and the Cowboys improved. Everyone improved. It's just like obviously, the most obvious one, what is Trevor Lawrence going to do next year? That's going to be the biggest question. What are the Jaguars? That's a really interesting team now. James Robinson got to be so bad. And I looked up a stat I forgot to mention. Is they also signed, I believe, Carlos Hyde, I think. So there's like 3 running backs. Yeah, so I can't believe they just threw their potential rookie of the year under the bus. I just don't understand why they would do that. But again, it's all about your young franchise quarterback. Even Trey Lance. We've been hearing Mac Jones for weeks that he was going to go to the Niners. And then, going into that, I did not think they were going to pick him deep down, because why would you give up that many assets for a player that you could have taken? So the Patriots took him at 15.
Yeah.
You gave up so many assets to get up to the number 3 spot. You got to take someone who's going to have a really, really high ceiling, even if he's a bust, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's what I was always kind of puzzled when people were saying, Mac Jones is going to keep 3, because I was like, they could have. Obviously, wound up happening in the draft, and even before, I was kind of like, I think Mac Jones could probably be there at 12. So to move up that many spots to go make sure you get him seemed a little puzzling. But that Trey Lance pick, one of the more exciting picks, I think, in the night. One of the more picks I just absolutely love, because that man's potential, if they can get tapped into, oh my gosh, I think he legitimately, and I'm going to go on record saying this, and I could wind up being completely horribly wrong, and it could be an awful take that I look back on in a couple of years. But I think Trey Lance has MVP potential, superstar on that tier of Pat Mahomes, on that tier of Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. I mean, he is just absolutely. I can't even put it to words how much talent that man is. All the skills he has, if he can put it together, there's no one better to help you do that. Or maybe other than Bill Belichick, than Kyle Shanahan. You know, he's such an offensive genius, and to get him on that team as sort of almost like a little bit of like a fresh blood, new guy sort of thing. They are only a year removed from being a Super Bowl team, and you know, Jimmy G, he kind of had a little bit of injury troubles. You know, took a little bit of decline last year. You know, and if they can sort of just maybe they'll have another, maybe they won't, you know, be playoff contenders immediately again this upcoming season. You know, they'll take another year to sort of recuperate, reload a little bit, get another good draft pick for next year, and then you get Trey Lance out there starting for you with another young draft pick on your roster, and next season, 2 seasons from now, they have a bright future. Not to mention the fact that they have so much young talent on that roster, like Brandon Ayuk. I mean, George Kittle. They're going to be a team that's going to be around for a while, and Trey Lance is in such a position to succeed there, and I'm so excited to see what he can do with his career.
Yeah, like once the Bucks, I feel like that window's over with Brady. I mean, I feel like they could come out of the NFC. I mean,
Yeah.
we're going to obviously, we said the AFC for the years to come is probably the Chiefs and the Bills are going to be those 2 teams. I'm not just saying this as a Steelers fan. I just don't think the Ravens, I just don't think they match up well against. I think they could beat a lot of teams. I just don't think they match up well against the Chiefs and the Bills personally. I just think, I mean, especially they both improved in the offseason, even though the Chiefs didn't have a first-round pick, getting Orlando Brown, like they need any more help. I just think the future of the NFL, I mean, the AFC and the NFC, like usually each year they're a bit of, it's a bit lopsided and stuff. But I mean, the AFC now, I mean, I'm just really excited to see how Trevor Lawrence does with Jacksonville, because I mean, they were like a couple of years ago, they were a playoff team. They beat the Steelers in the playoffs. And then I always remember that when they had Jalen Ramsey and AJ Boye, but now like it's a complete revamp. And you got like, I mean, in that division, the AFC South, you got right, Jaguars, Colts, right, the Texans, who knows what happened with Deshaun Watson. But I mean, and the Titans, I mean, give it a year. I mean, I think the Titans still win it next year, but maybe next year, a year, like around year 2 of Trevor Lawrence, another good draft pick, and really building the team. They could, I mean, we'll see with the Titans. I mean, as long as Derrick Henry's there, they can win anything, I feel like. And I think they also match up well against the Bills too, if for a team to match up against the Chiefs in the championship, in the AFC championship. But again, it's just so much to be excited about. I'm still dreaming that Steelers drafted Najee Harris. I still can't believe I'm really happy with that, and I really hope they take a good lineman. I think Tevin Jenkins is still available tomorrow. That's a guy they can still pick if he's not picking early on in the second round. But there's just still so much left. This is like just only the beginning. I wish we could do a show about the rest of the draft too. But
yeah, for real. I mean, and just touching one last time on that Trevor Lawrence point, it's gonna be so awesome to finally see him play in the NFL, because I feel like there hasn't been a quarterback or even just any prospect who's been hyped up as much and for as long as Trevor Lawrence has, right? Because like Andrew Luck obviously was probably arguably one of the best quarterback prospects of all time. He was immensely hyped, but he was kind of still more of like his last year or 2 of college, and he just had really strong finish to his college career and really put him on the map. But Trevor Lawrence has been a guy who we've seen since in high school. People were saying this kid's going to wind up being in the NFL. And then since his freshman year, taking Clemson to a national championship, and we've seen him, grow, and constantly hearing about, how good this guy is. I mean, he wasn't even eligible for the draft when he was tearing up the college football scene at Clemson. And so the payoff to finally get to see him in the NFL, and I mean, like you said, that division, the AFC South, I mean, the Titans are probably the favorite, but I mean, the Jaguars, they could easily take second place. And again, football, any given Sunday, you never know. And especially if Trevor Lawrence plays like what we think his potential can be, there's no position in football, no player in football who can will their team to a win like quarterback can. And if Trevor Lawrence plays like a absolute generational 1 in a million quarterback prospect like he's been hyped up to be, I think the Jaguars are going to be instantly right back in the playoffs. So, I mean, it's going to be so much fun to watch. Like you said, so many great players, so many fun storylines that have come out of just the first day. Wish we could keep going and going for days 2 and 3. That's one of the things I kind of hate. I wish like they didn't break it up into days and it was just like an all-day affair, 7 rounds from like 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That would be awesome.
We'd be exhausted. Oh my goodness.
We would be. And sadly, at this point, we're gonna tune out from here for the draft show with the completion of the first round. We thank everybody for coming out and watching and listening. Jonathan, my co-host, thank you so much. You did an absolutely phenomenal job. Your takes were immaculate. Some absolute expert analysis. I know you took an absolute boatload of notes and had an insane amount of research that you did. So I mean, yeah, look at that packet of paper right there that man has. This dude came prepared.
But thank you, Joe. I mean, you did a beyond amazing job. I mean, all of your takes were just spot on and a great hosting job. I feel like all of our analysts, we did an excellent job as well. We did a great job getting them comfortable in our kind of discussion and everything. And hopefully we get to do this again soon. This was so much fun.
Oh yes, absolutely. And a huge shout out to all our analysts who came on: Jory Mickens, Jimmy Bliss, Christian Gardner, Justin Nicosia, Michael Stam,
he went,
and of course Joe Walls. They all did an absolutely amazing job. And last, most certainly not least, we'd like to thank the man behind this all, our producer Wilmer Lewis, the absolute legend himself, the tip of the top, the cream of the crop. This could not be done without him. So we thank you again, everybody, for coming out, watching, listening to our coverage, and stay tuned for days 2 and 3 and try to follow some of these storylines that we talked about. And it's going to be an exciting couple of years to come in the NFL with all these guys that are being drafted this year. So good night, everybody.
Good night.